goods roughly equal to what they're not paying. And so if we put that fee, it just raises their cost a little bit, that begins to equalize the playing field between manufacturing there and manufacturing here. It puts our workers on that level playing field, and then our workers outcompete them. And that will lead to the increased economic opportunity in our state, in our nation, and to the growth of our economy. Now, I've been speaking about jobs, I've been speaking about emissions. This has definite impact upon national security. The Chinese Communist Party uses the economic growth in their economy to finance their military buildup, to finance their seeking to undermine U.S. influence around the world. I just went to Central America, basically trying to shore up our relations with countries there, and the Chinese are going throughout the Western Hemisphere, building bases, taking over assets, trying to crowd U.S. business out, trying to put themselves in the primary position of influencing countries in the Western Hemisphere and removing the United States. That works against our long-term national security. The foreign pollution fee helps address that. So we are here today to talk about energy abundance, Louisiana's special role in the energy economy over the last few years, and how preserving that special role can lead to preserving the jobs we have, creating more jobs in our state and in our nation, and impacting national security. And I've been speaking about Louisiana, but you know, it is not definite that it happens in Louisiana. Because in one sense, if you can create a job in the United States, you can create that job in Louisiana, or you can create it in Texas, or Oklahoma, or Wyoming, or North Dakota. And we've kind of seen a lot of our kids have followed job creation in a state like Texas. And then our grandkids, I hate to say it, grow up being an Aggie instead of an LSU Tiger, or a Tulane Green Wave. I got a Tulane here in my UL system, so I don't want to leave anyone out. But the point being, we want them to grow up here and not there. So as we speak about Louisiana's special role, it is not just our special role vis-a-vis a country in Asia, but it is also our special role as regards a state here in the United States. And so if we're going to preserve this, we have to be prepared. We have to work for fairness. We have to work for that job creation, keeping our eye on the ball, that if we do this, we're going to create a stronger economy, and ultimately that stronger economy helps us not just in our state, but in our nation. Our speakers today will reinforce all these points. I appreciate you once more for being here. And at this point, Mark, will you join me up here? I'm on.
Okay. I think you had to turn yours on for mine to recognize a green light.
That's great. Mark, Louisiana native, tell them a little bit about yourself.
Well, I thought I was going to be asking the questions, but I am happy to, to say a little bit about myself. Thank you. I have had the honor and privilege of serving as the immediate past Deputy Secretary of Energy.
Under the Trump administration.
Under the Trump administration. Prior to that, Undersecretary of Energy. So Undersecretary under former Governor Rick Perry of Texas, aforementioned Texas. And then under Secretary Dan Bruyette, a native Louisianian. And of course, really the privilege of having been introduced before my Senate confirmation hearing by Senator Cassidy. And I think both Dan and I hold the record for the support of the U.S. Senate. I think we both, of any Trump appointee, we both received, I think, 79 votes for our confirmation hearing. So that's,
I don't think you got Bernie Sanders.
I did not.
Or Elizabeth. You didn't get Elizabeth either.
No, for sure. But before that, I was chief counsel for House Energy and Commerce Committee for some years. Before that, I worked in the energy industry, so I've got.
And tell them what you're doing now.
And so currently I'm President and CEO of the United States Energy Association, which is, we're celebrating our 100th year today. We were created back to be the U.S. entity of the World Energy Council. Its mission back then was to bring access to affordable, reliable energy in the U.S. and across the world, and that mission continues today.
And when you've got a perspective, and this is a conversation as opposed to a Q&A, but as a Louisiana guy who's been involved in the Trump administration and you're still involved in energy, what are the opportunities for Louisiana over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years?
Well, I think they're almost unlimited, and they're unlimited in the traditional sense and now in the non-traditional sense. And by traditional sense, I mean, it doesn't surprise anybody, you know, to hear about Louisiana's role in oil and natural gas, right? I mean, for the past 50 years, Louisiana, oil gas producing state. So that isn't surprising. What could be surprising, though, and I was on the radio show, a radio show this morning, and they were asking about natural gas, and they were asking about LNG export, and it's as though the world doesn't quite recognize yet that Louisiana is the #1 exporter of LNG of all states and in the world. Now, that only recently happened, and that happened because Congress was able to get the policy right of allowing states to decide to use hydraulic fracturing to really free up natural gas from essentially geologic rock as well as oil. And it was during the Trump administration that some of these LNG facilities had come online and began to export LNG. And that was just in 2018. And I was over in Brussels talking to the EU when the first shipment came out. And I got a question about, wow, now you have U.S., and in this case, you know, from natural gas in the gas-producing states. It was the United States now is actually producing enough natural gas for domestic consumption in the U.S. and for export without really impacting the price or supply. And that's where the phrase freedom gas came up, that the acknowledgement of the U.S. role on LNG exports and Louisiana in particular to create freedom gas. And back then, we were over in the EU talking to Europe about, well, maybe you're becoming a little too dependent on Russia pipeline gas. You might want to reconsider that. It was 2018, and sure enough, look what happened, you know, with Putin's invasion of the Ukraine, and Europe turned to the U.S., and by then we had some additional LNG facilities. But this has caused the United States to become the leader producing of both oil and natural gas in the world, and Louisiana is the #1 LNG exporter.
Now, we have this going on now, and it is fantastic. And there's oil and gas producers out there and those folks who are involved with LNG export. Aside from that opportunity, though, what are the opportunities that are there that we can seize, but if we don't seize them, might go someplace else?
Right. Well, there's a lot. And so the great thing about LNG is that all reputable studies show that it generally replaces coal. Globally. In the U.S., of course, natural gas has replaced coal as a predominant source of electricity. It complements renewables. We're increasing our amount of renewables in the United States. We're building as much solar and wind as we can, and natural gas is available to complement. And we see that repeating around the world. Now, it's important that EU, of course, no longer relies on Russia for pipeline gas, and we are also competing, of course, against the Middle East monarchs who, you know, they too, like the aforementioned China, really have few permitting rules, few environmental regulations. I mean, they can produce when they want. They don't really involve their population much at all in the setting of permitting. This is who we compete against. Now, we do have an advantage because, you know, we are in the Gulf of Mexico. By the way, you know, your fellow senators, you know, on the West Coast are never going to allow us to have an LNG facility out there to export. And so the West Coast is really going to be off. You have to go through Mexico, and you see the results of their election, and that doesn't bode well necessarily for U.S. pipeline gas. And, of course, Canada would like to compete against us, too, for export to our friends and allies in Asia. So the Gulf of Mexico is a key region. But it's highly competitive, and the pricing at the Henry Hub is important. So we have to continue to increase supply so that domestic prices, you know, don't increase, and we're able to export at a price that remains competitive. So our friends and allies want U.S. LNG, and then but we we could potentially lose, all of that if we start changing our policies or making it difficult.
So let me build on something you said, and I want to emphasize something about our foreign pollution fee. Our foreign pollution fee plays to U.S. strengths. Right now, the United States has lower emissions than we did in 1990. Now, our economy is much bigger. We have 30 million more people. We are producing more oil and gas, and we have more manufacturing. But our emissions are lower than they were in 1990 because we have replaced coal with natural gas. And so that's been great for our state. It's a natural advantage. And if we are going to compete with other countries, okay, you're going to pay that much more for emissions relative to the United States. Two things. One, we have a natural advantage because of our workers, the emissions, the money we spent to control emissions, but the natural gas we use instead of coal, we've created that differential. But secondly, if another country wanted to lower their emissions, they would start buying U.S. natural gas. And so that is a way which would bring more income to our country, to Louisiana, to our resources, but cost them a little extra because our gas is a little bit more than their coal. So it, again, serves our purpose. They would decrease their emissions. It would strengthen our economy and, relatively speaking, decrease theirs. So.
Right. I mean, that's the point that we need to underscore. So all nations coming out of COP, 26, 27, 28, they have net zero emission goals.
Now COP, explain that for those who don't follow that.
Yeah, Committee on the Parties. This follows the Kyoto Protocols, where it was an attempt by nations to get together and try to limit greenhouse gas emissions. And so now countries have established net zero goals, and that is that the energy that they produce overall is net zero in emissions, and the idea is to reduce global emissions to keep the overall increase in temperature at approximately 1.5 degrees centigrade. And so those are the aspirational goals that all countries really are involved in. Now, natural gas plays a key role in that for the reasons that we talked about. I mean, the United States has led the world in orders of magnitude, by orders of magnitude, of actual emission reductions since 2005. Actual emission reductions.
By the way, can I interrupt for a second?
By all means, Senator.
The other countries that are trying to do the same, their economy has been dragged into the dirt, and our economy has boomed because we've taken the approach of using natural gas, and others have done it differently.
Well, that plus we have, in part because of your leadership on the bipartisan infrastructure law, is that we now have incentives to help bring about new technologies for the carbon capture and sequestration, to help further overall emissions. And so we have some tax incentives in place, and we have incentives to really develop here in the United States that technology. And so we've demonstrated that we can lead the world in technological improvements. Carbon capture, direct air capture, all of this works for decreasing emissions. You mentioned something about the unfair trade practices, and we'll get to that in a minute, but also want to remind most folks that most of the disruptive technology that is being used in the energy space, whether it is natural gas, it's carbon capture, whether it's hydraulic fracturing, whether it's all the environmental compliance, whether it is solar panels or wafers or cells. This is U.S. technology that was developed, and somehow it managed to find its way over to other countries that don't recognize our intellectual property rights. Now, they just think that if it exists, they can have it. But, one of the points you were making is that what we're seeing is this pull of our U.S. technology into these other countries. And then they then make the products that would otherwise be made here with our technologies and then force us to essentially buy it from them. So that disadvantages us in several ways. It's important that we maintain our technological leadership, and we have CEOs of companies that really recognize the importance of that. And they're here in Louisiana. And so those are things that we want to make sure that we keep. And it's not limited only to renewable technologies or natural gas technologies or even hydraulic fracturing technologies. Nuclear is one. We have energy here, with nuclear, but we are going to need so much new energy that it's going to be sort of all of the above, including nukes. And think about living in a world where the nuclear technology is now owned by China or Russia without the obligation to have what are called 123 agreements in place with countries that commit to non-proliferation and non-weaponization. If the U.S. loses its leadership in that, imagine what that world looks like.
So you're making the connection, again, in a different way between national security and energy policy. And you were with the Trump administration. Obviously, that was a priority of theirs. So now you've spoken a little bit about what we would consider, as you described it, traditional energy, the oil and gas, but you just briefly touched upon maybe what some would consider non-traditional, the renewables, and we'll have other speakers on that. But you want to comment on the role of wind and solar, because that's been something which has not been deployed in Louisiana as much in the past, although we're seeing more solar now. Would you comment on that?
Yeah, well, so, you know, it doesn't surprise most people in this room that we don't have a national mandate for renewable portfolio standards, okay? So because renewable energy typically is regional, not all regions of the country have access to a lot of the solar or wind. In Louisiana, you know, we don't have a lot of wind always. You have to go offshore. And the sun, you know, does shine. But we do have an abundance of other fuels. But the fact of the matter is we have leadership positions in these technologies, and it's important to maintain that. And we will build solar and wind where we can, typically geographically. Doesn't surprise anybody in this room that you're going to put windmills up where the wind blows, and that's in the middle of the country, and that's, you know, if we can do offshore and figure out how to, you know, tie that into our existing systems, there's an abundance of wind. But you have to put it where the wind blows. So you just can't simply mandate that Louisiana is 30% wind if, in fact, it has no wind. Same thing with solar. Out in the American West, we have plenty of solar, and so you see a lot of the solar being developed on federal lands and in places where there's a lot of private land in the Midwest where farmers might want to hedge their crop income by dedicating an acre of land and putting a windmill up. And in Iowa, you know, there's a lot of wind. So it's geographic. It's not one size fits all, but you can see an abundance of this growing. And just to make a finer point on that, of course, it's intermittent. You know, the sun doesn't shine 24 hours and the wind doesn't blow. It's quite erratic. But the grid operators have to figure all this stuff out, and that's where natural gas really comes out. With the combined cycle units, you really can ramp up and down very, very quickly. Nukes run as base load. You know, we do have some of the cleanest coal plants yet. We're not building any new coal plants, but in the U.S., that's why in the electricity sector, we've driven down emissions so much, but now it's the transportation sector that actually leads, you know, in emissions.
So let's finish up talking about foreign trade policy. So the foreign pollution fee, Bob Lighthizer, who was your colleague in the Trump administration, our U.S. trade representative, he, in his book, No Trade is Free, he specifically endorses the concept of a foreign pollution fee. And J.D. Vance, in his recent debate, again, my staff is texting me. He's talking about our foreign pollution fee. He was speaking about this sort of thing. So can you speak a little bit about using trade policy, the natural advantage of the United States when it comes to we've lowered their emissions, we've spent money, we have natural gas, and vis-a-vis a trade policy with some of our, frankly, potential adversaries to both either decrease emissions and or to increase our economy and or to improve our national security?
Yeah, you see, these are the types of questions you get when you're in front of the Senate for confirmation hearings, you know. So you usually begin by saying, well, thank you very much, Senator, for the question.
Yeah, but in front of the Senate, you never answer it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, thank you. It's very important because there's a marked disadvantage for U.S. producers and manufacturers. I mean, it's clear. There's no question about it. We've seen, you know, in the photovoltaic area, for example, we've seen petitions at Commerce about the unfair production and import of, you know, Chinese, either Chinese directly produced or imported through other countries. And it's a real concern. When I was at the department, I was given a list of 500 U.S. solar companies that went bankrupt because the Chinese got their hands on the wafer technology, the cell technology, the photovoltaic technology. They were producing that, ran U.S. businesses right out, took their IP, and then were producing it and selling it with essentially forced not forced, but cheap labor, potentially forced labor, and it just undermined, that whole economy. And policymakers, as you know, had worked so hard for years to develop the nascent solar industry here in the United States, only to lose it. And that's replicated over and over in almost all technologies. And so it's important that we recognize that, and we have in place what I call it, this is like the equalizer. Okay, this is basic fairness, right? As a consumer, you have choices to make on your products. You can choose a U.S. Made product, if you will, or something that's imported. And if you're knowledgeable about what went into making that, and if you add a tariff that essentially brings it up to parity with the price that the U.S. product is, the choice is easy. And as a consequence of making that choice, you address the fundamental fairness of this, you recognize the importance of the U.S. role, and you incent U.S. manufacturers to come from China back into the U.S., where you can now make and produce that product. And you solve the supply chain problems that all countries learned coming out of COVID. If you don't have an ability to make the commodities that you need for your people, how secure can you be? And secure energy source is a key to that. So that's the importance of what you're trying to do.
Now, some of the environmental left don't like our foreign pollution fee because they feel like you have to keep on banging on companies to lower their emissions or they won't do it voluntarily. But the way I think about this is that if a company, just because it's the right thing to do, but also for competitive advantage, if they continue to lower their emissions, then they will continue to increase the fee that a foreign competitor has to pay. So okay, if I'm producing here and I lower it by 50%, that's going to increase the difference between my company and a Chinese competitor, which is going to increase the fee that the Chinese competitor pays, and that will, of course, help my domestic company. And you can do that in a variety of ways. Somebody's going to speak about circularity today, where you take carbon and you reuse it and recycle it. I went down to Cornerstone Energy and CF Enterprises a week or two ago, and they're taking CO2 and they're using it in the process of making urea, which is a component of fertilizer. So they have so they're not just sequestering, they're not emitting, they are putting it into the circular economy. And that would be a way to further lower our emissions, increase the difference, increase the fee they pay, increase our economy. Any comments on all that?
Well, I think that there's probably not a person in this room that's not with a company that does not have a goal to drive down your emissions. Whether you're in a trade association or a company, I bet if I went to everybody's webpage, I bet you're going to have some Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions and how we're leading and we're taking every steps to minimize emissions. Everybody's doing that. I mean, we're all environmentalists. I've never encountered anybody that's not an environmentalist and wants to do this. So that's now embedded in our DNA. I mean, I think so. We're all committed to that. So U.S. products that can drive down emissions does become a premium because, as I had mentioned, remember, it's just not in the U.S. It's all countries that really have these emission targets. So if you can get a product that has low emissions, then that goes into your calculations of how you too are helping to save the world by doing what you can to minimize your emissions. Climate change is about emissions. It's not the fuel source that you use. We could have 100% coal if they put certain technology on and eliminated, all the emissions out of it. It's emissions that the issue is. So as a consequence, you have an economic incentive to purchase low emission products made in the United States to help meet global emission goals.
I think, I don't see Chrissy, but I think we were supposed to finish at the bottom of the hour. So, yes. And so we're getting the hook. Thank you all. There's about 10 more seats up here. Will you join me and give Mark a hand?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you so much, Mr. Menzies. What a great fireside chat and a great way to set the stage. I'm Chrissy. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to keep us on time. That's my job today. And it's my delight to introduce our next moderator, Dave Banks. He's a Republican advisor on energy, trade, and manufacturing policy, and he is going to moderate our next conversation on trade and energy policy.
Thank you, Chrissy, for that kind and warm introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely wonderful to be here in Baton Rouge. My first time, so it makes it even better for me. It's a real privilege and honor to participate in Senator Cassidy's launch of his Energy Security Summit. Before I introduce the panel, I'd like to make just a few quick remarks, comments that will reinforce what the Senator was saying. I think it's really important for folks out there to understand that U.S. economic and foreign policy making, at least for the foreseeable future, is going to be increasingly shaped by the geopolitical struggle with China, okay? As well as the preparation for a potential military conflict with China. Now, in practice, what this means is that we're going to have to take a really hard look at our supply chain vulnerability vis-a-vis the Chinese Communist Party, as well as the weakness of our industrial defense base. We need to be smart, we need to be focused on creating a strategy that accelerates the reshoring of key components of our supply chain back to the United States and away from Chinese control. We need to be looking at all the tools that we have, including policies such as the Senator's Foreign Pollution Fee Act, designed to address unfair trade practices that undermine U.S. workers and U.S. industry. And we need to do this fast, because when you're looking at a potential conflict with China, who knows? It could be a year, 3, 5 years. We need to think fast and be decisive. Now, we're lucky to have a great panel today, and we're joined by some of the premier experts in this space. First, Maureen Hedman is the co-founder and chairman of Silverado Policy Accelerator. She's a leading policy expert on the intersection of energy, environment, and the economy. Her government service includes Director of Environment and Natural Resources at the Office of the United States Trade Representative, where, by the way, she went head-to-head in negotiations against U.S. adversaries, including China. In addition, we're joined by Katrina Rourke, who is Senior Vice President for Policy at the Climate Leadership Council and Executive Director for their Climate and Trade Center. She collaborates with an innovative team of experts and diverse stakeholders to conduct pioneering research and explore innovative policy approaches and educate policymakers in support of protecting U.S. commercial interests and environmental protection. And we're also joined by Jim Connaughton, my former boss in the Bush administration, who's a nationally prominent energy, environment, technology expert as both corporate leader and White House policymaker. He's creatively developed market-based solutions to some of the world's most significant challenges, deploying innovative technology that promotes economic growth and reduces environmental impact. Now, we've only got about 25 minutes left for remarks, so unfortunately, we're not going to have time for Q&As from the audience, but I would ask if any of y'all have an interest in asking the questions, you can pull these wonderful people aside when they're not up here and ask them. So first round, let's do 5-minute responses. Please keep it as concise as possible. Maureen, we're going to start with you.
Thanks so much, Dave, and thanks everyone for being here today. It's a real pleasure to be back in Louisiana. Haven't been here since before the pandemic, and just thrilled to be here. Thank you for the beignets. Dave did a great job of kind of setting the table, and I'm going to try to plant 3 big ideas in your minds today about the stakes. So first of all, idea number 1, believing that fair competition can exist between market economies and state-directed strategic monopolies is a fool's errand. It's not just an unlevel playing field. It's playing with an adversary that has a complete and total disregard for the rules of the game, where there is no referee and where there are no consequences for cheating. China's state-directed industrial policies and subsidies create conditions that neither the market nor the rule of law would ever bear in this country. So idea number 2. The scope of cheating is vast, but cheating on environmental controls especially is very pernicious because the absolute cost margins are impossible to meet without violating our values. The Chinese Communist Party intentionally forgoes enforcement of environmental rules, and there is widespread evidence that among state-owned enterprises, this is especially pronounced. And it is also persistent up and down the value chain, so all of those benefits are compounded. So if you look at kind of like what's on offer here, these production cost benefits are very substantial. If you look at the parasitic losses, so the losses of operating overhead and environmental equipment inside a U.S. coal-fired power plant, it's about a 30% difference between gross and net power. And operating the air pollution control equipment alone is about 5 to 10%. Now, parasitic losses in China are higher for air pollution control equipment. That's about 20%. So if you look at any business, a 10 to 20% benefit by just not flipping a switch on your energy prices is going to put you in a position where no one can compete with you. I mean, that is just an impossible factor of competition. This reality is really borne out in the differences of production costs between the U.S. and China. So, for example, in the solar manufacturing industry, both the overhead and the materials costs are about a third cheaper in China than they are in the United States. A fair portion of this is truly attributed to this lack of environmental compliance. It's similar in the battery manufacturing sector, where materials costs are about 40% cheaper in China. Furthermore, I just want to mention that you'll find that environmental and labor crimes and all sorts of just things that aren't consistent with our values are fellow travelers. If you were to compare China's most polluting industries, there is a very sincere overlap between that and industries that have been implicated in the Uyghur Forced Protection Labor Act. So losing slave labor and completely ignoring their own rules in order to gain an advantage. Idea number 3. The stakes are high. As Dave mentioned, we're in a race to determine which nation and more importantly, which values will lead in the 21st century. The foundation of America's national security has always been its economic and industrial prowess. The CCP understands this, and they're working really hard to flip the script so they can become the sole global economic, military, and political power. And it's working. China has managed to dominate key supply chains, including much of the chemical and mineral processing markets. For example, China produces 85% of the world's polysilicon and 97% of the wafers used in solar cells. In the battery supply chain, it produces 93% of the world's manganese, 99% of the world's spherical graphite, and 91% of the anodes. Within the semiconductor supply chain, China produces 92% of the world's germanium and 98% of its gallium. These are 2 critical materials for which the CCP has shown a willingness to restrict or throttle supply in the face of economic or geopolitical disputes. So if you care about having a market economy, you care about breathing clean air, or the rule of law, or just frankly like the benefits of a free society, you should really care about the ways that the Chinese Communist Party is cheating to win. All of this points for a need for specialized tools to protect our values and our economic and national security. And fortunately, that's what we're here to discuss today. We need new and better tools in our arsenal to defend fairness and American interest in the global economy. Tools like the foreign pollution fee and other border fairness measures are going to be an essential part of that arsenal. And I really wanted to reiterate Dave's point is that time is of the essence. We don't have time to have a political debate about the need for the necessity of these tools. We need to get moving.
Yeah, thanks, Maureen. And look, when I worked for Mr. Trump, obviously President Trump was very, very focused on resurrecting U.S. leadership in manufacturing, and that is what really sort of pushed his position when it comes to trade policy. So it wasn't just the fact that he has never met a tariff that he doesn't like. He's really focused on U.S. manufacturing and what that means to the U.S. industrial defense base and our rivalry with China and our other adversaries. So I think that, so for example, we'd have these conversations about trade and manufacturing policy, and I get the question today: would you think that President Trump 2.0 would support something like the Senator's foreign pollution fee? Well, you've heard, of course, that his advisor Bob Lighthizer is very supportive of the concept of the policy, but I'm definitely here to tell you, yeah, I mean, if we can come up with a policy that creates a competitive advantage for the United States using our environmental performance and our superiority in environmental performance, I think the President will be there. So Katrina, to you, you've done a lot of groundbreaking research in this space, particularly, again, focused on the superiority of U.S. workers and U.S. industry when it comes to environmental performance. Can you give us a bit of an overview on your research, your findings, and just how much better is America when it comes to environmental performance vis-a-vis our adversaries?
Thanks, Dave. Thanks very much. Thanks for moderating, Senator. Thank you for convening this conversation, and thanks to your staff for getting this all done today. It's a real pleasure to be with y'all. The short answer to your question, Dave, is quite. The United States is quite a better environmental performer than many of our trading partners. To create $1 of value in the U.S. economy requires 44% fewer carbon emissions than to create that same $1 of value anywhere else in the world. 44%. This is an artifact of the United States emphasizing efficiency, having really robust values about environmental performance, and industry making investments over time to improve efficiency, innovate new pathways, and really sort of pioneer how to make basic materials, energy resources, steel, aluminum, chemicals with a lower carbon footprint than our trading partners. The sort of a thrust of my research is based in climate. I work for the Climate Leadership Council. I'm in this to lower global emissions. And so we wanted to just document what is the relative carbon intensity of performance in the United States economy versus our trading partners. Essential information because 25% of all global emissions are associated with goods that cross international borders in international trade. And so we want to know what relative competitiveness looks like because where you make something matters for the climate. If we want to lower global emissions, it's important to make more where we can do so most efficiently, and that just so happens to be in the United States. And so we studied the relative carbon intensity of production. On average, China requires 3.2 times the amount of emissions as the United States. Russia and India also 3 and 4 times more emissions than the United States, again to create the same $1 of value. And this is persistent across sectors. It's not just in electricity, it's not just in oil and gas, it's in things like ammonia production, it's in things like steel production. The United States is a really carbon efficient manufacturer. Maureen, you mentioned solar cells. United States manufacturers pioneered thin film solar manufacturing that has 90% fewer emissions than a conventional solar panel made in China with forced labor. This is a really profound carbon advantage, as we call it, that the United States can and should leverage to promote greater emissions reductions internationally and also to benefit the U.S. manufacturers and workers that have made the investments, the innovations necessary to get the United States into this competitive position that we find ourselves in today.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what I really love about this policy is the fact that it's an America First strategy when it comes to reducing global emissions, right? Because a U.S. America First strategy when it comes to manufacturing and supply chain security reduces emissions. And Senator Vance, his comments, if you haven't read them or heard them that he presented during the debate, you should, because they were incredibly concise and just right on the point. That again, if we're going to reduce global emissions, if we care about climate and the environment at all, we should produce here in the United States. Period. So, Jim, you spent a lot of time in international environmental negotiations. You've been head of delegation. Had the pleasure again of serving under you. You've also served as the president's senior advisor on these issues. So let's pretend you're back in the role. What are you going to tell the next president what to do?
Thanks, Dave. Great to see you all, and Senator, thanks for your sustained leadership on this topic. What I'm going to do is three things. One is talk about the opportunity in response to the problem statement you just heard. Secondly, I want to then focus specifically on the legislation that Senator Cassidy has been leading on and putting forward. And then third, I want to talk about unleashing more productivity and output from America. So three things I want to do. So first, the opportunity set. Let's understand, we are still the most competitive producer, the most productive producer in the world, and we do it with the most stringent environmental health and safety controls and this other crazy bureaucracy and other things we have to put up with all over the country. So it's like we're running for the goal line, but we've got 10 tackles on our back. Okay, imagine what would happen if we unleashed that energy again. All right, so when I look at the world and I look at the foreign competition issue, Dave is exactly right. We're in a realignment. We're going into a bipolar world. We just have to face that. Okay, we had failed promises from China, 25 years old now. The idea was right in 2000 to engage China. The idea is wrong to suspect that they'll do anything differently. Okay, so we learned. All right, and so we just have to move on. Russia's in the same place. What you're seeing in the Middle East, what you're seeing Central America, South America, we're becoming encircled by autocracies, but with a ton of allies. Okay, and so step one has to be how do we engage our allies, our allied free market, capitalist, democratic partners, like we did when we originally created the G7 before we insanely included Russia. But we need to re-engage our buddies. Now, that's at the core of Senator Cassidy's bill, actually, is creating new partnership, new alignment on national security, on energy security, on economic security, and on environmental security. Okay? So we have to realign around those topics. Now, why is that a great thing? Because we're actually really good at it. Okay? And if we can get our partners engaged, so it's not just about us doing better at home, which we can, and especially here in Louisiana, actually, but by doing better at home, we can now enable countries that want to be like us to succeed as well. And that's why the trading system is so important to rebalance it. Okay, so it can't be this blanket approach. It has to be an approach where we are partnering with our allied interests in opposition to those who actually want to do us harm, do actual harm. And that's really the heart of the senator's bill. I'll just tell one anecdote, which is we had fracking. Okay, we had fracking. What happened with fracking? Well, in 2005, the legislation passed that gave a permit waiver for fracking. It said if you do a certain type of exploration, drilling, as long as you comply with standards and as long as you comply with the law, just go do it. Okay, but one little waiver in a piece of legislation in 2005 gave us the most explosive growth that America's seen since the 1970s. Okay, because we let people go explore and build. And it was on state land and private land. Right? We weren't stuck with the logjam of being on federal land. But just one little legislative fix dramatically put us in economic security, gave us enough energy to be able to export it as well to support our allies, see what happened with Russia, and we made a fortune off of it. Okay? Everybody's home energy bills went down, so it was a net addition to GDP. We also had in 2007 the lighting efficiency mandate. By the way, it was a mandate, but it was a market-based mandate. It said, all right, light bulb guys, you can be a lot more efficient. We're going to give you a goal to go after, 70% in 10 years. We're not going to tell you how, not going to tell you where, not going to tell you how much to spend. You just have to be 70% more efficient. So you know what happened? In 6 years, American innovators figured it out, and we're now not just producing for America, but we're producing for the world, and we lowered the world's energy bill by 7%. Okay? The entire world is saving 70% of energy because of legislative program with American innovation. Okay, this is all profitable economic gain and profitable environmental gain. Okay, so we can do that again and again and again in this construct. Now, the nature of the bill. What I love about the bill is it focuses on these partnerships, and it says, and we're going to level the playing field with those who've failed in the system. What I would suggest as the bill evolves, and please take a look at it, is we know we can be successful because we did it before. There's this thing called the Montreal Protocol on ozone-depleting substances back in the late 80s. Ronald Reagan and George Shultz. Okay? And we wanted to reduce stratospheric ozone levels. And that required the whole globe to act. But we knew that much of the globe wouldn't act, but we would. And so it wasn't even a question to Congress. In legislation that passed with only one negative vote, we said, we're going to do this treaty, America's going to go first, but we're not going to give our foreign adversaries an economic advantage, and we're going to put in place basically a pollution fee for ozone-depleting substances. We did that back in 1989. It wasn't even a question in the Congress that we needed to do that because China and India and others had 20, 30 years longer to comply. We knew we had to level the playing field. One, we needed to protect our own manufacturers here. And two, abroad, we didn't want to move our emissions overseas. Okay, the real result of what's happened with climate change, for example, is emissions are going up globally because we've been pushing our energy-intensive manufacturing over there. So emissions are going up at an increasing rate, even as they're coming down here. We shouldn't claim success for that. We did it on the backs of the American worker, and we caused an increase in emissions overseas. So we just have to stop that. So that's, those are the key points. We've done it. We can do it again. Finally, on permitting, we should just let people build and comply. We should just skip permitting. Okay? All of our manufacturers, all of our energy developers know how to comply with the law. Just like they do for health and safety. Let them build and have inspection and enforcement for non-compliance. So just flip the system over. Why don't we put our bureaucrats on people who don't want to comply and take them off the 99.9% of American producers who know how to comply? You end up with the same result as it happens, but you get rid of bureaucracy and the cost of producing all of this new energy, all of these manufacturing facilities. We can cut that by a half to a third just because everything can get built faster. All right, so those are the 3 points.
Thank you, Jim. Maureen and Katrina, y'all have been working with energy-intensive industry, key to our industrial defense base, right? If you could you sort of address how the Senator's foreign pollution fee could help sort of resurrect, bolster the U.S. industrial defense base along with our supply chain?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, these sort of market manipulations happen up and down the supply chain. In addition to caring about the end product, we also really care about reshoring all parts of the supply chain or friendshoring the supply chain. So the unique aspect of the Senator's bill is not just that it creates a very particular, like, well-scaled incentives around the differences between our good performance and maybe less desirable performance overseas, but it also opens up the opportunity for partnerships, and that's really important. I'm a former U.S. trade negotiator, and you never want to come to the table if you don't have any leverage. And so from an economic and sort of negotiating perspective, one of the most valuable things about this bill and this policy is the ability to, A, bring people to the table and incentivize that, and to give the U.S. tremendous leverage that is ongoing to get countries to supply in the way that we, in a more competitive way over time and in a more environmentally sound way over time, to promote two-way trade. That's good for us. It means we're going to have more manufacturing laborers and more manufacturing in America. I think that's an undeniable force for good for our society. And also gives this sort of ongoing virtuous ability to hold both our allies and our adversaries' feet to the fire when it comes to economic and environmental performance, which of course has a very strong linkage with national security, because when you have the markets and you have that baked in sort of certainty, you want the oceans to kind of stay calm.
Thank you. Katrina?
Thanks, Dave. So, back to this notion of President Trump never saw a tariff he didn't like. One of the steps that he took in office was to introduce what we call the 232 tariffs on imports of steel and aluminum for national security reasons. You need to have domestic production of steel and aluminum to build roads and bridges and factories and homes and all of those things, but you also need it to build weapons, warplanes, ships. And the domestic production of those really crucial metals was being threatened by the non-market high emissions practices undertaken particularly by China, driving prices down on the global marketplace so far that it became really difficult for domestic producers of the highest quality version of those materials to be competitive, even in the U.S. market, threatening closures of facilities that we need for the national defense. And so by undertaking this adjustment at the border for imports of steel and aluminum, not only did we sort of protect domestic producers that we need for national security, we wound up lowering the emissions intensity of the steel and the aluminum that we consume domestically because we drove competitors out of the market that produce with non-market high emissions intensity practices. There's a direct link between lowering global emissions, lowering emissions in the domestic economy, and promoting our national security. And it's through driving support to American manufacturers that we need.
No, thank you. Thank you. So I take it that the three of you are big fans of the senator's approach. Awesome. I think, I got, this has been a few years ago, I suppose, but I had this interview with Fox News. And the reporter we were talking about the importance of manufacturing to the United States economy. And the reporter was like, oh, come on, really? Manufacturing, we're just not going to be able to resurrect and recapture the leadership in certain manufacturing sectors. The future of the United States is IT, right? Technology. And I'm like, guy, you can't win a war against China with Google, right? You got, as Katrina was saying, and folks up here, you got to have an industrial defense base. It's got to be strong. It's got to be vibrant in order to compete against China. Again, just in case, we got to prepare for it, and for the potential military conflict. And by preparing for it, you reduce the probability of that conflict. So I want to thank everyone for participation. I think it was a great panel and discussion. But we do have a few more minutes left. Any closing thoughts? Jim.
I just want to say that we do have an opportunity to grow our economy, by 4 or 5% a year if we unleashed our economy. By unleashing our economy, we unleash our alliances. Okay? People want to be more like us and work with us. The centerpiece of that activity is right here, right? Because this is an energy economy here in Louisiana. We send it out, we bring it in. It's an agricultural community here. We send it out, we bring it in, and it's a manufacturing powerhouse in terms of high stakes, high yield throughput. So this state embodies what we can achieve, again, if we open up our alliances and we shut down our adversaries. So just want to underscore, and again, the bill and the companion products around it in Washington, but also what you're doing here in the state, you are the center of success. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, what he said. I want to celebrate the senator's leadership on this. I come to this subject again because I care about lowering global emissions. But my voice, my sort of perspective isn't the only one that finds a home in this policy set. The senator, better than anybody, has articulated how global climate interests, domestic security interests, economic security and job creation interests are all buoyed by this same solution set. And that's bringing together a really unique network of stakeholders working to tackle this policy set, create and advance a policy that's going to enhance climate, economic, and national security. And it's really marvelous to be part of this. It is urgent. We need to move quickly. And the senator's leadership has brought together a whole heck of a lot of interesting stakeholders to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. Maureen, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. We need to be able to give U.S. businesses freedom and fairness because they will take care of the rest. I've worked with manufacturers the balance of my career, and I know how great you are. I will always be long on America and always be long on American manufacturing for that reason. So it's about freedom and fairness, and then it's also about giving folks in Washington, which I know are unpopular, but the tools that we need to deal with the adversary at hand. And I believe this bill does this. I am extremely grateful to Senator Cassidy for his leadership here, and I really hope this is just the first step in growing support on what is truly, I think, a pivotal policy for the United States.
Thank you, Maureen. Let's give the hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, Maureen, Katrina, and Jim for a fantastic panel. I'm delighted to turn things back over to my boss, Senator Cassidy. He's going to moderate a panel discussion with a group of CEOs, each of whom have made major investments in Louisiana and occupy a very important space in the energy sector. We have Massimo Toso. He's the president and CEO of Boozy Unisem. David Hardy, the group EVP and CEO of For Americas for Orsted. We have Caroline Riley, who's the co-founder and CEO of Aluminum Technologies. We have Drew Marsh, the chairman of the board and CEO of Entergy. And last but not least, we have Mark Widmar, the CEO of First Solar. Over to you, sir.
Got it. Got it. Hey, thank y'all for being on. It really set the stage. And we have an array of CEOs. So, and by the way, I want to say a couple things. It was nice to get the props in terms of our policy, but I want to point out that the Louisiana legislature, when John Bell was the governor, and John Bell may be here, but the Louisiana legislature, run by Republicans, with a Democratic governor, unanimously passed a resolution that the United States should adopt a foreign pollution fee type concept of taxing the carbon as it comes into our border. That's number one. Number two, I also want to point out, in case there's some misconceptions, my policy does not have a domestic carbon tax. Some confuse taxing carbon at the border with a domestic carbon tax. I oppose that. I think it's a bad idea, and I give you all the reasons why, but that's not. And number three, there's still some more seats up here for those of you in the back. A few people have cleared out. And number four, there's a cell phone right there, so if somebody's missing their cell phone, it's right up there on the corner. Let's start. Massimo, you make concrete.
I do.
And so with that, we have spoken about how our environmental standards put us at a cost disadvantage. And that if China and other countries do not enforce environmental standards, lowering their cost of production, one, we get worse atmospheric carbon emissions, but two, it puts our workers out of business. Now, you are in a very emissions-intense, you make a very emissions-intense product. Can you comment on that? And what is the outlook for domestic production of cement if we don't do anything?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, and thank you for your leadership in all those kinds of bills that can help our manufacturer. I'm Massimo Toso, president of Boozy Unisem USA. It's a cement company. And I'm also chairman of the PCA, is the Portland Cement Association, which represents all the domestic cement manufacturers in the U.S. So yes, let me just put in a perspective what is cement and concrete. By the way, cement and concrete, maybe most of you use the same way. They are different. So cement and concrete are not the same product. And just to clarify, usually when I have this kind of opportunity, I just, sorry to bother you with a very, very short lecture. Cement, concrete is a kind, if you think about bread, concrete is the bread, and cement is the flour. So you need to put other ingredients to have the bread. So that's the point for cement. Going to more serious topic, the production in the consumption of cement in the U.S. is around 120 million tons per year. The domestic production right now, we cannot produce all the cement players, 90 kilns, 90 companies, 90 plants, sorry, less companies. We produce around 90 million tons of cement. So we already, right now, we have to import to build our infrastructure, to build whatever we do with cement. You know what we do with cement, everything, you can have cement everywhere. We already import more than 26 million tons per year. So most of the countries where we import cement, they don't have all the environmental regulation we do have. They don't have all the laws. They don't have all the regulations. So we already have a disadvantage right now. So we do appreciate the effort by Senator Cassidy and his colleagues to put in place a carbon border adjustment mechanism called CBAM. Actually, we should have already now, because we are already competing, we are already suffering for this situation. But even more complicated, what's going to happen in the next years? Maybe somebody mentioned in the previous panel, Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Yes, as cement players, we have a commitment to become carbon neutral by 2050. It means to reduce completely our emission of CO2. And it means that it's an important effort that will require a lot of investment. I'm going to quote, it's not our data, it's DOE, Department of Energy. They think that for the cement industry to be able to reduce and to achieve our carbon neutral goal, the industry overall in the US will need between 60 billion up to 120 billion dollars until mid-century. The entire industry, our turnover per year is 14 billion per year. So you guys, it's easy for you to understand. Without the help by the government, without the help of tax credit or whatever, that will be a big challenge for us to stay competitive and to maintain the cement production in the U.S.
And just to be clear, I'm asking this, if somebody moves production overseas currently and takes those jobs with them and weakens our economy, they don't have to use our environmental regulations, and they can just bring that stuff back.
Absolutely, exactly. Well, actually, it's happening somehow. It's happening already because the cement consumption in the U.S. is going up, luckily for many reasons. We need to invest in infrastructure, you know that, but we cannot produce more here. We have so many constraints, and now, Senator, we could start talking about permitting process. If we want, I see a lot of people smiling. Yeah, you cannot understand how many scars I have in my back to try to get the right permits. That's the point.
And Mark, going to you. Mark, First Solar CEO, making a huge investment over in New Iberia. We love that. We love the jobs. We need more of them. Bring them back. But you are doing solar panels, and you have a similar story to tell. Do you want to kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for this conference. And I loved one of your comments that you said early on. This is about fairness, and I don't hear that a lot. So when I go to D.C., I hear a lot about protection, right? And we, as an American company, a passionate company that we look to ourselves as America's solar company, we can outcompete. All we need is fairness, right? So between American ingenuity, passion, creativity, and know-how, we can outcompete, but we need fairness. So I really appreciate you actually starting with your opening comments today, mentioning fairness, because that's what this is really about. We're making an investment in Iberia for our third, actually, expansion in the U.S. For another about 3.5 gigawatts of production. And it's about $1 billion investment. And we've always focused here in America first.
That was $1 billion.
Yeah, $1 billion.
With a B.
With a B, yeah, it's with a B. And, you know, we're focusing around a U.S. domestic supply chain and partnerships. So everything we do is within the four walls of our factory, and we localize our supply chain. So our glass suppliers are here in the U.S., our steel suppliers are here in the U.S., even getting down to some small components like adhesives and everything else are actually here in the U.S. We believe that that creates an opportunity to differentiate ourselves in terms of providing certainty to our customers. We also focused on how do we make sure that what we do is a responsible solar way of what we do. Someone mentioned in the last panel, I think, around our carbon emissions are 90% lower than our competition who produce in China. Our water consumption is a fraction of what they do and what they use in China. Our energy payback, so the amount of energy that goes into our technology and then is the payback by the generation of the electrons, the carbon-free electrons that we create, is a fraction of our competition. And those are all things that we've done to embrace a strategy around responsible solar and believing in what we do and creating a sustainable product technology and enabling our customers to value that and to benefit from that as well. We've always had a strategy around circular economy as well. Everything we do is recycled. So we've got a differentiated approach of what we do, which we create value. But at the same time, if we all aren't sort of held to the same standards, the value equation that I'm creating for our customers is really overcome by the cheap solar panels that are being brought in from China that don't have the same standards of which we hold ourselves accountable to, or what other requirements are around importing of that technology, which creates an unfair playing field. And all we want is fairness to allow us to thrive and to innovate and to create value not just for solar, but to create value for the economy. So our manufacturing footprint here in the U.S., with the supply chain that we created, will create 30,000 jobs in the U.S. and will create $2.8 billion of annual payroll. So the value of manufacturing, I think in the last conversation, was like, look, we're an IT industry and an economy. We don't need manufacturing. That's false. We need manufacturing. We need the job creation. We need the value that we're creating. $2.8 billion of annual payroll. We're going into communities, not only here in Louisiana, but in Alabama and elsewhere, and our supply chain as well, where these are communities that manufacturing has gone away from. We just opened up a new glass factory in our partner, our supplier did, in Pennsylvania. You know, we buy, as a single company, we're 20% of the glass market in the U.S. So think about automotive, everything, we're 20%. We just enabled a new idle facility in western Pennsylvania to come online. And the investments that we're making there to help that community grow and thrive, you start to see that economic prosperity in these small communities. And then it just cascades itself because their supply chain then benefits from that. So their suppliers that may be in Wyoming for soda ash, which is a key component that goes into in the glass, or it could be the silica and the sand that comes from Michigan. This supply chain cascades itself. The more we can create here, the more value opportunity that there is. And these local communities, these people that just want to have an opportunity, give them the opportunity. You know, and that's what we're trying to do. But we need that level playing field. We need that fairness that we can all sort of enable an opportunity here in the U.S. and allow the American citizens to really create the ingenuity and the value that we can as we think about the energy diversification that we're moving forward with.
So Maureen or Katrina spoke about the increased cost, relatively speaking, in the U.S. of compliance with our regulatory regime, of controlling emissions, not using slave labor, et cetera. What is that differential? Which is to say, if we don't have a policy which levels the playing field, how much of a cost disadvantage are you? I'll toss it to you.
So right now, if you look at because of the subsidies and the unfair benefits that a lot of our competition gets in China, we're about a 40% disadvantage. Now, I will tell you, roll back 2-3 years, and we were advantaged. What China has done is they've actually stepped on the accelerator. You know, as they've created their 2025 plan for world dominance, and not just with solar, but for wind and for batteries, which become storage, and for electrolyzers that become hydrogen, they've stepped on the accelerator. And so what's happening now is that the opportunity for us as being a global player, because we do manufacture outside of the U.S. as well, is becoming even more challenging because of China's view right now. They're struggling with their property industry, and they're trying to figure out what else they do to kind of artificially inflate their economy. So they're just creating more overcapacity, and they're trying to dump that into international markets. And they're doing that with unfair advantages, not just around emissions, but other subsidies and benefits that they have. And we're while we're still competing and we're holding our own, it's becoming more and more challenging each and every day. And I think someone else mentioned in the last panel is that 500 companies have gone out of business over, you know, we've been in this industry for a quarter of a century, right? We're one of the founders, one of the pioneers, and we've been able to sustain the onslaught that we've seen from the Chinese. No one else has, right? And, you know, we're passionate that we can continue to innovate, but at a point in time, we may not be able to. And that's why we've got to get to this point of fairness.
Caroline, I enjoyed our very first conversation ever, because you mentioned your dad started, but you're an engineer and you've continued. A Tulane grad for my Tulane professor out there. You've continued to think about how we resurrect aluminum production in the United States. Very energy intensive, lots of emissions, et cetera. Take 5 or so minutes and please comment on that.
Well, I'm not an engineer, but I grew up with reactors in my backyard. My father was great. So in 2005, we decided to just revolutionize the way aluminum is made. I'm sure many of you don't really understand how it's made, but it's an important strategic metal in the United States and in the world. It enabled flight. It's the key enabler of the low carbon economy. We need it for lightweighting. We need it. So, excuse me, I don't know what I have in my throat. But the problem with aluminum is it's one of the dirtiest, nastiest polluting processes on the planet. You know, it's an environmental nightmare. So making aluminum accounts for about 2 to 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. You know, there's a lot of attention on steel and cement, but on a per unit basis, it's 16 times worse than steel. So some of that, it's 3 separate processes, let's say. But after strip mining, there's a refining, and then there's the smelting. Some of that pollution, a lot of that pollution is evident just here in Louisiana, where, you know, all along the southern Mississippi River, next time you fly west out of the city, you can see all the red mud lakes. Red mud lakes is just another nice term for caustic, toxic waste. There's one refinery left in the United States, and that's right here in Gramercy, between here and New Orleans. It's the largest emitter of mercury in the state, top 10, I think 4th or 5th in the country, I'm not sure. So, you know, they're very good people running that operation. It's just the nature of the beast, you know. And if we're not doing it, you know, the emerging nations like Jamaica and China and Guyana, they want to start refining. They're not going to put any kind of environmental. They're going to just dump that caustic waste right into the rivers and the oceans, and it has serious long-term, you know, effects. So over the past 20 years, China's overtaken global production. The U.S. used to be the world leader, but now only has 1% of production. We have 4 operating smelters in the country, 2 of them really operating in full production. The other 2 are mostly idled, and the 1 refinery here in Gramercy. Now, China produces over 55% of global aluminum metal. Now, that's just to give you perspective. 7% of all of China's electricity goes towards making aluminum metal. That's how consumptive it is. So, and to make matters worse, 95+% of that energy is produced using coal-fired power plants. So, to make matters even worse, as if it's not already bad, they have very little environmental equipment upon these smelters. They're literally burning, you know, to smelt aluminum, you're burning carbon anodes in a fluoride bath, releasing perfluorocarbons, which are the worst greenhouse gas possible. Those go straight to the top of the atmosphere and stay there for, I don't know, indefinitely, 25,000 years, more, nobody really knows. But they're the worst kind, which I think is where we should really focus. But anyway, enough of the bad news. The good news is we started thinking about this problem 20 years ago. Literally in 2005, we started our company. We had a great group of dedicated engineers, mostly retired, who were committed to figuring out this problem. So, you know, we're a hard tech, unlike computer tech. It's complicated, it's capital expensive, it's dangerous. You know, there's a lot of compliance. But thank God we're located here in Louisiana, because we've really been able to leverage all the know-how here. Honestly, you know, we get all the oil and gas, you know, we've been able to fabricate all our reactors and cells and all the equipment for our experiments because of the know-how here. And so, you know, but wait a minute. I'm so sorry about that. So, but aluminum is just not all that we do. The thing I'm really most excited about is that we're going to start a new age of metallurgy in the United States, because we approach this in a different way, separating these essential components. We can literally extract so many things from the dirt. Like, we've been using clay from Arkansas and Georgia, and depending on what's in there, like gallium or tantalum, we can extract those in a chloride form. But and then we can also produce high purity alumina, which is important for lithium-ion batteries, and synthetic graphite, synthetic sapphire for optics. And so, but I think one of the best parts of our process is that our byproduct, instead of leaving behind that horrific red mud waste, be sure to look outside the plane, is a pozzolan. Our byproduct is a pozzolan material. It's a supplementary cementitious material. So the Romans understood this. They used volcanic ash to make in their mix to create the aqueducts, the Pantheon. That's why those buildings last for the millennia. You know, they don't last for a couple decades. They last for millennia. So that's our byproduct that we can churn out at like a 3 to 4 1 ratio.
Yes, and hopefully in our strategy to become carbon neutral, we have several pillars. One of the pillars is to have a blended cement. It's a cement with a lower carbon content and the possibility to use that kind of pozzolanic material on top of being something that the Romans were using, so I'm very happy about that. And we can reduce our carbon intensity. That would be a good synergy.
Our big challenge is that now, you know, we've been doing this completely under the radar for 20 years. We're ready to scale up. We're ready to go big. And we only get interest from foreign entities. No, we're doing this in the United States. And so I am thrilled with the work you're doing. I'm over the moon. I think it's really important because China is the elephant in the room. And, you know, investors don't really want to invest in these kind of projects. There's so much money to be made, you know, in computer tech. But this is an important thing, and I think it has serious geopolitical consequences.
So the consistent theme is that our industry has migrated overseas, that our jobs have gone with them, that we have been left vulnerable, but that we can use technology and our investment and indeed our values to bring those jobs back, to bring that manufacturing back, and to do something positive geopolitically. Dave Hardy with Ørsted, offshore wind. They're building a boat, having a boat built for them down at Schwest, I think, is building one of your boats.
It's built.
Built. You need another one and another and another. But can you comment, because we've been talking more traditional energy and you're talking next step. So please.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation to be here, Senator. Hello, everyone. My name is David Hardy. I'm the America CEO for a company called Ørsted. Might not be a household name, but we're one of the largest green energy companies in the world, Danish parent. We're primarily known for offshore wind, as the Senator mentioned, but we also have a very big onshore solar and onshore wind and onshore storage business as well. We have about 6 gigawatts installed. My business is developing, constructing, operating power plants, infrastructure plants, and I sell electrons. So I'm an energy company CEO, supplier of mine here. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, very focused on trying to do as much U.S. Manufacturing, U.S. supply chain as possible. So on our solar project, for example, we use First Solar We use U.S. tracking systems, U.S. battery manufacturing, U.S. inverters, so a very, very strong focus on the U.S. supply chain on the wind side. Likewise, obviously, onshore wind and solar are pretty mainstream now. There's quite a bit of experience building those projects, but offshore wind in the U.S. especially is pretty nascent. My company, Ørsted, is the world leader in offshore wind. We built the first offshore wind project more than 30 years ago. We have about 10 gigawatts, so maybe 5 million home equivalent of power generation in offshore wind across the globe, primarily in Northern Europe, but also Taiwan and here. The U.S., by way of context, we have 174 megawatts of offshore wind. I think we're 14th in the world. Comparatively, there's probably like 25 gigawatts, so 25,000 megawatts compared to our 174. We're way, way, way behind. The good news is that we completed America's first commercial scale offshore wind farm earlier this year off the coast of Rhode Island, powering Long Island, New York, and we're building 2 large-scale offshore wind projects in the same region in the Northeast. One powering Connecticut and Rhode Island, and a second one powering New York. When those are all built, they'll be about 1,700 megawatts. Again, if you don't speak energy, that's the equivalent. Offshore wind is the least intermittent renewable energy source, so closer to base load like a traditional power plant. And so that 1,700 megawatts will power around maybe like 900,000 homes. So it's these are pretty significant power plants, kind of the equivalent of like 2 big nuclear power plants. I guess, when I think about the opportunity, first off, when we talk about billions, my budget last year was $6 billion. This year's $5 billion. We're planning to spend $20 billion on U.S. energy infrastructure between now and the end of the decade. And so it's a big investment in this country. It's construction jobs, obviously, O&M, operation and maintenance jobs for the life of these projects, obviously, but also we're enabling lots of manufacturing jobs, infrastructure construction jobs, et cetera. So we've built bespoke ports. We've enabled factories so far on the supply chain side for cables, for foundations, and as you said, ships here in Louisiana. Also offshore platforms here in Louisiana and Texas. So we're utilizing the offshore oil and gas industry to help build up the U.S. offshore industry. So we can trace back, just from our 3 projects in the Northeast, we can trace back supply chain jobs in 40 states across the U.S. So it's broader than just the liberals out in the Northeast wanting offshore wind. It's a national supply chain enablement, but it's also an all of the above energy strategy. As the energy demand grows in the U.S. due to reshoring of manufacturing, the AI boom, EV penetration, electrification of heat, et cetera, we know that electricity demand is growing rapidly across the U.S. And as Mark Menes said, there's certain regions of the country where it's really cost effective to do renewables. In the Northeast, it's one of the main solutions. There are obviously a lot of population density, so you can't do onshore renewables. They don't have gas pipelines, and it would take a while with our current regime to permit a new nuclear plant or something else. And so offshore wind becomes one of the solutions for us to produce electricity in that region. Whether you care about green or not, it actually is one of the few ways where you can produce a lot of electrons. And so it's about energy independence, energy security, national defense, all of those things that you've talked about, Senator. And so I'm just excited to be here and be a part of the dialogue and think about how how we can continue to, I think I said it, but I'm a U.S. Navy veteran. I care a lot about our national defense. I care a lot about our global competitiveness, and I care a lot about our ability to compete globally, and energy's at the core of that. We've got to have, we can't be slowed in our ability to generate new electricity, whether it's gas or nuclear or renewables. We've got to be able to bring these energy infrastructure projects online so that we can continue to build our global leadership in general across all these sectors.
Thank you, David. I'm now going to call on Drew, but I want to recognize former Senator Mary Landrieu in the audience, who has been very involved in a lot of this. Okay, Drew, CEO of Entergy. We know that economic growth and energy use, they're like tight. They go together. And every one of these folks has a vision, or else already is using a lot of electricity, or they're going to produce electricity to the grid. And it seems like you're the man. You're the one who's got to take their energy and translate it into a productive process at a lower emission profile to increase our competitiveness abroad, so that we have this economic growth employing more Americans, et cetera. How are you addressing that? What are the challenges? What, if somebody's watching, what do they need to know as regards what you're doing?
Well, thank you very much, Senator, for inviting me. I'm very privileged to be here today to speak to these topics. Your question could probably take an hour to discuss. I'll say that there is, we are a company of 3 million customers. Most of those are residential customers, but almost half of our sales come from industrial customers. Certainly along the coast here in Louisiana, along the river corridor between here and New Orleans, the Lake Charles area, stretching around to the Houston area, a large industrial manufacturing base. We have a lot of advantages here along the coast. We have the river, we have the ports, so we have access to global markets. We have abundant energy infrastructure. We have a lot of transportation infrastructure to get anywhere in the U.S. We have supportive communities. We have some of the lowest energy costs in America. And all of that means we have a significant advantage for manufacturing. In fact, over the last 14 years, our industrial sales have grown at over 5% compounded annually, which is really the envy of the electric industry, because that kind of growth hasn't been happening for a long time. There are a lot of reasons why that will continue, but these customers, these traditional customers, are auto manufacturers, steel manufacturers, the LNG exporters that we were talking about earlier, petrochemical facilities, chlor-alkali facilities, companies that are making and manufacturing things. Their margins are very thin. They have to compete around the world to manufacture, and their margins are very, very thin. And of course, I think Mark Menzies was talking about everybody's an environmentalist, and of course we have a lot of rules here about being clean, and it makes it hard. Mark was talking about the disadvantages that we have manufacturing solar panels here in the U.S. Trying to keep all that in perspective, we are very much into economic development, but that is keeping that level playing field is very important for our manufacturing. Looking forward, we see all those advantages that we talk about, and we see the opportunity for even more. There is some of the clean energy benefits that are out there, some of the things that are opportunities from carbon capture that were supported with the Infrastructure Act that you supported, Senator, and other things. Those are really significant opportunities for us to up our game from a clean energy perspective and become further our advantages and become a real leader in the world. We are looking at some of the carbon capture opportunities for our own plants. In fact, we have a FEED study going on at the Lake Charles plant. It's a 1,000-megawatt gas turbine that is one of the most efficient on the Gulf Coast if we can actually make it clean from a CO2 perspective. That's a huge opportunity for our customers who also want to be clean. They are looking for ways to lower the costs of getting clean energy to deal with their Scope 2 emissions, and we can help provide that to them. Not only that, beyond where we are providing them electricity, a lot of our industrial manufacturing facilities are also using a lot of their own. They're using gas, or they're using diesel to fire their own facilities because they need a lot of heat. If we can create an opportunity to continue to widen the infrastructure for CO2 along the Gulf Coast, that's a huge opportunity for our manufacturers to lower their costs to clean up their own emissions in their own facilities for other things that they're doing.
So what you're doing is being driven by your customer demanding that they have cleaner burning fuel and or lower emissions, correct?
Absolutely, and helping them deal with the low margins that they have to deal with to compete around the world.
And so, and those low margins, so it means that you have to do it at a lower cost, but just to make the point, they are exporting to markets like Europe, which demand that they have lower emission profile, correct?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
And you're part of that.
Absolutely. We are part of that, and our customers want to participate in that, and they are driving us to try to figure these things out.
And now, so is it fair to say, and I'm just going to toss this open, that where a company decides to expand, to create more jobs, is somewhat dependent upon the environment within that state or that country that helps them lower their emissions at a lower cost? Did you follow the question?
Absolutely, and I'll let the guys that are actually building manufacturing facilities down there to answer that too. But we are very much involved in the economic development here in Louisiana, and of course in Mississippi, Arkansas, and in East Texas, and we are helping our communities to compete against other places in the world to land these manufacturing, to land these jobs, to land this economic development.
Ms. Ismail, you want to take that on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Each industry, and cement is one of those, we want to produce in a more sustainable way, in a greener way. We want to pollute less. We want to improve even more. We already have a lot of stringent regulations. We are by far cleaner than 10, 20, 30 years ago. But having said that, we are concerned about a possible new regulation on the horizon, that the possibility to increase our cost even further, that could become reduce our competitiveness. For example, right now EPA is proposing a few regulations for the what we have, a pollution PM is called 2.5. I don't want to bother you with all the details, but it's the kind of small particulate that we can emit through our stack. And sometimes there is no technical way to achieve that result. So again, we want to be better. We want to improve our emission, but in a feasible way, in a way that we can manage. Otherwise, they will put in jeopardy the possibility to keep producing here. Just a comment I didn't mention before, just again to put in the perspective. In the world, there is more or less 4 billion tons of cement produced every year. Not a surprise, more than 50% is produced in China. So the entire America production is less than 2%. So that's just to give you the possibility, the magnitude that China or other countries have to flood our country by cement if we are not able to maintain our competitiveness.
And Mark, again, take these policies, because you have a lot of people who are very concerned about the economic growth of our state and our nation. You are a person making $1 billion investment with, I understand, future investments. You tell us, what is your company looking at when you make those $1 billion investments, and how do we make our state more likely to be the recipient of those investments?
Yeah, so there's a pretty thorough evaluation process. We do a site selection process and evaluation of a handful of criteria that we need to sort of evolve and inform our views around where we're going to make that investment and that commitment. One of them is access to power, and it's one of the challenges right now. It's not only getting access to power, but you also have to have a view of cost competitiveness, and then eventually, we've got a commitment to be 100% renewable energy for all of our factories, not only here in the U.S. but globally by 2028. Because my customers, in some cases, like some of the hyperscalers, the Microsofts of the world and others, make that a requirement.
Define a hyperscaler.
Hyperscaler is a big data center for AI. So it's the Metas of the world, it's the Googles, it's the Microsofts, it's the Apples and others, right? So Amazon, yeah. So they're the ones that are sort of making that as a requirement to their supply chain to have sustainable renewable energy and managing their emissions. But so access to power is one, affordability is another, and then a strategy around how do we create renewable energy over time. The other one, though, is the community and the involvement in the you mentioned UL. I mean, the support that we've gotten from UL and having the programs there that can evolve and create the technicians and the engineers that we need. One of the things that that we talk about strategies in manufacturing in the U.S. and I think sometimes people get too myopic and they say it's all about job creation. It's important, and I gave you the numbers around that, but the reality to be competitive in the U.S. is that automation is not a four-letter word, right? It is something we all have to embrace and we have to leverage, because in order to be competitive here in the U.S., we are going to have to leverage automation differently than we would maybe in our factories outside of the U.S. So we need highly skilled technicians and engineers. So the average pay for our factory in Lafayette is about $80,000 a year, really good paying jobs, but it also means the skill set of what we need is going to be at a higher caliber than you would if it was just manual labor and processes, right, that weren't fully leveraged through automation. So access to power, affordability of power, sustainability, the quality of the workforce and the commitment. And then I don't know, you mentioned the governor. I don't know if the governor is here, John Bell, or not, but having his...
John Bell's the old governor, so
right,
I don't know if he's here.
But you mentioned him earlier. I don't know if he's here, but he was obviously engaged with us at the time when we actually made the investment in the factory, and then the support that we've gotten from you, Senator, and others, and has been overwhelming, supportive to make an investment here. So really it's an overall community involvement, economic involvement, many different facets that come into that decision making. But Louisiana was by far the easiest decision I had to make $1 billion investment. It was just clear that it was the right place to go.
And educational policy is not a portion of this, but a real shout out to UL, because I know they've worked very closely with you. And they tried to, yes, thank you. I think I saw Ramesh come in earlier, but I don't see Ramesh now. Oh, right there. So that said, so what you're telling us is not just what we've heard is it's technology. You've emphasized the need to come up with new technology. Permitting, or a regulatory environment which actually favors, and I gather the Louisiana regulatory environment, you had told me last night, is a positive regulatory environment. It is an openness and a receptiveness to new industries, but it's also, and this is not an educational policy, but it's also our universities and schools working with our potential employers to come up with a workforce which meets their needs. So again, this is not this policy, but we're about economic growth in our state, and that has to be one of the things that we are investing in. See if I have any time left. We have 4 minutes left. Drew, I'm going to give you the last word. If we're speaking about energy and the abundance that we've had in the United States, but particularly in Louisiana, and how can we use that advantage in Louisiana to drive more jobs being created here, more economic growth? From energy's perspective, what are our next steps?
I would say that we need to do a couple of things. One is we need to take an all-of-the-above approach. So we obviously have a lot of customers that are interested in clean energy, and so we are expanding our use of solar. There's not a lot of wind available in Louisiana. What I often say is there's not a lot of wind unless it's blowing way too hard, and so we need to think about that. I mentioned gas earlier. Gas is going to be a part of our energy mix going forward, and there is already in Louisiana and along the coast infrastructure for CO2. We have one of the most robust CO2 infrastructure environments in the world, and that...
You mean as to gather it and potentially to store it?
Yes, so production of CO2, transportation of CO2, storage, consumption of CO2 in various industrial processes. So I think that infrastructure exists, so we have a base which we can expand and really extend an advantage for Louisiana. And we, as a company, are trying to find ways to do carbon capture and sequestration to help lead that. In fact, that's how a lot of the natural gas infrastructure in Louisiana got started, around use for power generation. And so that's a base that we've been able to extend for a long period of time. Ultimately, as we continue to attract manufacturing and our economy continues to grow and it continues to electrify, we have and some of the clean energy opportunities that are out there. We have almost half of the proposals in the country for blue and green hydrogen, blue and green ammonia are along the Louisiana and then the East Texas coastline. So there's a lot of opportunity there. With all of that expansion, we expect that our electric sales for our company are going to triple or maybe even quadruple when you add in data centers and AI and the stuff that we were talking about before by 2050. And if we were trying to get to a clean energy environment today, it would be one thing to think about, okay, well, it would be tough because we'd have to do a whole bunch of solar, a whole bunch of, we've had to find a way to do wind maybe in northern Louisiana. We'd have to do a lot of carbon capture. Maybe we'd have to do a little bit more nuclear. But if you're talking about tripling or quadrupling that energy requirement, it is a massive, massive undertaking, and it's going to require everything, including nuclear. So I do expect that there will be additional nuclear plants because the energy density of a baseload clean energy asset like a nuclear plant is really important. And I heard you, David, say that there was 1,700 megawatts is equivalent of a couple of large nuclear plants. Our Grand Gulf nuclear plant is 1,400 megawatts. So they can be really large on one unit, but it's something that we will need to have out in the future to compete globally because it is a very efficient way to make a lot of clean energy.
I'll just say, by the way, as I mentioned in my remarks to open, there's still a lot of concern out there, a lot of not understanding carbon capture. Mm-hmm. So I think one of the challenges, if you're going to see that potential, there has to be a lot of openness to conveying information and receiving concerns and addressing concerns. And I just say that. Because ultimately the people of Louisiana run our state. We're merely the hired help. And so we've got to be very sensitive to their concerns. Will you all please join me in thanking these.
Thank you. Hopefully I hit on the points you were looking for.
Thank you so much for such an engaging conversation. Great to learn how your companies work together and see such opportunity in Louisiana. In our next conversation, we're going to dive a little further into these conversations with another set of leaders within the Louisiana business industry. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to our next moderator, Sarah Stewart, who also, during her time at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, represented U.S. interests in trade negotiations. She's currently the CEO of the Silverado Policy Accelerator, and I'll turn it over to her to moderate our next panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. Well, very excited to be here in Louisiana on this brisk fall day. We have a very exciting panel today, and I wanted to, start by saying thank you to Senator Cassidy and his amazing team for pulling together this energy summit, bringing together so many thoughtful frontline participants who are going to share with us some pretty frank perspectives on the topic today. We have representatives here from the steel industry, the cement industry, the chemicals industry. These are backbone industries in America, meaning we need to keep these industries competitive over the long term. And so I think that part of what we want to address today is what are the challenges that they're facing from unfair trade, from unfair competition, and what are the ways that we're going to solve for that. But let me, before we introduce the panel, I'd like to just speak plainly for a moment. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that many U.S. manufacturers are facing very significant, if not existential threats when it comes to foreign adversaries who are using every advantage they have, some legal, most illegal, to take our jobs, to undercut our products, to depress prices in the U.S. and global markets, to steal our innovations, to usurp our supply chains. So while U.S. producers in capital-intensive and energy-intensive industries, including many that are operating here in Louisiana, adhere to high labor and environmental standards, make investments to drive decarbonization. They are under immense pressure to compete with companies that have state-sponsored backing that makes their costs so artificially low that legitimate businesses are outcompeted. And it's not because we have lower productivity or we have less skilled workers or we have innovations that are lacking. It's simply because we are competing against an unfair foundation. And so what I want to really stress to everybody in the audience is that when we think about how to level that out, it's not about handouts. It's about creating a fair platform for our U.S. companies to operate. And once you have that, there is no doubt that they will lead. So today we have Linda Dempsey. She's the Vice President of Public Affairs for CF Industries. We've got Calvin Hart, the Vice President and General Manager of Nucor Steel, Louisiana. We have Kevin Gunderson, the Vice President of Global Corporate Communications and Government Affairs for Huntsman Corporation. Jure Carlson, the Senior Vice President for Cemex. And Scott Nielsen, the Vice President of Environmental, Sustainability, and Innovation for Ash Grove Cement Company. As we think about how the U.S. and allies can lead in this century and our broader national security, economic security, and geopolitical goals, we have to consider how we can support and further incentivize innovative manufacturing at home by implementing policies that are going to counter this unfair competition. Why would we cede this ground? Bills like the Foreign Pollution Fee Act are designed to do exactly that. So, without further ado, let's hear from our panel. I'm going to ask each of you, and you already know this, but for the audience, please talk a little bit about your footprint in Louisiana, whether it's your operations, your workforce, and some of the key initiatives that you've got underway. And then also briefly identify some of the major challenges that you're facing in terms of unfair competition, and then we'll dive into those questions further in the subsequent rounds. Linda, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. It is a real honor to be with you all today. So CF Industries, we are an Illinois headquartered company that produces ammonia and hydrogen. Our flagship facility is just over the Sunshine Bridge in Ascension, Paris, in Donaldsonville. And that is the largest ammonia and nitrogen fertilizer production complex in the world. We also recently acquired the Waggaman ammonia complex outside of New Orleans. And so we're producing anywhere from 5.5 or so million tons of ammonia every year. What's that ammonia used for? Well, 80% of all ammonia is used as a nitrogen fertilizer to feed the crops that feed the world. And in fact, every second person in this room is here and has enough food because of this 100-year-old process that was invented. But it's also used, and we produce diesel exhaust fluid. That's used to reduce NOx emissions in long-haul trucking. And then there's other products that come from that. So we are, as a chemical manufacturer, first and foremost focused on safety. The safety of our workers and having the best engineering, the best practices, the strongest possible safety processes for all of our employees, our contractors, anyone who enters our sites, but also our local communities. And that is something that we as a company invest in and are very focused on, from the leadership level where I sit to every single plant, to every single employee. Speaking of communities, yesterday I was in Donaldsonville visiting some of our early childhood education partners and the local high school. And we believe with our government in this public-private partnership on cradle to career, that we need to help our young people from the moment they're born all the way through high school, technical college, where we have welding courses for adults after school. And that is really important to grow our workforce, to grow our skills, because we're constantly growing. Because the other piece of this, in terms of what we're doing, we're already a very efficient and among the most emissions least intensive producers in the world. And all of the United States, you heard Katrina talk about it earlier today, through the use of natural gas, which is the main input into our facility. So we've already chosen a good feedstock, natural gas, not coal. We're most efficient because we're buying that on the market and we have to care about that. But we're also undertaking landmark decarbonization activities. And next year, we will be reducing our CO2 footprint by 2 million tons a year. Just think about that. One company, 2 million tons a year, that with our partners ExxonMobil will go into permanent sequestration. We also will have America's and actually North America's largest electrolytic ammonia facility running in the near future, also in Donaldsonville. It's a relatively small compared to our overall footprint, but it's going to help us understand how to use electrolyzers, the water, the renewable electricity. So if that pathway becomes available to be competitive, we're going to be at the forefront. But being at the forefront is hard because, as Sarah talked about, there's a lot of competition overseas, and it's not fair. You know, most of the world's production of ammonia is in China. It's coal-based. About 75% of it is state-owned, right? They were a very small producer in the 80s. They would buy our plants as we were facing, as the industry in the U.S. faced high gas prices here, and they built their plants off the back of production here in the United States. There's a whole raft of environmental subsidies that go to that and distortive practices, one of which is keeping that fertilizer local to help their farmers outcompete farmers here in the United States and the rest of the world. The second major one I'd talk about, and then I want to pass it on to my colleagues, is Russia. So Russia is the largest exporter, the second major producer of ammonia in the world, and they are involved, you know, a lot of state-supported entities, a lot of subsidies for their upstream natural gas. They lack the efficiency, the environmental regulation, the focus that we have here in the United States. And they've been engaged in predatory behavior here in the U.S., in Europe, and other global markets. And when they started their war in Ukraine, they basically caused a supply crunch, right? And you might have seen fertilizer in headlines, you know, something we hadn't thought about. You know, affordability, availability for parts of the developing world. And so they've been able to build up their industry through, again, these raft of unfair trade practices that really puts resilience of farmers here in the United States and around the world at risk.
My name is Calvin Hart, Vice President, General Manager, Nucor, Louisiana. Again, thank you guys for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of Nucor. Nucor is North America's largest steel producer, North America's largest recycler, North America's largest racking company. We have about 26 or so steel making facilities around the United States, with 3 additional on the way, over 300 plus locations in the United States, anywhere from raw materials to steel and steel products manufacturing, from your roads to your bridges to your buildings, a lot of your infrastructure, utility poles, things of that nature. We have about 32,000 teammates as a whole. In Louisiana, we have our Nucor, Louisiana facility in Convent, Louisiana, one of the world's largest direct reduced iron facilities. Direct reduced iron is exactly what it says, direct reduced iron. It's a pure form of iron that we manufacture here. Some of the things that we participate in here in the community, very similar to CF, definitely geared towards giving back to the community, geared towards focusing on the next generation of youth. We have our own leadership program where we take kids who are in high school in the 10th grade or so and usher them through high school all the way to graduation, steering them towards STEM careers. It's called New Level Leadership Academy. Some of you have heard of Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. There is a children's program called Leader in Mean, where we also sponsor at Paulina Elementary with the principal, Holly Foss, and the superintendent of St. James Parish, where we focus on getting kids where they need to be in order to get some of these high potential and high earning careers here in Louisiana, so we can stop losing some of those folks who are springboarding out. I think the number is around 30,000 a year when they graduate, evacuate the state, and we have to understand why. Is it why they're not receiving opportunities, don't see opportunities? And it's kind of interesting for a vice president of a steel company to be talking about those things, but those things are important. We just don't pretend to be a family-based company geared towards safe, reliable steel, definitely. But we want to make a difference in people's lives wherever we are. And we are vast as an organization, and we continue to do that across the United States and also venturing into Canada and into Mexico where we have teammates. We're geared towards making sustainable steel. We make some of the greenest steel in the world to date, and further in this conversation, you hear how it's going to become even greener. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kevin Gunderson with Huntsman Corporation. We are a chemical manufacturer with a very large manufacturing facility in Gosmar, Louisiana, right down the road, with about 650 employees. We make polyurethane chemicals there that go into the automotive industry, spray foam insulation, building and construction. And Louisiana is and has been for almost 4 decades a key part of our company, and we're proud of our heritage here. We look at the issues impacting the chemical industry. Right now, as it's been talked about today, Chinese overcapacity is probably the #1 issue that's impacting the chemical industry. And we're seeing that in the United States, we're seeing it in China, we're seeing it in Europe. Europe is going to be exponentially impacted by this issue for a variety of reasons, mostly because of high energy costs. But it's a real problem, and I say that as a company that has 1/3 of our business in China. We've been operating in China for 25 years, and so we're very sensitive to the geopolitical issues around the U.S.-China relationship. We mostly sell the materials that we make in North America, the materials we make in Europe, and the materials we make in China. So with respect to the kind of the international trade flows, we are impacted by it, of course, but there's a lot of companies that are moving massive amounts of chemicals in a bigger way than Huntsman. So that regionalization trend that we see around the world right now in manufacturing, that's kind of how our company is somewhat structured right now. Because the cost of moving a lot of the chemicals that we make is simply just too high. Now, the question about how we deal with Chinese overcapacity, I think, is why we're all here today, and a lot of people have proposed solutions, including Senator Cassidy with his legislation. And I just want to thank the Senator and his team for their partnership. One of the things that I think we really value is just an open line of communication with the Senator and his office, because these are highly complex issues that have significant implications. And one of the risks that we see with respect to organizing trade around carbon emissions or CO2 emissions is the implementation. And when one of the panelists earlier made a comment about, give Washington the tools that they need and they'll do it, I kind of sat there in the second row and chuckled a little bit, because if anybody knows anything about the experience of the chemical industry in the last decade with respect to the EPA and chemical regulation, it hasn't been a pretty picture. And so, when I think about the execution risk of implementing what I think are very well-intentioned policies, that execution risk is very high. And the companies in the chemical sector, the steel sector, and fertilizer sector are the ones that ultimately are going to have to manage this. And as the Entergy CEO said on the previous panel, our companies have very, very thin margins. And as costs go up, that eats into margins. And I know in the chemical industry, from the CEO level on down, the issue of chemical regulation at the federal level has been the #1 issue for us in the last 5 years, and it hasn't gone very well. And this is after a bipartisan bill passed in 2016. I see Senator Landrieu there. She was a part of this. You had David Vitter and Barbara Boxer come together. You had environmental NGOs. You had chemical companies. You had the full value chain that worked for over a decade. And I don't know if there's a piece of legislation in the last 25 years that had such a broad coalition of support to pass through the Congress. And it totally reformed the chemical regulation process in America. And at the time, it was about innovation and setting us up for the future. And that implementation has not gone well. And that I think that's a bipartisan agreement on that. There's a lot of reasons why, but as an industry that is dealing with agencies that don't enable us to invent new molecules that will lower everybody else's emissions, that is very challenging. And the idea of having to manage more agencies and government bureaucrats that don't understand the complexity of our business, that is something that I think we have to be very, very careful as we go forward with what I think are well-intentioned ideas. We have to be very careful about the execution.
Hello. Oh. Hi, I'm Jerry Carlson with Cemex. We are a multinational producer of cement, concrete, and aggregates, and we also perform urbanization solutions. Our U.S. headquarters is in Houston, and we have 8 cement plants across the U.S., hundreds of ready-mix plants, and dozens of quarries. We do not have permanent facilities in Louisiana right now, but we do serve the Louisiana market, and we're very interested in the work that Senator Cassidy is doing because it does affect, well beyond Louisiana and our operations and our ability to serve you here. We have a carbon reduction roadmap. Its 2030 goals are to reduce our emissions by 47% of our cementitious products by 2030, and those are based on known proven levers that are available to us technically, but not necessarily readily available within the market or accessible with regulations. So we work with elected officials such as the senator to help unlock some of those resources to help us facilitate our decarbonization journey. We also have a 2050 goal to be net zero. We will have to rely on innovations, including carbon capture, use, and storage to reach that. And we have one cement plant that's in California, and there we have to be carbon neutral by 2045. So we have voluntarily undertaken these commitments, but we're also, understanding the trends and the expectations of our investors and society, and we're fully committed to decarbonization. We believe that some of our challenges is things you've heard throughout the morning, is that we are sitting at an unfair advantage with respect to threats of imports. Right now, the cement capacity in the U.S. is not sufficient to keep up with our demand. Therefore, there is some reliance on imported materials. And here in the U.S., the cement industry is one of the highest regulated industries, and we continue to be faced with new and different regulations. Some of those are requirements that really there isn't even a technological solution for already. So we have to spend our time and resources and investments on innovating to address those challenges, ordinary operational priorities, and then also as we try to decarbonize. We are very energy intensive and trade exposed. The CapEx to make these investments is significant. The OpEx to maintain these investments is significant. And we believe that just a fair playing field for domestic producers across the U.S. is in everyone's best interest. We are foundational for all of these other industries. They need our materials. We need our materials just in residential construction. It is very essential for us to maintain a robust, healthy cement and concrete industry in the U.S. We have resilient materials. They withstand extreme weather events. They provide homes, safety, places for education. It's just very fundamental, and we need to do what we can to maintain our ability to effectively and efficiently thrive here. Our industry has very well-paying jobs. So again, protecting the industry is protecting jobs and enabling the growth. Thank you.
So I'm Scott Nielsen with Ash Grove Cement, which is the North American cement division for CRH. CRH is the world's largest building materials company. Here in the North America, we have 4 divisions, 2 which are architectural and industrial products group. It's kind of your backyard, and then it's the stormwater, water treatment type of production there. Then we have an AMAT division, which is materials. It's your aggregate, ready mix, asphalt. And they actually have a company operating here in Louisiana called Berryer. So they're a construction company, infrastructure. Ash Grove's presence, which is who I'm representing here, we ship into the Louisiana market. Our plant that does support it is just across the border to the north in Foreman, Arkansas. So up there, we're actually, when you move on to like the energy and the sustainability goals that we have. So we just joined as partner to EPA's Energy Star program. We feel like we had a pretty good energy program already, very energy efficient, even though we're very energy intensive. But that will help us bring additional focus and maybe to those other areas of our business that weren't already so focused. For the sustainability, Jure hit on a lot of those. Carbon capture, I'll talk about that just briefly. Up there at that Foreman plant, we did get a DOE grant to do a FEED study at that plant, which is engineering and design. That's just understanding, can we do it and how much is it going to cost? And it's a pretty significant investment. We're trying to figure out, and that's all part of our goals, the 2030 reduction, the 2050 net zero. It's going to be necessary to have carbon capture and sequestration as part of that portfolio. It's going to take a whole suite of things. I really don't have much to add to the competitiveness. I think Dre hit on a lot of it. You know, the only thing I want to say about cement is, and cement and concrete, because they're tied together here. You know, concrete is the second most used material in the world after water. And when you look at the carbon intensity of our product, it actually is one of the lowest when you're looking at construction materials. But you also hear that cement is 7 to 8% of the world's CO2. And basically, we're the victim of our own success. It's just used so much, even though we're low in the intensity.
Well, thank you all. And I think one of the things that I hope you all come away with is that there is a lot of ambition on this stage. It's ambition to not just decarbonize, but to invest in jobs, invest in the next generation pipeline of talent, invest in innovations and technology. And so, you know, I think that there is quite a bit at stake, and a lot of the goals that we're hearing about are underway or are planned in the very near future, which begs the question, how are we going to sustain an environment that's going to be enabling for you all to continue? So, Linda, I'm gonna ask you a question about when you think about state-sponsored subsidies in other countries, and they are massive. It could be everything from free electricity to free land to labor subsidies, below market loans. I mean, there's a variety of things. Not to mention very lax, in some cases, oversight on labor and environmental standards, to the extent that those labor and environmental standards even exist. So when you think about a product that's made under those conditions versus a product that's made in our country that has the rule of law and we've got all of these safeguards on our products, how can we possibly compete? What are sort of the ways that we should be thinking about this?
Wow, that's a tough question. But let me focus on 2 things. I mean, one is what we as a company, we as an industry have been able to do already, right? I think I mentioned, you know, the United States used to be self-sufficient in ammonia production in the 80s, and then natural gas prices got higher, and we lost a lot of that production to China, other parts of the world. But then things changed with the shale gas revolution and the availability and affordability of natural gas, our primary feedstock. And so the United States is really one of the most competitive places in the world to produce ammonia and the upgraded fertilizers. And we certainly have a lot of demand with farmers here in Louisiana, across the United States. But these these non-market actors overseas and these subsidies and unfair trade practices make it cheaper for them to produce than for companies like ourselves. And even though, we were able to do 2 new expansions in over the last decade of new ammonia production here in the United States, and a few other companies were as well, you've seen most of the expansion in this product in places like China, Russia, the Middle East, beyond. But we're still the most competitive place to produce. We've got the best workers and the best standards. And I think to flip that script, so one thing that happened is having the availability of the resources and the technology and being very efficient, and that's what I think U.S. companies do so well, right? We are less carbon intensive than peers overseas because we invest hundreds of millions of dollars every year in the upkeep and the reliability and efficiency of our facilities, and we use U.S. produced natural gas. But the second piece is really flipping the switch on the trade rules. So today, the world trade rules favor, in the commodity world, the dirtier, more carbon-intensive products. Why? Because commodity products like ammonia, steel, are sold on the basis of the lowest price, right? Our farmers want the lowest price product so they can compete against farmers elsewhere who are also commodity producers. So you've got this dynamic of, if you're a more carbon-intensive industry, you're not investing the way we're investing in efficiency, in decarbonization. And oh, by the way, we have our own feed studies, we're looking at new greenfield investment, new ammonia production right here in Louisiana. But how do you flip that script on the imbalance? And that's where the foreign pollution fee, I think, is really a critical piece of that policy toolbox that the United States needs. Because it then incentivizes trade in clean products. As I think about it, it makes it easier if your product is cleaner. It disadvantages the products that are dirtier. And that's going to create more openness and ability for already competitive U.S. producers to think about and invest more in the United States. And oh, by the way, there's a whole new look at ammonia as a clean fuel in other places in the world. And we're talking with our farm groups and their customers about how to make sure farmers are advantaged in this whole process, that they see the value of getting lower carbon fertilizer so they can produce maybe for sustainable aviation fuel, maybe other types of markets, because we need to bring our farmer customers along with us or we won't be successful.
Couldn't agree more, and thank you for laying that out. And I want to go to Kevin next, because I think a related issue to state-sponsored subsidization, and I mean this in a sort of systemic, market-distorting way when I use those terms. A related issue or byproduct, if you will, is overcapacity. You talked about this a little bit in your remarks. Can you dig in a little bit more on why is overcapacity such a problem? And what are the different ways that this would impact your company or others that we need to be remedying with tools like the Foreign Pollution Fee Act?
Yes, so overcapacity is an incredibly complex problem, and what's important to remember for a company like Huntsman is it's a global problem. So we sell products all around the world, and they're priced globally. So to the extent that you have a tariff or a foreign pollution fee on imports into the United States, that might provide protection, and it does provide protections on a lot of products that we make in the United States. But we sell those products around the world. So right now, where we're seeing this most severely is in Europe, where conscious Chinese government decisions to flood the market with materials because they have a consumption problem at home. Traditional market economy would say, okay, we're in a recession, growth is down, we will dial back production. Everybody in this room knows that the Chinese have done the opposite. They have increased production and they're flooding the market. So while the tools that governments have today are generally tariffs, or in Europe a CBAM, or a proposed foreign pollution fee, the reality is this is a very, very difficult issue to deal with when you're talking about global pricing of products. And I don't have all the answers. I mean, right now, the answers that we have as companies and industries are filed dumping cases. That takes a while. And it doesn't always provide a full remedy. You could win a dumping case. You could have a 150% tariff on a chemical. That doesn't necessarily mean that the Chinese aren't going to adapt to that they're not going to make market actions to lower the price even more, or they won't just eat it. I mean, you see this in the automotive industry right now with BYD. The United States has essentially implemented a tariff on BYD cars, both from China and Mexico. The Europeans, after much debate at the member state level, have done the same thing. The Chinese will just lower the price. They have that competitive advantage. And so how do you stop that? I honestly, I don't have the answer. I think that's that's called a trade war that we're in, and we've probably been in for 25 years. I think there's an acknowledgement now that the Chinese aren't going to change their behavior and that we have to respond. The one thing I would say with respect to your earlier question about our competitive advantage and what should we do, I think in the last 5 years with respect to federal government policy, I would argue that we made a misstep when we passed the IRA and chose to subsidize into our competitive disadvantage. And what I mean by that is the IRA subsidizes many things or incentivizes many things or provides tax credits for many things. One of those is EVs. And the U.S. competitive advantage in the automotive industry is not EVs. That's not to say they're bad. We make the products that go into EVs. We're agnostic on the type of cars that automakers manufacture. But the Chinese have a 30-year head start on the entire EV supply chain. And as much as we all believe in more manufacturing and more processing of minerals in the United States, the reality is we don't do that as well as we did 40 years ago. And the Chinese have committed to doing that, and they are doing it really well, really cheaply. And so what you have now is the federal government saying they want that here domestically. But the reality is it's hard to replicate 30 to 40-year supply chains. Now, for a chemical company, the government can subsidize and incentivize EVs, but the battery is an amalgamation of chemicals. That's what it is. So if you want more EVs and you want lower emissions in the products in society, you need more chemical plants. Our industry makes the products and the molecules that allows the rest of society to lower their own emissions. So my colleague there talked about feedstocks. Hydrocarbon feedstocks in Louisiana are the key to lowering emissions society-wide. That's the starting point for any manufacturing. We have it here in the United States. It's hydrocarbons. China does not have hydrocarbon feedstocks. They import from the United States. They import from Russia. They import from all around the world. That's our competitive advantage. And I think in the last 5 to 10 years, we've gotten away from that competitive advantage, and we have leaned into our disadvantage as a country. So I think there needs to be a course correction. I think that will happen in the marketplace, and I think that the government will ultimately realize that we probably need to take some steps to maybe dial back the support for industries that right now we're not that good at. That's not to say we can't be, but the idea that we're going to have a full-scale battery supply chain from the minerals to the EV battery, that's going to require significant amounts of investment And it's going to require a lot of mining and you know, extracting natural resources and processing them into batteries. I think we should do that. That's great. It's great for our industry. It's great for the state. But as a country, there are a lot of forces at play that don't want that. And we're going to run into some physical realities in the coming years, particularly with respect to electricity generation and demand for electricity. We're going to need to embrace our competitive advantage.
I think you're highlighting a lot of the complexities that exist when we're talking about bringing, you know, more manufacturing back to the U.S. And there's probably not one silver bullet, but I think we have some really, really forward-leaning tools that we're talking about today that if we could convince policymakers on both sides of the aisle to move quickly, we could start to really see and gain some momentum. So, Calvin, I want to turn to you on the steel industry because you are no stranger to some of the challenges that we've been talking about, and yet you're a company that is making a lot of investments in decarbonization, carbon capture, and recycling, and the like. Maybe if you could just talk a little bit about, you know, what's at stake for you and the steel industry more broadly if these investments are undermined?
I think for us as an organization and for the steel industry as a whole, we are making a lot of investments. We're making a lot of investments to lower our GHG footprint. Very similar to some of the comments that people have made here today. And some of our allies and mainly China are the contributors to the issues that we have. You have dumping, you have all these subsidized from land to government-funded organizations. To put a number to it, China makes north of $1 billion. $1 billion tons of steel every year. 12 times that the U.S. makes. That has to go somewhere. And because their input, the capital input into it is extremely cheap, they dump it. And to your point earlier, people want to buy a cheaper material in order to do whatever they want to do with it. At the end of the day, as we're talking about greening the economy, greening the grid, and all these other things from EV to whatever you want to pontificate about, we're using some of the dirtiest materials in the world in order to do that. I would say as manufacturing as a whole, and I can speak specifically for Nucor and what our investments are, you give us an even and level playing field with any manufacturer in the world. And we believe words have power. We call our team teammates. One team, different responsibilities. We will compete with anybody, period. So I'm not a politician, so I'm not going to sit here and talk about a bunch of different things. I'm a very practical cat. And those are the things that benefit us as an organization and benefits our team and the long-term benefits the community. Talk about all the policies and all that. I go vote just like everybody else. I have my folks here from Washington, D.C., and we spend time in D.C. advocating for what we believe as an organization are the right things to move our enterprise forward, and we will continue to do that. We need the support and the help of Senator Cassidy and the rest of our elected officials to be fairly treated in the global market. You know, we may have the majority of our material distributed here in the United States, but we source materials globally as well, and that is an impact to us as we move forward. So,
well, we need more practical cats. So, Dre and Scott, I want to end with you all, and I think we could probably talk about this for a really much longer time than we have. But when we think about the cement industry, you raise some different dynamics that exist there in terms of our reliance on imports at the moment. And so, Dre, maybe you can talk a little bit about, from the demand side, what is, you know, what role can the federal government play, whether it's government procurement, to actually drive more U.S.-made cement to be purchased, but also on the protect side of making sure that if we are going to make the investments to do it here, that we're not being undermined by unfair competition?
Certainly. Right now, I believe the data is that in the U.S. we consume 0.6 tons of cement per person per year. And with our growth demands and growth projections, that's only going to go up. So as was mentioned earlier, we have significantly increased our production capacity in the U.S. while we have lowered our emissions. So that is a success story. In terms of driving demand for the lower carbon products. The federal government has one of the biggest portfolios of assets there is, and I believe those projects account for probably 40% of cement. And the government does not directly procure cement or concrete. That's not the way the system is set up. However, by defining the criteria for how things are going to be procured, evaluating GWP, the global warming potential of products, as part of that, using a life cycle assessment, they can help influence the supply chain and help drive demand for not only their own projects, but those in the private sector who will follow the standards set by the U.S. government. And in terms of a carbon border adjustment mechanism or some other type of measure, that allows the domestic industry to also have more certainty in the investments that they need to make to accelerate their progress on decarbonization. It's going to be a slow process. There's no full-scale CCUS project in the cement industry anywhere right now. Great progress is being made, but to Scott's comment earlier, there's a lot of work to be done, and this will help protect the industry in a manner that allows us to continue making progress, have certainty in those investments. It also sets the stage for greater installed capacity in the U.S. that we need to meet our own demands and provide well-paid, solid jobs and grow our economies.
Scott, take us home. Give us the last words on competitiveness and how are we solving all of this afternoon?
Well, okay, great. Well, just building on what Dre said, I can't speak for the entire industry, but we're all heading in the right direction, I believe. And while we are importing, we are also investing heavily. We believe that we should be producing the cement domestically. So I know all the companies are investing domestically to keep the jobs here. Ash Grove, a lot of our investments have been driven around sustainability and lowering our carbon. We're doing it in Nebraska. We're doing it in Oregon, Utah, and like I said, we're doing it across the border here in Arkansas. Quite honestly, we're happy to spend this money. We really do believe, and I started out by saying we're part of the world's largest construction materials company. We import not our own product from other manufacturers, but we know we want to do it here domestically. And we just are looking for policies that give us certainty around our investment. We need regulatory certainty. There's got to be, we got to know that we're putting our money, that it's going to pay back. We got to know that.
Well, I think we are ending on an optimistic note, so thank you very much to the panel.
Well, thank you, Sarah, and thank you to our panelists. I share the optimism and find it really encouraging to see the continued interest in making strong investments in Louisiana and overcoming these challenges that we've been discussing today. And with that, I'd like to turn to another point of optimism. I think a key theme of our conversations today have been really the really important role of Louisiana's oil, gas, and chemical industries. So I'd like to invite our next panel discussion, which Desiree Lemoyne has kindly agreed to moderate. So please come up, Desiree, and our esteemed guests. We'll have a 30-minute conversation, and then we'll move to our lunchtime breakout session. So greatly appreciate everyone's continued interest in these conversations, and please know we'll feed you after this. So thank you. Over to you.
Good morning. Is it still morning? My name is Desiree Lemoyne. I am the Director of Governmental Affairs for the TJC Group and the proud campaign manager for Industry Makes. It is my privilege to facilitate the discussion on the important role that Louisiana's traditional industries can and must play in fostering a successful energy evolution for the state. I am joined by all of the experts today, as you can see. We have, not in any order, we have Mr. Greg Bowser, President and CEO of the Louisiana Chemical Association, or LCA. We have Mr. Tommy Fauché, President of Louisiana Mid-Continent Oil and Gas Association, or LAMOGA. We have Mr. Mike Moncla, President of the Louisiana Oil and Gas Association, or LOGA. And we, last but certainly not least, Mr. Will Green, President of the Louisiana Association of Business and Industry, or LABI. So, welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I will have a question for each of you to answer individually, and then I'll have a group question at the end of our session. So I'll start with you, Mr. Bowser.
Thank you.
Industry is always looking for ways to become more efficient in their processes, especially when it comes to energy usage and emissions reductions, which have a direct correlation with one another. Within the last few years, there has been specific attention paid to lowering industry's carbon footprint through various ways, whether it is using carbon capture, wind, and solar energy, or through alternative fuels, including hydrogen. What can you tell us about the hydrogen processes in the role that current technology is playing to further reduce industry emissions, and why it is important to your members?
Well, thank you, Desiree. Let me just say that all of industry is that there's a huge push to reduce emissions, and those pressures are coming from not just the general public, but from our stockholders, from people who are invested in our industry. So everybody wants to reduce your footprint. Hydrogen has been one of those. They want to use hydrogen to do that. The one everybody's more familiar with is green hydrogen. That gives you, I think, the more benefit from what you do. But I think it's going to be a matter of technology and how quickly technology comes around and catches up to where we want to be. Everybody wants to go to a zero emissions if you can, but the technology is not there yet. And I think many of our companies are invested tremendously in trying to get to that point where we can have the technology available so that they can reduce their carbon footprint. And I think over the next 10 years, you're going to see that may accelerate itself really quickly as technology starts to move. And so a lot of companies are investing in that way. That's kind of the future. So all of the money that you see going into projects is going to be a hydrogen or some type of renewable component attached to it. One of the big ones have been solar, and that's going to be a big issue. Wind is also coming into play, but hydrogen is a big one, and it helps us in our process. And I think we're going to see a lot more companies move forward on that. We've had several companies who've made some announcements and talked about some projects that are going to be in Louisiana. And I will just say that the state of Louisiana is positioned in a great spot to take advantage of some of these investments.
Thank you, Mr. Bowser. Mr. Fauché.
Good morning.
As president of LAMOGA, you are familiar with the impacts, both political and financial, of this current administration's pause on leases in the Gulf of Mexico. Can you explain these impacts to our audience and tell us what else in the Gulf of Mexico that is negatively affecting your membership?
Sure. Well, good to be with all these guys, and thank you to Senator Cassidy for hosting this event. Look, the Gulf of Mexico oil and gas industry, we're unique as a state trade association in that because of Louisiana's position on the Gulf, we represent that larger industry. I think often that is what people first identify Louisiana oil and gas with, because we all know the many decades of success we've seen in the Gulf of Mexico. In the past several years, we've seen a lot of challenges. You've seen the first ever lapse of the 5-year offshore leasing plan. You've seen continued efforts by NGOs in this sue and settle scheme that continues to just slow down activity. And it does a couple of things. One, it puts in jeopardy the future certainty that we need for not only Louisiana and the United States, but for the world's energy needs. For all the successes that we talk about, we have to remember that what we're doing today, and look, I can look around the room and there are a lot of companies who are having a lot of success offshore, off the coast of Louisiana, off the U.S. Gulf Coast. That work started 10 years ago. we will not realize the delays and the challenges that have popped up in the last several years. We won't realize the impact of that for several years to come. And so we have been leaning in a significant way to say, look, we know the energy needs of this nation and nations around the world are only going to increase. We know that there is a need and a commitment to reducing carbon emissions. The companies operating in the Gulf of Mexico today are producing oil and gas while simultaneously reducing carbon emissions. Some of the lowest carbon barrels of oil are in the Gulf of Mexico. We can do it, all the above. I was with a group of individuals in Ascension Parish this morning, and somebody asked me, they said, well, can you do it all? Absolutely, we can do it all. With the right policy in place, in a world that needs more oil and gas to solve its future energy needs, while at the same time wanting to reduce carbon emissions, the truth is, if the world wants both, then they also want Louisiana energy. Because we're perfecting, and in many ways, I think, opening doors for an industry that can do both. And it does start with predictable policy out of Washington. We need more lease sales. We need to stop regulatory and NGO interference. We are doing this better. We are doing it more safely. We are doing it in a way that continues to reduce emissions while solving the energy needs of, like I said, the nation and the world. And so it's extremely important. It's something I'm particularly passionate about. 350,000 people in this state rely on the impacts of our industry. It's not just about servicing the industry and the needs of people around the world. That's important. We're also supporting families and people who live and build their careers here at the same time.
Hear, hear. Mr. Moncla.
Yes.
Your family runs a thriving oil services business in Lafayette, Louisiana. So you're quite familiar with the process of enhanced oil recovery that your members have been using since the early 1970s. And the fact that this science is not so, quote, new. What can you tell us about how traditional technology is being used on a wider scale to advance CCS in Louisiana? And what role has CCS played in the upstream process for your members?
Thank you. Thriving is a kind word. The oil and gas industry upstream side in Louisiana is really going through tough times still. But yes, our number one customer back in the early 2000s was Denbury Resources. We had 8 rigs committed to them every day doing EOR projects throughout Mississippi, Macomb, Malibu, all those fields over there. Had, we also had 2 rigs working for them doing drilling projects. So very familiar with that process. The pipeline that they built, went from the Jackson Dome through Mississippi to put carbon into the ground to help, in lack of a better term, loosen up the oil. Comes back up the hole and it's separated in a process, and the carbon goes back in the hole, back in the ground. The oil is then sold on the sales line. But the carbon is actually stored. It doesn't come out. When they do an EOR project, they said that 38% is the amount of carbon that comes back out of a project. So 62% stays in the ground. But at the end of the day, when the project's over and they turn off the valve to the carbon coming to them, all of the carbon that they've taken is in the ground by the time the project's over. So we have been doing it safely for years. That line went across Louisiana through Livingston Parish, where we've had some people that were against carbon capture. There has been 235 billion cubic feet of CO2 stored in Livingston Parish, currently with no issues. So the whole state and the 3 projects that they have with Delhi, Buckhorn, and Livingston Parish, there's 990 billion cubic feet that has been pumped into the ground in Louisiana. So our DNR, Office of Conservation, has done a great job monitoring that through the years. We have not had any issues with it So, we are fighting environmental groups now on our primacy. So we believe that we have history of running it safely, and we believe that our DNR and Office of Conservation can continue to do it safely for CCUS. And by the way, Loga likes to say the U in CCUS. I mean, we do believe that there is great opportunity in the state for CCS, but the U, we believe, is also a formidable, could be a formidable thing going forward, because there is plenty of oil that is still in our geology.
And the U stands for usage.
That's right. And that's what the EOR part is the usage of the carbon to help the oil come back out the hole.
So do the residents of Livingston know how much carbon they have running under their feet?
I don't think
they're pretty passionate.
Right.
And they might hunt you down if they find out.
I don't think they know. But it's all, the DNR has all of these records. There's currently 52 wells that are active, pumping CO2 into the ground every day in Louisiana. And there's 120 producing wells that are benefiting from those injection wells.
Interesting. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Green, with an all-of-the-above approach to Louisiana's energy evolution, and as head of the state's Chamber of Commerce, talk to us about the economic impact these new technologies will have on traditional industries, as well as the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, thanks, Desiree. And I too appreciate Senator Cassidy for holding this event. I think as many opportunities as we can to bring experts together in a room, stakeholders, to have conversations on how we can grow, retool, innovate. This industry is incredibly important. It's an industry that supports in Louisiana. We look at it from an economic development standpoint as the State Chamber of Commerce and State Manufacturing Association. These industries, whether it's oil and gas, petrochemical, carbon capture, the opportunities there, natural gas supports hundreds of thousands of jobs in Louisiana. But it's not just the jobs, right? It's, wages. The average oil and gas job in Louisiana, the wages for that worker are 65% higher than the average just regular job in Louisiana. And so for those reasons, obviously, we want to look for ways to grow and expand. But it's not just the oil and gas industry. One of the things we've seen as we go around and we talk to the industry and we go into these communities, Tommy talked about a community he was in earlier, it's the outside economic effect, right, and the impact. I mean, the houses that pop up, the grocery stores that pop up, the car dealerships. And so the economic impact is massive that this industry has. But it's a growing and changing and evolving industry. And sometimes in Louisiana, we like to kind of stand still. And if we stand still, we fall behind. And so we have the talent. We have the resources. We have the God-given location here in Louisiana with the Mississippi River, the Gulf of Mexico, so much pipeline running underneath us, some of the greatest ports in the country. We've got all those tools. We just need to make sure we marry those with good policy. And if we do, we'll be unstoppable here in Louisiana. And I think, that's part of the reason we're here today, to talk about, what tools do we need to put in our Louisiana toolbox to continue to grow and expand. Because doing that is incredibly important, right? I mean, for the reasons we just talked about. One of the things Tommy mentioned that's so harmful is what this administration's done on the pause of natural gas, right? And really, it's three buckets, and I say we're the State Manufacturing Association. Actually, I printed this out because I wanted to make sure I got this right, because I think it's important. NAM, the National Manufacturing Association, just did a study on the effects that the Biden administration's announced ban could have on the economy, and I think this is important. LNG currently supports almost 250,000 jobs, resulting in $23.2 billion in labor income. That's job creation. Economic output. The LNG industry contributes $43.8 billion to the U.S. GDP. Economic output. Tax revenue. So what does the government get? I mean, what does Louisiana get? Federal, state, and local governments receive $11 billion in tax and royalty revenues thanks to U.S. LNG exports. And so we're talking about bringing in uncertainty, ambiguity, and threatening all of those numbers And when you drill down to Louisiana, we're a leader in that. I mean, we're a global leader trying to compete in a global economy. And when you insert bad policies like that, it has harmful effects for our citizens in Louisiana. And so that's why, as the state chamber, we advocate for good policies that grow jobs, that move Louisiana forward. And we're proud to partner with Tommy at Lamoga, with Mike at Loga, and with Greg at LCA to figure out ways to boost this industry.
Y'all are a formidable crew, that's for sure. Thank you, gentlemen, for that discussion. I have a question that I would like to ask collectively, and I'll go as y'all are seated. Louisiana continues to battle misinformation in the press from outside interest groups and environmentalists when it comes to new and or expanding manufacturing sites. What effect is this having on your members when it is time to consider site selection for future investment in Louisiana? Mr. Fauché?
It has an impact, let's be clear. A lot of the noise and activism that we see in Louisiana against industry, or there's some local people who live in this state who have views, absolutely, and their views should be heard. If you're a resident, you live in a community, our companies are also members of those communities. And in a community, everyone respects each other. That's the only way it works. However, what we also have in Louisiana is a lot of outside money. But I'm not going to get into the names of the groups, but funding from large organizations that they funnel money into the state to local activists. They send people into the state to create dissension. The truth is, if you went up and down the Mississippi River, if you went to Lake Charles, if you spent time in North Louisiana, and you spend time with the people who have lived with Louisiana industry for any number of years, you're going to find some of the strongest business relationships with local communities that you would find around any business anywhere in the country. And what frustrates me without end is when people come in from the outside. I talked about that group I spoke to, an industrial community this morning. I'm in Ascension Parish. Often you have people via social media, writing checks, getting involved politically to stop Louisiana industry, and some of them have never actually been to Louisiana. Think about that. How do they really know the impacts on the ground? And so we have to have a conversation with our near neighbors, with the members of our communities. Look, we're going into some new communities for the first time as we're expanding, investing in carbon capture, and looking for new opportunities. Some of the most exciting work is actually introducing our industry to communities where we've never been, because we're showing them opportunity. They're going to benefit in ways from investment that other Louisiana communities have benefited from for decades. And so, look, it has to be a conversation. Those responsible individuals, those people who want to be part of the conversation, I think we would all say, and I know the members of my association would say, they want those conversations. I want those conversations. But there's a place for that. There's not really a place for people who just kind of parachute in and just want to create dissent. We have to do it all. We have to invest for the future, understand the impact on the employees and the communities financially, understand that we are doing things that are making our industry safer, cleaner, we're reducing carbon emissions, we're doing all of that. And let's have real conversations with people that we actually impact about the stuff that matters to them.
Indeed.
I'll ride your coattails on that one. I mean, our young are leaving. They continue to leave the state. They have to get jobs in Texas. They have to get jobs in other states. And Richard Nelson, Secretary Nelson, had his tax little brochure he sent out a month ago, and I looked at it, and it showed that Louisiana has lost the size of Lafayette, my hometown, in the last 5 years. And so when you think about that track that we're on, it's about industry is leaving our state. They're choosing to go to other places. And if we don't want CCS here, it's going to go to Texas. And there are other places, other states that are going to open their arms to industry, and we need to open our arms, or our young are going to continue leaving. So,
Mr. Green, how do you see it?
Yeah, so I mean, like Mike said, we're one of the only states in the country, certainly one of the only in the South, that's losing more population than we're gaining. We're one of the only states that hasn't returned to our pre-GDP since COVID. And so we make no mistake, we are a leader in the oil and gas sector for a lot of the reasons that has been talked about, will be talked about today. But there are states just waiting for us to stumble and fumble. Mississippi, Texas, Alabama. I mean, they can't wait for us to mess this thing up. And how we do that is, again, we don't evolve and we don't change and we don't update. And we don't give, the Secretary of LED the tools she needs to modernize. I mean, the world of energy is changing, and we have to change with it. We have to evolve with it. Our incentives have to evolve with it. We have to become more attractive to some of these projects. We have to become more attractive to some of these companies to come here. And so we need to take a hard look at, our LED incentives and some of our areas where maybe we need to update our tax code. Maybe we need to update some of our incentives. Do quality jobs match with the new world of LNG and oil and gas? And so these are some of the things we have to look at if we're going to keep pushing forward, and if we're going to attract talent, retain talent, and then continue to grow. I think, and again, look, we need to be able to dispel myth with fact. And ITEP was one of the greatest tools, or is one of the greatest tools that we have in our toolbox to attract some of these jobs. And it was under scrutiny. It's been under scrutiny under the previous administration. A lot of credit goes to Governor Landry. He rolled back some of the harmful, I think, hurdles to a business getting ITEP. And there has been some criticisms to ITEP. We did, but I think they're unfounded. I think it's a lot of myth and not a lot of fact. And so I do want to share with you some facts. And these are things we looked at in our LA-driven strategic plan when it comes to ITEP. 9 of the top dozen parishes with the greatest utilization of ITEP all rank above the Louisiana average for annual weekly wage. And let's look at one of the top parishes for ITEP. St. Charles Parish ranks number 5 among all parishes for employment in the manufacturing industry, 20%, and ranks number 4 for ITEP contracts. The average weekly wage of people living in St. Charles Parish ranks 2nd in the state at $1,425, which is above the U.S. average and well above the poverty rank. So those are the facts. You bring industry in, again, it has the trickle-down effect. You grow jobs, you get people out of poverty, and so these are the things that we need to be doing. These are the things other states are doing. Grow jobs, grow talent, keep and retain. We have the tools, we have the God-given resources. We just need to make sure we're matching it up with facts and good policy.
Your thoughts, Mr. Bowser?
Well, one of the things that I've learned is that we've done a great job as an industry in terms of economic development, to bring industry in, to get them here. What we've done is we've created some opportunities that we shouldn't have allowed to be created. And that's the relationship between our facilities and local communities. All of our concerns that we have today involves our local communities. And so we created a gap, not on purpose, but it happened. And somebody has come in now and been funded to fill that gap and to tell local people how bad we really are. To tell the people who live right across your fence line, who've been there for years, who knows the economic development part, how bad you are. Because for whatever reason, a number of our companies, we've kind of ignored that community. And so I think what we're going to have to do is reach back out to that community and reverse what we're doing. I mean, look at the state level. Look what we've done at the state level. We focus so hard at the state and federal level, not counting the president's office, but just look at Congress itself and look at our state legislature. We focus so hard to make them understand what our value is to the state of Louisiana. And we've done a great job. At the local level, it's been a little different. And I think that's where we're going to have to focus to combat some of the stuff we see coming out. We're going to have to let people who live near our fence line and know that we're part of the community and we're good for the community. And the fact that we have people who live and work there and people who coach the baseball team and do all those things that are needed, there's also other good things that we have as an industry. And I think that's where we're going to have to start focusing on this fight, because that, in my opinion, is what we're kind of losing, where we're behind. And so we're going to have to shift the focus and do that. You know, the economic development end of it, I think we all understand it. In this room, we understand it. But you know what? To that man or woman who has 3 kids or 4 kids and they don't work at our facilities and they're really struggling financially, they don't really get it. You can't make them understand that. So we're going to have to target those people to let them know that we care. We're not just living here. We're not just have the facility here and then we drive into work and then we drive back out. We're going to have to focus more on that, and I think that's going to be our challenge going forward. And I think we're up to it. I think we can do that, but we're just going to have to retool what we do. I mean, you know, our industry reminds me of a large ship. You know, a big ship. You can't turn it all at once, because if you turn it too fast, some people are going to fall off. And so we have to turn it, and that's what we have to do.
You know, I think just one, I know I'm probably busting the time. I'll be short. What makes Louisiana industry so special, and I said this morning with the group I was with, you do not pick your favorite refinery or chemical plant. Go into that control room and talk to the guys and ladies who are working there. And you're going to find people who may be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation of their family. And Louisiana industry is very much part of the culture of what we do. And I think if more people understood that in Louisiana, I think if those people who send their checks in and make noise without ever coming meet the family. Both of my grandfathers and my dad retired from industry. They were blue collar, worked in the plants for 30 plus 40 years. I'm the first person to go to college in my family because of the oil and gas and the petrochemical industry. More people need to understand that. You can't understand that if you're writing a check from the West Coast or the East Coast. You have to come here, you have to feel it and understand it. And I think that's what makes us special. That's how we continue to push that back.
Perfect. So it is high noon. It's high noon. And I'm sure that you're hungry. So thank you, panel. And thank you, audience, for...
Thank you.
Listen.
Desiree and gentlemen, thank you for closing out what has been a very engaging morning session. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes to grab food. Let me give you some direction too, because 15 minutes later our breakout sessions will happen. We have ordered po' boy Lloyd's. We have fish, shrimp, ham and cheese, and turkey. So please take the next 15 minutes to take a break, grab some food, and then 15 minutes we're going to have 2 sessions. The one on carbon capture will be here in this main room, and our other breakout session on critical minerals mining and reprocessing will take place upstairs. So look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. breakout session. We have 2 concurrent sessions right now, just as a reminder. This one in this room is on carbon capture, and the one upstairs is on critical minerals, processing, and refining. I'm going to turn it over right now to my friend, Lynn Abramson, who's the president for the Clean Energy Business Network. She is going to lead a very engaging panel discussion featuring the diversity of carbon capture technologies happening here in Louisiana. Over to you, Lynn.
Thank you so much, Chrissy, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I also want to just give a shout out, a thank you to Senator Cassidy and to his team for hosting this exciting summit today. I've really enjoyed the conversations this morning. And I also appreciate the leadership on the bipartisan infrastructure law, on coming up with this creative new solution for this foreign polluter, make sure I say it correctly, Foreign Pollution Fee Act, and just the general leadership in convening this conversation. So as Chrissy mentioned, I'm Lynn Abramson, president of the Clean Energy Business Network, and I'm going to be moderating today's exciting panel discussion on carbon capture, cutting-edge technologies for reducing carbon footprints. So first I'd like to just introduce our panelists. And so we have Doug Chan, who is Chief Operating Officer at Climeworks. We've got Michael Manteris, who is co-president of Blue Sky Infrastructure. Patrice Lallam, who is Vice President of Carbon Management at the Great Plains Institute. Brad Ives, the Executive Director for the Institute for Energy Innovation at Louisiana State University. And then Vikram Ayer, who is Global Head of Public Policy at Heirloom. So, so I just also to set the stage, we'll try to keep this as interactive as possible. I welcome our panelists to just jump on in there. And then possibly, if there's time at the end, we may even be able to take audience questions since we have a little bit longer of a period of time than for the other panels. I like to kind of jazz things up, especially as we're at lunchtime and we're midway through the day. So before we kick off our conversation, I know folks are still just trickling in, but to get a sense of who we are speaking to, I'm curious, raise your hands if you are representing more of an energy end user corporate perspective, like chemicals, cement, et cetera. Okay, so we have some. What about energy providers, technology providers? A couple here. State, local, or federal government? Few. Nonprofit or academia? Okay, a good number. And then there's a bunch of, what else? What else do we have in the room that I didn't mention? Any other kinds of industries? Media. Okay, media, also useful. Yes, thank you for joining us. Also good to know who those people are. Investors, anyone else? Okay, terrific. Well, thank you all for joining us. So I'd like to start off with some brief introductions of the panelists as well as the technologies that you represent. So Doug and Vikram, I'll let you guys choose who's going to start on this first, but can you just start with some basic overview? What is direct air capture? This is one of the technologies we're talking about today. And can you tell us a little bit more about Climeworks and Heirloom's technologies as well?
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. So direct air capture as a generalization involves taking the CO2 that's already been released into the air, so from the ambient air, capturing it with different mechanisms. So Climeworks technology and Heirloom's technology are slightly different, and we'll touch on those details in a second. Once it's captured, we then take that captured CO2 and store it permanently underground to remove the CO2 that has been emitted through history. For Climeworks technology, we use fans to suck the ambient air through a filter media, and that filter media captures the CO2, stores it, and then we run steam through the process to regenerate the filter and then put that CO2 into the ground permanently. Now, Heirloom's technology works slightly differently, so I'll hand it over to Vikram to explain that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And I want to echo your point about the Cassidy team just tremendous job convening this really awesome set of conversations. So direct air capture, many of you may be familiar with it, but I want to start and just contextualize it slightly in the spirit of a much more familiar concept of carbon capture. We know this state, the Gulf Coast, throughout the United States, there has been a lot of leadership in carbon capture from energy majors. That, as you may know, and sorry to sound patronizing if you already know this, but that is capping an emission source at the source of emission, right? So you cap, you put a technology on a scrubber or an oil refinery or an ethanol plant. We love that. Carbon capture is great. But direct air capture, as Doug said, is binding to atmospheric CO2, which means that since it's binding to particles already in the atmosphere, it gives us a lot more flexibility as to where we can site these things. We don't need an emission source to build the technology, and we don't need the emission source to create jobs right here in Louisiana. So I think that that flexibility in siting is a really, really important feature to our tech. And for Heirloom in particular, we use a very, very unsexy object, the rock limestone, to bind directly to CO2. A few years ago, some PhD research demonstrated that limestone is made up of both calcium and carbonates. So if you were bad like me at high school chemistry, even you can follow along this, but it's made up of CaCO3. And what we're able to do is heat the limestone, crush it out, and put it up on trays. And when you do that, it loses one molecule of carbon. So it goes from CaCO3 to CaCO2. And if anyone can remember what your high school chemistry teacher would tell you, is that if you remove a molecule from a chemical equation, it wants to rebalance that chemical equation. So naturally it starts binding to carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and attaches itself to far more CO2 in the air than we ever took out in the first place. And we just keep looping that process over and over and over, which gives us a very, very unique and clever and elegantly science-forward ability to remove CO2 wherever we have limestone and we have trays.
Vikram, I wish I had brought one of those little molecule kits to demonstrate to
Yeah. That's a good pro tip. Next time I will.
So, Michael, tell us a little bit about carbon capture and sequestration, slightly different, as well as Blue Sky's technology.
Sure. Thanks, Lynn. I think everyone has heard a bit about CCS. We're focused on taking CO2 from industrial sources in the river corridor here in Louisiana, transporting it via pipeline, and injecting it underground for permanent sequestration in a Class 6 well. So my company, Blue Sky Infrastructure, is developing CCS projects. We are a Houston-based company. We're a portfolio company of Blackstone. We have been developing in Louisiana the River Parish Sequestration Project for the last several years. We are focused primarily on the industrial clusters of Geismar, Donaldsonville, Plaquemine, Convent. Our site is on the west side of the Mississippi River, across Ascension, Assumption, Iberville parishes. We have 7 Class 6 wells under technical review with LDENR. Our storage site underlies 32,000 surface acres that we've leased from private landowners, and we're the only sequestration hub in the river parishes that's currently under technical review. We also have a project in Alabama called Timberland Sequestration that serves a single point source emitter, a pulp and paper mill. We don't specifically have any novel technology. Really what I think differentiates us is our approach that we've used, particularly here. Our concept and our thought was always to be able to provide the lowest cost transportation and sequestration service to sources of CO2 here. And so we focused on finding a sequestration site, large-scale site, that was as proximate as possible to these key emissions clusters while also meeting all our site selection criteria. So of course, suitable geology, avoiding existing well bores, avoiding populated areas, looking for upland locations to minimize environmental impacts. And so that arguably involved a little more risk on the front end because we needed to amalgamate a position of a lot of different landowners as opposed to how most folks thought about just finding one huge landowner and focusing on that. But we're ultimately successful in doing that, and that's why we're the only sequestration hub with Class 6 permits under technical review in the river parishes.
Fantastic. And I'm going to ask you to unpack that a little bit more in a few minutes. But let's go into Patrice. Can you tell us a little bit more about your work, what the Great Plains Institute does, and then some of your interests in industrial decarbonization?
Sure. Thanks, Lynn, and hello, everybody. I'd like to echo the thanks to Senator Cassidy and his staff for putting together this fantastic event. I'm just so glad to be here. The Great Plains Institute is essentially an energy policy and technology think tank. We've been around for just more than a quarter century, based in Minneapolis, St. Paul. We have offices also in Washington, D.C. And I have the pleasure of leading our industrial decarbonization work and our carbon management work. We convene the Industrial Innovation Initiative nationally, which is a collaboration of labor organizations, energy nonprofits, and industry working on policy solutions both at the federal and state level for industrial decarbonization. And then also we convene the Carbon Capture Coalition, which really has been, up until recently, laser focused on 45Q as a primary foundation of policy for carbon management technologies and deployment, but really the full gamut and the full suite. And so I'm really glad to be here to have this conversation.
All right, and last but not least, bringing us back home, Brad, tell us a little bit about your work in the Louisiana State University.
Thank you very much, Lynn, and I do want to echo the thanks to Senator Cassidy for putting on such a great summit here today. It's a wonderful opportunity for Louisiana. I'm sort of the opposite of Patrice. We've been at this for 2 years, and I just joined as the first permanent executive director of the LSU Institute for Energy Innovation a year ago. So we're getting started in the space. We are backed by a $25 million gift from Shell, and we also have financial support from Exxon and Entergy. One of the key areas of focus for our institute is carbon sequestration, so it's great to be on this panel. What we do is we've got the ability to make grants to researchers at our university, Louisiana State University, and also Southern University here in Baton Rouge, to look at a variety of issues. They could be technical issues, like we've got Joyce Nisharma, one of our leading researchers on fiber optic sensing in the oil and gas sector, is working on the type of sensors that you're going to need in monitoring wells to see, is the CO2 plume moving, where is it going underground, what's happening with that. But we also have, I've seen Dr. Greg Upton here in the audience and Keith Hall from our law school working on issues about compensation and local regulation. But we're working on all kinds of different issues around the space. We also work on hydrogen, on solar, on offshore wind. We're looking at geothermal. So a wide variety of things, but given LSU's expertise in drilling and the petroleum sector, it makes a lot of sense for us to be focused on carbon sequestration. And one of the big things that we can do is, we're really an independent, trusted voice here in Louisiana. First of all, everybody loves the Tigers, so when you go out into these communities and you're from LSU, it's easy to be accepted. And when we come in and work on doing like baseline studies of sites where there's going to be CO2 sequestration, we can talk about what the water quality was like before this activity happened. Where was the surface of the earth? Is there something that's happening that's moving that around? What is the fault structure in that area? Where should we watch out for things? And we want to be the trusted voice for Louisianans who can help with safety issues, help reassure the public that things are going to be done the right way, and ultimately work with industry to make sure that you succeed in what you're trying to do.
Fantastic. Yeah, and I'm really glad that we have both these industry voices as well as these external experts, validators present on this panel. And that's, as we get into the questions further, I think both of those types of perspectives are going to be very valuable. And so finally, just introduce myself so you know who is this person moderating the panel. I mentioned I'm Lynn Abramson. I'm wearing two hats today. So two sister organizations, both headquartered in Washington, D.C. One is the Business Council for Sustainable Energy, which is a 3 decades plus strong coalition of some of the zero and low carbon technologies that really banded together to say, hey, we are in this together. What types of support do our industries need? And so that represents natural gas, energy efficiency, renewable energy, but increasingly a broad swath of new technologies as well, including carbon capture, storage, et cetera. My organization, and so the president, Lisa Jacobson of the Business Council, would have also loved to be here today, but is running her own association membership meeting in DC, so tied up with that. My organization, the Clean Energy Business Network, is a small business division of the council, and we focus on helping small businesses as well as community-based organizations navigate what's happening at the federal policy level and what types of federal funding opportunities are coming out, recognizing that a lot of those types of stakeholders don't necessarily have lobbyists or connection to inside the Beltway. So we really work hand in hand with the council, from those largest companies, utilities, trade associations, down to the smallest startups, innovators, installers, engineers, et cetera, around the country. And so certainly see carbon capture and direct air capture as really exciting, new-ish, I guess, in terms of the market technologies that really have a lot of potential to take off. So I want to talk a little bit further, kind of unpacking from the last panel discussion on Louisiana, so what makes Louisiana special. So let's start with our company representatives here. So Michael, Doug, and Vikram, all of your companies all have, as we've already talked about, some exciting developments and presence here in Louisiana. Some of them also with some partnerships with the federal U.S. Department of Energy. So I want to just talk a little bit more about each of these projects, why you've chosen to cite them here, and then how they will benefit the state in terms of economic opportunity, jobs, et cetera. So Michael, you started a little bit to tell us a little bit about Blue Sky's River Parish Sequestration Project, but tell us more about what it is, why Louisiana, and some of the benefits.
Yeah, sure. So when we started the company and started screening locations, Louisiana generally, the river corridor specifically, is one of the most obvious locations in the country, maybe in the entire world, for CCS. Why? I'm not personally aware of another location that has existing infrastructure, access to a continental waterway, access to abundant and affordable feedstocks, access to a skilled workforce, the way that this part of the country is, but also proximate to generally suitable geology for sequestration. Add to that a large concentration of economically capturable CO2 emissions, you have the ingredients for CCS to be deployed pretty broadly. And so it's a very obvious place to think about it. That's why a lot of people have. Kind of take it, another step here, then how would the industry here generally benefit from that? If we can deploy CCS affordably, that will make this part of Louisiana an attractive investment locations for companies to expand existing facilities, to grow to develop greenfield facilities. That benefits U.S. manufacturing at the base of the global cost curve on low carbon heavy industry. That benefits U.S. export manufacturing competitiveness. So there's a lot of elements here that make it an obvious location for it. Specifically, how can, beyond that, how does Louisiana benefit from our project? We are focused on providing a low-cost CO2 transportation and sequestration solution. So if we can keep our costs as low as possible, that allows industrial facility operators to implement CCS at an economic price that helps their competitiveness. Beyond benefits to our customers and our stakeholders, our neighbors in the community benefit. Our project specifically will have environmental benefits by removing emissions from the air, direct economic benefits through our community benefits plan, and then the parishes in which we'll operate, Ascension, Assumption, Iberville parishes, benefit from increased tax revenue.
Yeah, if I might, I'd love to really zoom in on something that you said about the workforce. I'll just put this out in the room. Heirloom, it was founded in California, but Louisiana is our new home. And I think that if you expect to hear from a representative from a California-based company, you expect to hear a lot of latte-sipping liberal type of ideologies around why direct air capture is important. But really, to be completely blunt, this is a job creation story. It is not lost on us that the very industry that is really damn good at taking things out of the ground, the workforce that was born here in Louisiana and has led America's energy future, is going to be pretty darn good at putting things back into the ground. The subsurface specialties, the geology expertise, the chemistry expertise, and that is what we're here to invest in today. We know this workforce exists. We are not here to replace or supplant that workforce. We are here to augment it. And by being able to tap into that expertise, we have massively fertile ground to do a different thing that Louisiana is not known for, which is to become the startup capital of the United States when it comes to this new energy economy. I think what Senator Cassidy knows quite well, and what Chrissy and that entire staff knows quite well, is that if you start to turn the gears of public policy to engender more development and more manufacturing of new energy technologies here in the United States, not only does that create more manufacturing prowess, but it means that startups like ours, who were once the sole province of Boston and San Francisco and Austin, Texas, are now going to start to think that, hey, actually, Northwest Louisiana, where Heirloom is building, and Southwest Louisiana, where Climeworks is building, is where startups ought to be. And I think that is a really, really powerful tale that's on display today. And from our point of view, the facility that I mentioned in California, we do have it up and running. Right? It was very important for us to de-risk this technology and not bring a nascent or new experimental technology to a state that has also known too much experimentation. So we know that it's working. It is removing about 1,000 tons of CO2 per year out in the Central Valley. And we're able to store that by mineralizing the CO2 we pull down into concrete. But what's also special about Louisiana, as you mentioned, is the geology and our ability to store CO2 underground, something that LSU and your team has advanced a lot of research around, as well as the energy majors in this room today. And so the two facilities that we announced bringing opportunities are in for Heirloom in Northwest Louisiana. At the Port of Cateau-Beaujeu, we have a facility that will be operational in 2026 that will remove 20,000 tons of CO2 per year. And through some federal funding in partnership with Climeworks and our project partners Battelle, another facility that will also be in the Cateau-Beaujeu, Shreveport region that will do 100,000 tons of CO2 per year. And I'll just end by saying this. The reason that we're able to go from just a small facility in California to two big ones very quickly is that science, that chemistry equation I shared with you earlier is very elegant and it's very simple. All we need to do is vertically stack more trays and put more rocks on it to pull down that CO2. But the second, and I think really, really critical reason that we're able to grow so swiftly here is because we are able to tap into that workforce. And my colleague, Caitlin Kane, who's in the room today, has been leading our public engagement efforts. And the thing that we hear most about from the community that we're calling home is that Cateau-Beaujans in the Port of Cateau-Beaujeu and the city of Shreveport, they want to make sure that we're not just bussing in those jobs from California, that we're not out-of-towners creating a little bit of industrial footprint and then leaving overnight, but that these are jobs for that region, by that region. And I think that's the beautiful aspect of the tech is not just the ability to create direct air capture or build on the CCS legacy, but the fact that we're able to, across these two facilities, bring about 1,000 net new jobs for this region. Most of that construction, but a good chunk of that, about 100, 200 operations and maintenance, and being able to skill up those workers, train those workers, tap into that workforce is a hell of a thing for a Bay Area-based startup.
Vikram, I love that you raised this idea of how Louisiana can be a center for innovation, for startups. And it's true. I mean, actually, the companies represented on the stage today are not the well-known, incumbent leaders in energy. You are the future. And so but you're working in partnership with some of those incumbents. And so I think you really hit home in terms of just how the local expertise, the geologic conditions, the energy industry here are just priming the pump for that future growth. And you started to talk a little bit about the two projects that you were working on here. One is Project Cypress, this partnership between Climeworks, and this is a DAC hub, direct air capture hub, which outside of the Beltway, DAC hub is not a well-known term. So Doug, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what the DAC hub is, and then talk a little bit about your role in the project and some of the benefits that's bringing to Louisiana.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Lynn. And can only echo what Vikram had said there about the creation and the opportunities here in Louisiana, which I'll touch on as well. So the direct air capture hubs, and Project Cypress was one of the federally funded regional DAC hub projects. So there was $3.5 billion put aside in the bipartisan infrastructure law, of which we've been awarded $600 million. Similar to Heirloom, we are also, and you can also pick from my accent, not American, Climeworks itself is actually a Swiss-based company and one of the earliest leaders in direct air capture. We've got 2 commercial facilities that are already running in Iceland, a 4,000 tonne a year capture plant and then a 40,000 tonne a year capture plant as well. And for me, I'm really excited to be able to bring now our next scale up in both size and technology into Louisiana, not just for the technical reasons that have been mentioned, right? The storage, the pipeline, the energy, the siting, but to just re-emphasize the workforce. And maybe speaking from my own personal experience, I've been in energy and carbon management my whole life. Started at Exxon, offshore oil and gas, Caterpillar building gas turbines, through Australia's pipeline LNG boom as well, then deploying gigafactories around the world, and then now at Climeworks. So I've always been building and building up local workforces and economies. One of the hardest things I must say about Iceland, while it's a lovely place to visit, you guys should all visit Iceland, getting a skilled workforce has been one of the hardest things for me to do. I've been trying to find a skilled maintenance manager for the last year. Now, I'm sure I could walk down the street here and people would be putting their hands up left, right and centre. So the 400 direct and indirect jobs we're looking to create, the 800 construction jobs, I know I'm not going to struggle finding those people here. And all it's going to take, like, I'll get into some little details, like I have to explain basic availability KPIs for those that are in the industry to the people up in Iceland, and no offence, they will work their asses off. But here, the education base, the skilled industry is already here. All we need to do, and working with Leslie, who's been leading our workforce development projects, is add that extra training. We're working with the Louisiana Economic Development to build up training programs that will allow this new technology to really take hold and boom here in Louisiana, which is really exciting for me.
I love that you're really touching on the value of the workforce here and that is already up to speed, ready to go in these new industries. Yep. So Patrice and Brad, what do you see as some of the biggest technology and economic development opportunities for industrial decarbonization in Louisiana? And from your perspective, what makes the state poised to be a leader in this area?
Rock, paper, scissors. I'll leave some good stuff for you, I promise.
Thank you.
So I mentioned with the Great Plains Institute, one of the things I didn't mention in my opening remarks is that our mission is really looking at reducing emissions, but in the process of doing that to make sure we're benefiting people, the environment, and the economy. And so we take a very pragmatic approach to the work that we do. For all the reasons that you've already cited, the industrial base here is well known. There are a lot of emissions to capture, and from our work that we've historically done in Louisiana, we've done public polling as recently as the end of 2022. We know that Louisianans want clean air. One of the things that carbon management technologies do, just by the nature of applying them, is reduce NOx, SOx, PM 2.5, and so there are air quality benefits that are a lot of times not talked about, and especially in retrofit applications. The other thing I would say about Louisiana is we talked about the existing industry and the geology and all of those things, but Louisiana as a state has been an incredible leader in putting the legal and regulatory framework in place to allow the carbon management industry to flourish. And so that's a testament, I think, to the foresight of state leaders and also your congressional delegation. And so Louisiana really truly is well positioned.
Patrice, I couldn't agree more. At the Institute for Energy Innovation, the tagline we use is "the future of energy is here." And we mean that both physically, in sense of place, but also sense of time. The oil and gas industry has been so important to Louisiana for so long, and the petrochemical industry as well. But we're seeing a maturing of oil and gas. In the last 2 decades, we've lost 25,000 jobs here in Louisiana. What we have right now is an unprecedented opportunity to lead the future of energy. You know, we're going to see not tens of billions, we're probably going to see hundreds of billions of dollars deployed here over the next 2 decades. And carbon sequestration is really the key to make it all go. You hear people, all over the world talking about an all of the above strategy. Well, with the concerns we have with, I don't have to tell you about the hurricanes here this season. I mean, seeing the impacts of a warming environment, we've got to act very, very quickly. At the same time, we're seeing artificial intelligence and electric vehicles driving a massive need for electricity. So we're not going to have enough electricity to come back and do things like replace thermal energy by using electric boilers. We're going to have to continue to burn things to do that. And if we burn things, we've got to keep that carbon dioxide from going up in the air. So what we're doing here in Louisiana, it is this mixture of the geology and having that pore space and having all of this knowledge of what's underground here and being able to use that data to build maps, three-dimensional maps, and figure out where we can do this safely. We've got the know-how. People have been drilling here for over 100 years. We're going to put that knowledge to work to be able to drill the wells to sequester the carbon and also to monitor it to make sure it's done well. Then we've got all of the services companies. We've got the educational system. I can't talk enough about the Louisiana Technical and Community College system and the way that they can reskill workers. And I think you're seeing that with the examples of the companies that we've got up here. So all of these pieces are in place, and we're going to draw talent here, we're going to create our own talent, and we're going to pull lots of money in. And this is going to be the opportunity for Louisiana to radically transform its future. We are not going to be West Virginia and bear hug one thing and hope that that's going to work in the future. We're going to go after all of it. We're going to use all of our institutions, and we're going to use our political leadership, and I truly believe that the future of energy is here.
Great. Well, you started actually, Brad, to get a little bit into the line of where I wanted to go next, which is diving into some of the questions, controversy surrounding the technology, clearing up misconceptions that may exist. One of the things that you sometimes will hear on the more environmental side is this concern that investing in technologies like CCS and DAC will only extend our dependence on fossil energy. I know that's a very controversial statement here in Louisiana, but how would you each respond to that type of concern?
I'll be glad to take that one. And Vikram, to use your characterization, I was probably a latte guzzling renewables guy through a lot of my career in energy. And I originally looked at carbon sequestration and thought, is it really going to work? Can we really keep things underground? And why aren't we electrifying everything? Let's put in electric boilers. And as I went through my personal journey to look at how much electricity it would take and then how expensive would it be to replace that infrastructure, I realized that the answers were really bad. So then you start looking at power in particular, that natural gas now is the leading way that we generate power. We cannot replace all of that with wind and solar and batteries and pump storage, hydro and nuclear. We still can't replace it all, and we have to grow it. So we're going to have to continue to use natural gas for power production for, possibly for forever. So if you're going to do that, you have to have carbon sequestration. And the experience that I've had in working with companies here over the last year and working with our researchers is we can do this. We can do it safely, and we're going to figure this all out because we have to. So these are the messages that we've got to get out to the public. I mean, the 2 pipeline incidents we've had with CO2, I think we've got to be honest with the public about that. But we also have to help them understand that they've got pipelines running underground here that carry natural gas. I mean, liquid fuels like gasoline and diesel. So we've been putting stuff underground that's a lot more dangerous than CO2. How we convey that to the public is going to be a little tricky because I don't think people want to start thinking too seriously about what's already underground. But we've got to tell them that we've been able to do that safely. And we're going to be able to do it safely with carbon dioxide, but coming out and being honest with everybody about what the risks are, how we have people who are experts who are working to take those risks on, figure out how to mitigate them. We're going to train first responders. We're going to educate people about it, and we're going to do it the right way. And I think that that's going to be the key opportunity. And we've got to do the fundamental research to make sure that carbon capture techniques don't have byproducts that are going to cause problems in the future. So, we've got to work on that. We've got to work on how do we sense leaks from sequestration wells and also from pipelines. We're working on technologies there. So I think there's a huge educational component that all of us, all of us on the stage, all of us in this room can work with government and industry and do right. And again, it's going to be something that can really propel the future, but we have to have carbon sequestration.
So I agree with you. As I tell my kids, my whole career I've worked in what I like to call the messy middle. Always with both sides of the political aisle, always with, lots of ideologies when it comes to energy technologies and the like. And, for where we are right now, we know that we have massive federal investments positioned to essentially help us transform our energy system in the United States. And as Americans, we are not very good at long-term planning, or probably short-term planning for that matter. As a mom, am I thinking more about storing CO2 more than a vertical mile underground, or the fact that eggs are $6 a dozen? It's probably the eggs. So, I think we have to find a way, not just with carbon management technologies, but with everything. I think we're seeing pushback with wind, with solar. You're seeing, local zoning regulations come up and the like around the country. We have to figure out how to not just pacify people, but to build champions and to build a shared and common understanding that these assets, regardless if they're, legacy fossil fuel assets or whatever, these investments are huge. They are 30 to 50-year investments. And we're all trying to do the right things and make the right decisions. From my perch at GPI, we're a small nonprofit, so my goal is to have our team create materials and information so that it can be shared, it can be replicable, other people can take the baton and run with it. So we have a website called carbonactionalliance.org. I encourage you to go there. We have actually a civic toolkit on carbon management that describes the technology suite at a very People magazine level, which I think is vastly needed. In addition, with respect to some of the more tenuous conversations at a parish level or a community level in Louisiana, we developed a geospatial tool called the Louisiana Decision Support Tool, which is also available on that website. And the whole idea is to use the federal government's EJ Screen tool, other geospatial layers that are available that look at environmental constraints and all kinds of things. But what we did is came into Louisiana, we did focus groups in 4 local parishes where carbon management projects were likely to be deployed. And we added social layers, social data on top of all of those other layers to help inform the tool so that anyone in a community, a city council member, a parish leader, has the same information and access to information as a project developer does. So, I think anything that we can do collectively, regardless of the energy technology that you're promoting or working on, to get people to start thinking about energy transformation as a possibility, a hopeful possibility in this country, will serve us well.
Can I just add, for industrial sources of CO2, that constitutes 25% of U.S. CO2 emissions. So 25% of our 6 billion tons of CO2 emitted annually is from industrial sources, 15% from heavy industry, and we're talking about processes that create products that we have to have. So products that go into applications in agriculture, in construction, in transportation, in consumer products, in pharmaceuticals. There is no alternative technically and economically viable production method right now. So the only viable widespread carbon abatement possibility is CCS.
I think it's really important to take on your note, Brad, in terms of like being honest, right? And I want to say that from a private sector perspective, there's sort of two things that we all need to lead with. The first is on the employment point of view, right? It's not lost on us that the energy majors that you mentioned, like where the challenge is or where the rub is, help create the middle class in Louisiana, right? So it would be foolish for us or anyone, startup or company, to suggest that we know better. We know different, right? That is wrong, and that goes back to the messaging that you're mentioning we need to get out there. But if you can assure that either skills are cross-applicable or that these are there to grow a new cottage industry of jobs, not replace jobs, that is really, really important, and that onus is on us as private sector players in this market. The second thing, though, to be honest about, is something that we rarely sort of seed. This is not like the changing landscape is happening underneath our feet, and we have a chance to do something about it. When I flew here, the bridgeway on my United Airlines has advertisements before I sit down about the carbon offsets of the flight or not, right? Japan just announced a brand new scheme by which they're trying to incentivize more technology in direct air, more investment in DAC, because they can't build DAC for various geological reasons in Japan. China has a agreement to build at least 5 new CCS facilities because of their own acknowledgement of this emission. And Exxon has a beautifully intelligent marketing team that is constantly talking about their low carbon fuel solutions, right? So the world is changing a little bit around us too. And I think that's the beauty of what the Foreign Pollution Fee Act acknowledges, which is that if there is a demand driven by consumers or private sector companies or just people, you mentioned the polling, Patrice, then that demand is something that companies and countries need to keep pace with. And if we do not right size to the need for people to want to buy cleaner items to make sure that the goods that they're bringing into their homes are manufactured cleanly and rightly, then we are going to have a problem because other countries are making investments to race up. And I think that is one truth that we should talk about, that it's not the CEOs in the Silicon Valley boardrooms or just members of Congress alone that are noting this. It is the world shifting on our feet. And there's generational shifts that are happening too with a younger demographic that's indexing here. So I think if we can pass bills like the one that Senator Cassidy talked about this morning, and if we can acknowledge that if we're able to add a new vertical of energy jobs here in Louisiana, then we have net positive movement forward without necessarily turning the page on the jobs that created the middle class here. It's a both and approach, not an either or one.
Yeah, maybe just adding to that, the work that these new industries bring it's additive, right? It's not replacing what is here today. And that's really important as we continue to grow and build on what we do have here in Louisiana. That additive nature allows us to continue to build on the skills here, and it helps to start that transition, which does take time, right? We can't just flick a switch overnight and make the problems go away. I think this morning somebody brought up the Montreal Protocol, which is close to my heart, given that the hole in the ozone layer was my biggest problem when I was growing up as a kid, and my mum was always telling me to put sunscreen on. But why was the Montreal Protocol so successful was because there was alternatives that were readily available, proven, scaled, that could be adopted. And that's what we need to do in carbon capture, in direct air capture, is get the technologies that we've been already deploying and commercially scaling to a point where it's really easy for the world to adopt them, just like we've seen how solar has been able to scale and how wind has been able to scale.
Well, we have flown through this panel. What an exciting conversation. And I just love the energy and optimism that all of you have brought to the table. in explaining how Louisiana is positioned to be a leader in the United States, but even arguably internationally. As we develop these new industries, we look for solutions to decarbonize these very difficult to decarbonize sectors and to grow new economic opportunities and jobs. So can we all just say a quick thank you to our panelists? Really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you, Lynn. Well, listening to that, it's abundantly clear to me that Louisiana boasts both a rich history and a bright future on energy. So that's really encouraging. And to explore the bright future a little further, I'd like to invite up our next panel. I can't think of anyone better to moderate this panel discussion than Zan Fishman, who's the Senior Director at the Bipartisan Policy Center and does a lot of work on this topic in D.C., as well as another great group of panelists to talk about Louisiana's leadership role in low-carbon manufacturing. Over to you, Zan. Thank you.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks, Chrissy. So this is amazing. More than 200 people showing up in Baton Rouge to talk about energy security. And the conversations this morning have been really interesting. It goes without saying that Senator Cassidy's leadership on these issues is so important in the U.S. Senate. I'm Zan Fishman. I'm with the Bipartisan Policy Center. We're a think tank in D.C., and we focus on bringing people together across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, and other stakeholders, industry, NGOs, other NGOs, et cetera, and trying to figure out how to solve some of the most difficult problems facing our country. And in the energy space, we've kind of talked about them today, right? We've talked about, we need enough energy. We need reliable energy. We need affordable energy. We also need to decarbonize. We need to do both of those things at the same time. The purpose of this panel is a little bit about what's happening here in Louisiana. How are we making the energy? How are we using the energy to make products? And as I was talking with Senator Cassidy's staff about, kind of the theme of this panel, and if you aren't aware yet, Senator Cassidy has an amazing team, Chrissy, Sarah, so many others, that have helped put this day together. He said, the theme's kind of something along the lines of, out of the 50 nifty United States, which is the best one for manufacturing, and why is it Louisiana? So that's what we're going to talk about. And I have really great panelists here. We've got Kristen Campbell, who's the North American Energy and Sustainable Technologies and Site Development Director for BASF. We've got Dana LeBlanc, Commercial Director for the South Region for Air Products. We've got Vanessa Martin, Louisiana LNG Project Vice President for Woodside Energy. Frank Macchiarola, who's the Chief Policy Officer at the American Clean Power Association. And we've got Greg Upton, who's the Executive Director and Associate Professor for Research at the Center for Energy Studies at LSU. So, Kristen, let's start with you. At BASF, you're investing in a variety of different clean energy technologies. Can you give us a sense of what it is that you're making here in Louisiana?
Sure, thank you. And I'll just echo the great appreciation to Senator Cassidy and his staff. Can't say how much that they've really helped us as industry to continue this narrative and to hopefully continue to grow the great state of Louisiana and all the investments that go into it. So first off, I'd just like to say here in Louisiana at BASF, we create chemistry by ways of producing efficiently and procuring responsibly. And I'll get a little bit more into that, but just to remind everybody what we do, we are the world's largest chemical company. We have over 100,000 employees globally. And we sit here in Louisiana with our largest U.S. manufacturing site, which embodies about 1,000 employees and 1,000 contractors on a day-to-day basis. And what we believe at BSF is not just our stated CO2 abatement goals, similar to many others around 2030 and 2050, but I would say it's part of a foundation to us to be as energy efficient and to decarbonize to the extent possible and be sustainable. One of the ways that we do that, and it's also what we embody at our Geismar facility, is through our Verbund methodology. So what we do is we co-locate our businesses right next to each other to where we make the most of every molecule that is produced. So every byproduct, every waste stream, we try to reuse it to the extent possible. We also do that in order to eliminate overuse of energy, to be energy efficient. And so that goes to, it speaks to how we produce our products. And just to put on scale what that means, globally our Verbunds, they save about 7 million metric tons of CO2 every year. So that methodology alone has really helped us. And since 1990, we've already halved our emissions by doing things like this. Looking forward, so we know we have a lot more to do, and BSF is a little bit unique because we added a scope 3.1 goal just last year, so not just scope 1 and 2 and net zero by 2050, but we're already looking at partnerships with our raw material suppliers, asking them to help in decarbonizing. Why? Because that has a big impact to our product carbon footprint overall. And so in the short term, we view things like investments in clean energy, particularly renewable energy, to start. We also are looking at carbon capture. We've heard a lot of that today, especially the last panel. At BSF, we hope to utilize it, not just sequester it. We think both have a role in this. But we also look forward to advancing technologies. One of the things that we're studying is we're looking at how to recycle byproduct waste streams and create syngas for it, so creating more chemistry for the future. What we're also looking to do, like many others, is make investments potentially or procure low carbon ammonia, hydrogen, methanol. We're looking at all of it. And then further down the road, we're watching things with partners around geothermal energy. We're watching things like advanced nuclear energy, because we are an industry that needs, reliable and clean heat and steam for the future in electricity. So with that, I say BSF, we're really taking that all of the above approach, or a portfolio approach to this. We are not committed just to one technology or one technical solution.
Terrific. Dana, over to you. You're at Air Products, and you guys are building the Louisiana Clean Energy Complex.
Yes.
What is that?
Well, I'll start with why it makes sense for us to have the Louisiana Clean Energy Complex. Air Products is a U.S.-based industrial gas company. We're the only U.S.-based large industrial gas company. We are headquartered in Allentown, Pennsylvania. We've been around for 8 decades, but we've been in Louisiana for over 55 years. So the majority of the time that we've been operating, we have been here in Louisiana. We're the largest hydrogen producer in the world. We operate about let me back up a little bit. We have about 750 industrial gas facilities. We don't just do hydrogen, do oxygen, nitrogen, argon, helium, hydrogen. That's what the industrial gas company does. But we are the leader in hydrogen. We have a large footprint in the U.S., but we also operate in 50 countries globally. So our company is very focused on sustainability. And one of the things that we're doing and how it gets to Louisiana is we're making $15 billion in investments in sustainable energy. What brings us back, to the Louisiana conversation is $7 billion, almost half of that $15 billion that we're investing globally is happening right here in South Louisiana. So the Louisiana Clean Energy Complex is a complex that is being built in Ascension Parish. We'll be making 750 million cubic feet of hydrogen a day. The complex is to make clean, some people refer to blue hydrogen, but we refer to it as clean hydrogen and clean ammonia. We will have a carbon sequestration piece, so talking about carbon sequestration a lot. This will be the largest carbon sequestration project in the U.S. And globally, for the projects that are announced today. So we will be capturing 95% or more of the carbon emissions from the hydrogen production, and we will be sequestering that permanently, below the surface of the earth. And so this is it's a good project for us because it aligns with, we have 700 miles of hydrogen pipeline today that services the chemical refining industry. It's the largest privately owned hydrogen pipeline in the world. It runs from New Orleans to Texas City. So the investment here for us in Louisiana with the clean energy complex is connected to our hydrogen pipeline. So we will be able to supply low carbon hydrogen to all of these customers that use hydrogen as a feedstock into their facilities. So it's not just about, what we're doing with our hydrogen and our customers, but it's also to help many customers along our pipeline as well.
Terrific. So you produce, the top part of the periodic table, and in particular, number one, hydrogen, and you're the number one hydrogen producer, and you're investing to build more. That's exciting. Vanessa, you're at Woodside. You recently acquired an LNG terminal here in Louisiana. Why did you make that investment? What's that business opportunity for you? What's the future of that look like?
Look, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to attend. It's really a great honour for us to be here, and this is a really exciting opportunity for us. But for those of you who may not have heard of Woodside before, I might give you a bit of a background, and then where Louisiana LNG, previously known as Driftwood, fits into our portfolio. So Woodside is an international energy company. We have assets all over the world. We just celebrated our 70th anniversary. We started in Australia, as you can tell from my Louisiana accent. We have very large LNG plants in Western Australia, and we have been operating LNG plants for 35 years. So we have a deep experience in LNG, and we see that as a really important part of the energy transition. We also have activities in other parts of the world. We recently started up an oil project in Senegal, which was Senegal's first oil project. So it's a really important step from a community development and economic development for Senegal. We've also got presence in Mexico with our Trion project, and we're also in Trinidad and Tobago, and in other locations we have presence in Canada. So we have assets in many parts of the world. We've been in Louisiana for over 2 decades with our oil projects, Atlantis, Mad Dog, and Shenzi, which is operated by us. And we've recently just acquired the OCI ammonia plant in Beaumont, Texas. So last week we closed, as you mentioned, on the acquisition of Tellurian, which its key asset was the Driftwood project, which we've renamed to Louisiana LNG. And that's a fully permitted 27.6 million tonnes per annum project. And we're looking to take FID or be ready for FID in the first quarter of next year on that project. That will be phases 1 and 2, which is 16.5 MTPA, that's a huge investment and it's a huge project. And we see Louisiana as a great place for us it's a great location for this project. It's in a wonderful environment that we see a great future for. And it's very much part of our growth strategy for transitioning energy and LNG as a transitioning fuel. So we're very excited about the project, and it's a corner part of not only our climate strategy, but our climate and corporate strategy, which is we have oil, we have gas, and we have new energy projects. So.
Terrific. So you did a walkabout, which was more about than the typical walkabout. Went a little farther afield. And invested in Louisiana. We're going to come back to the why of Louisiana in a bit. Frank, over to you. You're at the American Clean Power Association. You've got a whole bunch of member companies that produce all sorts of clean power. Give us a sense of what that investment looks like here in Louisiana.
Sure, thanks, Zan. So I'm Frank Macurola. I lead the policy group at American Clean Power. As Zan said, we really run the full spectrum of clean power, from battery storage to onshore wind and offshore wind to solar. And our companies also are pretty diverse in what they do. So we have utilities, and we have developers and clean energy buyers and financial services companies, as well as traditional oil and gas. So we really do cover the full suite of clean energy. And here in Louisiana, we heard a little bit about what our companies are doing from some of the panelists this morning. So First Solar is a member company, more than $1 billion investment in Iberia Parish. You heard from Orsted, who's worked with Edison Swiss to construct the first U.S. constructed offshore service vessel for the offshore wind industry, which is a new industry here in the U.S. And we also have a company, RWE, that just leased in the Gulf of Mexico a resource base or lease size that could produce enough electricity to power 500,000 homes. And so we really run the landscape around the country of clean power, and that's the case here in the U.S. And the investments, just to put some scale on the investments of clean energy in the United States and what it could mean for Louisiana, over the last 2 years, we've had announced investments in clean energy manufacturing projects that totals more than the previous decade before. In the second quarter this year, we saw a 91% increase year over year from 2023 second quarter in terms of installed clean energy utility scale capacity. And so this is really the next generation of energy technology in the country, and the panelists that you heard this morning really exemplify the potential investments that could be made in the future here in Louisiana.
That's great. I think a lot of people think of Louisiana as an oil and gas state, which is certainly true. But as you can see, it's that and so much more. All of these new clean energy technologies are coming online. Greg, you're our academic on the panel. You're the odd man out. Not as odd as me, but that's okay. You've done research on how some of the environmental laws that were written, half a century ago were really designed for a different era, for different challenges. And when we look at the world that we're in today and the challenges we face today, there's a bit of a mismatch between the policies that are put in place and how they're being implemented and how we what the outcomes we want. Could you give us a sense of what that means and how it's impacting investment in Louisiana?
Absolutely. So thanks for teeing me up to go nerd out with Econ 101. So if any of my students
nerding out is the
are in
thing
the
that we
audience,
do,
you can have some extra credit on your next exam for writing this down. No, but and also, so we look back to the Clean Air Act in 1963. You had the amendments in the 1970s, the really big amendment in the 1990s, and then now to the Inflation Reduction Act that recently passed. And you think about what was the fundamental theory, the economic theory for the Clean Air Act and all the amendments? Well, it was this idea that we have some pollutants, so these are going to be the criteria pollutants, that are going to have negative health consequences, negative environmental consequences for people that live in proximity to where these emissions occur. And so when we think about a cost-benefit analysis for these environmental regulations, certainly there are costs, and we can talk about the costs, but there are also going to be the benefits that can be quantified. And so historically, it's been this balance of how do you balance environmental regulations and the costs and the benefits of those. We now move forward to the era of, I refer to it as decarbonization, but as my good friend John Flake in the audience always reminds me that his best friends are made of carbon, so he doesn't like that term. But really what we're talking about is greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And greenhouse gases are fundamentally different than localized pollutants, in that for localized pollutants, if you're able to reduce those emissions locally, you accrue those benefits locally. But for greenhouse gases, if we implement a policy like the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, which we're going to incur costs in order to implement this policy, the benefits of reducing those global pollutants accrue to the entire globe and over a very long century time frame. And so if you think about for any political jurisdiction globally, the costs of that policy are almost certainly going to outweigh the benefits, because the benefits don't accrue just to that political jurisdiction, they accrue to the globe. And this fundamentally is what policymakers are trying to wrap their heads around. Can we have a world where countries all over the world, the international companies we have on the panel all over the world, are in collaboration thinking about balancing the costs and the benefits not only locally, but also globally? And fundamentally, that's what's different about today, and that's what's part of the conversation in Senator Cassidy's bill, is trying to tie those local costs and benefits to that global scale.
Thank you. I'm relieved to know that you're not trying to get rid of us carbon-based life forms, and it feels good to not be the nerdiest person on the stage. It's a little weird, a little odd.
Anytime, Zan, invite me, and
Thank
I can
you.
make sure that won't happen to you.
So the big question today, I think that we're kind of all here to talk about is what is the role that Louisiana is going to play in all of this? Right? We've got these challenges that we've been talking about around having enough energy, around decarbonization, around geopolitics and trade, around the technological development. So from your perspective, from your company, why Louisiana? Why are you here in Louisiana? Why are you investing in Louisiana? What is it that makes this state the place that you are going to invest time, capital, resources in? And let's just go straight down the line. Kristen?
Sure, so I'll start. So it was also stated on the last panel, in Louisiana, we have access to the Mississippi River, we have access to rail, to truck, and we have an abundance of resources. I will say our energy diversity and our competitive energy set us apart, and that's really to our advantage. Beyond that, with BASF, in a lot of what we produce here in Louisiana, it's really the start of some of our value chains. So we play in all sectors and all markets, including personal care, automotive, ag, we have, even oil and gas across the globe, but a lot of the things that we produce here in Louisiana are upstream. And so if we can do some things in our energy transformation and our decarbonization efforts here, it touches molecules that then go across the United States and then in some cases even abroad. And so it's quite an opportunity that we have as BASF, but it also is based on those advantages that Louisiana offers and the skilled workforce that we have. Plus, thanks to one of our esteemed colleagues on the panel here, a lot of that energy innovation through partnering with educational sectors, collaborating to looking at research and how to develop these technologies further so we can really even look forward to those advanced opportunities that are yet to be discovered.
Dana?
Well, it's because Louisiana's awesome, first of all.
Simple answer.
Simple answer. No, like we talked about before, for Air Products, we have a significant footprint here in Louisiana. We talked about our 700-mile pipeline. We have 18 facilities along that pipeline. For us, it makes a lot of sense to continue to invest here after 55 years being here, continuing to invest. But again, some of the same comments around we have the skilled workforce here that you need. We have the river. For us, we need the river so that we can export energy from our facility. So we have rail. That's a way for us to move product around. So, and for a sequestration project, most important for Air Products and this particular project is you have to have a pristine pore space to do sequestration. And the geology in Louisiana is perfect for that. So if you're going to have a project such as the clean energy project that we have, you need to build that project where you can do a Class 6 well and have the right pore space to do it. On top of that is, Louisiana just got primacy. So, thanks to people like Senator Cassidy supporting Louisiana getting primacy, now Louisiana can do Class 6 wells. And that's, very important for projects like what we have. So there's a lot of reasons for us to be here.
So it's not just, like what's on the surface. Sometimes it's just really what's down deep that counts.
That's correct.
That's good. I like that. Vanessa?
I look for us having an established and growing support for the LNG industry is hugely beneficial. It supports innovation, it supports growing expertise, so that's a great attribute of Louisiana, which is attractive for us. The access to ports, access to European markets, again, is also important. Access to gas, upstream gas, is part of that. And I think then the workforce, the greater the industry, the greater the strength of the workforce, the greater the expertise, and there's some great talent which we see that we can work with, we can grow, and the jobs that will be created out of it just enable skill building and that on a broader scale. So that's mainly for us.
Thanks, Frank.
So I'd echo a lot of what the previous panelists said about Louisiana. I'm reminded of anybody that takes the Amtrak from New York to Washington, D.C. I won't use the pejorative term that some people use toward it, but you pass through Trenton, and there's a sign on a bridge that says, Trenton makes, the world takes. And that could really be said about the state of Louisiana. I spent the bulk of my career both in the Senate as well as in the oil and gas industry, and time again, I saw Louisiana as a leader in energy, spent a lot of time at refineries off the Gulf Coast. So I think the ingenuity that Louisiana has in the oil and gas space can translate into next energy technologies. And so for the industry that I work in, I think about the Gulf of Mexico and the opportunities for offshore wind. So NREL put out a study that showed about 40% of the offshore wind resource base is in the Gulf of Mexico. And so that's probably why you're seeing some of the investments made. And so that's sort of the traditional history of energy. That's the workforce side, just the historical knowledge of energy that comes with Louisiana. I think there's a second part of it, which is the politics of Louisiana. To be honest, there are some states that welcome energy production, and there are others that don't, and they're takers. And Louisiana is not. It's not just at the local level and state level, but leaders like Senator Cassidy, whether it's on ensuring a competitive manufacturing base for the United States, ensuring a modernized pipeline and infrastructure system within the United States, ensuring a fair distribution of resources through revenue sharing. Senator Cassidy has led on every single one of those issues. And so when people that are making investments in energy see that from policymakers, they're going to go toward those regions.
So kind of summing up the four of you, it's kind of one part the natural resources of the state, one part the people themselves that live here, and one part the governance that's been set up. Greg, over to you. I know you've studied kind of trends and changes over in time in employment. Can you talk about how that has affected the energy industry and the sorts of investments in clean energy and decarbonization that have been made here?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look historically in Louisiana, of course, we had a lot of upstream oil and gas extraction and services sector employment. So if you go back before the 2014-2015 oil price crash, we had about 50,000 workers in that sector. That's the upstream kind of exploration of production and services. During the 2014 price crash, we lost about 18,000 jobs in that sector. I want you to think about that for a minute. That put Louisiana into a recession while the rest of the U.S. economy was still in expansion mode. Then we kind of levelized out, and then the pandemic hit, and we lost about 8,000 to 9,000 more of those jobs. Today, Louisiana has half the number of workers in the upstream oil and gas extraction and services sectors than we did a decade ago. And by the way, Texas, for instance, our neighbor, has seen very similar trends, that they've seen these kind of downward trajectory in this sector. You might ask, why is that the case? Well, let's look at production. Oil and gas production in the U.S. and in the Gulf Coast region has grown over the same time period. The U.S. is the largest producer of oil and natural gas globally, and we've seen the largest percent increases over the last decade. And our outlooks are that oil and gas production is going to continue to increase. And so some people ask, they're like, okay, well, why is this the case? We've had a reduction in employment while at the same time that we've had an increase in oil and gas production. And the answer to that comes to, again, back to letting me nerd out with economic theory here, Zan. Efficiencies. How is it that we experience economic growth as a society? It's when we need less inputs to create more outputs. And fundamentally, that's what we've seen here. So at the same time, though, that we've seen this increase in oil and gas production, we've seen billions upon billions of dollars of investment in the manufacturing these hydrocarbon-based feedstocks into products such as chemicals, plastics, liquid fuels, fertilizers, that we then export all over the country and all over the world. And at the same time that we've seen that reduction in upstream oil and gas employment, we've seen a decade of sustained growth in the refining and chemical manufacturing industries here in Louisiana. And so when we hear companies talking about this industrial decarbonization, the stakes are high for us here. Quite candidly, back to the initial question of why Louisiana, we have seen this firsthand. We recognize this balance of cost competitiveness on this global market with these emissions reductions. And I think that there's a willingness to move forward and achieve this balance, which is what we're seeing with this bill today.
That's really interesting. So productivity growth in the oil and gas sector has kind of led to enabling the growth in these other industrial sectors.
Absolutely.
So things seem great. I think if we ended the conversation now, we'd be like, all right, problem solved. Let these companies go do what they do, and we're golden. But you know, Jim Compton was up here on stage earlier, and he mentioned something that is maybe not so great, which is our current permitting system for building things. So I'd love for you each to just kind of touch on how does the bureaucracy around what you need to do to get a permit before you can start building, before you can start investing money, before you can start hiring people, creating the jobs, creating the economic growth, and actually like starting the path to decarbonization. Like, how does the permitting system right now affect these investments, and you know, what would you like to see different? Let's go reverse order just to shake it up. We'll start with Frank and come back this way.
Sure. I mean, I'm certainly not advocating for this approach, but it is interesting that most of this morning's discussion was about China, and anyone that would, you know, do an analysis of getting something constructed in the United States versus getting something constructed in China, there's simply no comparison. It should not take longer. The average environmental impact statement or NEPA analysis should not take longer than an entire presidential term. That's really absurd.
It seems like a fair metric.
And I mean, the debate about permitting reform has really been, about several different components. It obviously covers the gamut from oil and gas to renewables to outside of the energy space. But the common denominator for a lot of industries that are pushing for permitting reform is the idea of judicial reform. And the way that I've described it to folks, really since as far back as my time on the Hill, litigation against energy projects go on and on and on. And what ends up happening is that people pull their investments out. They just walk away from their projects. And oftentimes the litigants are suing under environmental statutes that were designed to provide the rule of the road for how to get projects constructed and in service, not to stop them. And so they've been used to stop energy projects. And so, and oftentimes by the same people who talk about the need to transition the resources that we use. And so if we're going to scale up the kind of transformation of our energy system toward renewable energy, and we're also going to use traditional energy to meet this incredible demand that we see coming from electrification and from AI, we are really going to need to reform our permitting system. And I honestly don't know anyone who represents any business industry in Washington, D.C. who is not advocating for permitting reform right now.
It's so important, and that's a really good point that you made. That the permitting problems don't actually end when you get the permit, right? That's when the judicial review problems begin, when they sue the permit, right? We talked a little bit about batteries today, but we don't actually want judicial review to be like the Energizer Bunny, going on and on and on and on, right? Like, we want to have an end date, a transparent, predictable end date, so you can build it or you can't build it. And not everything has to be yes, right? The permitting system doesn't have to get to yes, right? But it does need to get to an end, so yes or no, build or don't build, reallocate your capital somewhere else. Vanessa?
Yeah, I think certainty around permitting is the key thing, and having certainty both when you make the investment and then whilst you're actually midway through construction. And I think that uncertainty is where it puts investment at risk and makes it harder to make investment decisions. And I think a lot of that sometimes is going through a bit of an evolution, and when it's evolving midway through a project, that can be quite challenging for investment. So,
great, Dana.
Yeah, I think any company that's making a significant investment here or anywhere else, one of the first conversations that they're having is, can I even get the permits to build there? You're not going to make an investment where you think you're not going to be successful. So I think that's always challenging when you're thinking about making investments, and that's one of the first conversations you're having is, can we actually get to the point where we're building something? I think everybody knows that the delays in permitting are very expensive, and to the point made here on the panel already, sometimes companies have to pull out their investments and not move forward because it gets to the point where it just doesn't make sense anymore. So I think permitting, streamlining is important for any company, but Louisiana wanting to continue to be the leader in energy, it is very important that we focus on making sure that our permitting system is something that's achievable, for these investments.
Thank you. And Kristen, would you forgive me if I have you answer a different question instead of this one, because we only have a few minutes left and you all know too much about all these important topics, and I want to make sure we cover everything. So the next question, which we'll start with Kristen and go to any one or two of you else that want to jump in, is on the incentive side, right? So many of these investments that are being made and planned are factoring in the incentives from the clean energy tax credits. Some people are very excited about these credits. Some people are kind of excited about these credits, but really hope they're implemented well. As you're thinking about the investments you're going to make, what are you really focusing on in terms of utilizing these tax credits? And are you trying to protect them? Are you trying to modify them, change them? What's on your mind?
So one of the things I'll say that some of our board members often say is the United States took the approach of creating a business opportunity by way of the tax incentives and grants, whereas sometimes other regions have created more of a business restriction. And so we said the word certainty around permitting. I will also use that word around ensuring these funds come through. So making sure that we can make decisions, final investment decisions, knowing that the funding will be upheld and that any guidance that comes out around it doesn't change the game. So that's critical to helping make our investment decisions. I'll also say, just to hit on something Senator Cassidy said this morning, we're going to be one of those companies that's always asking for parity of things like carbon capture utilization, to have that incentive also be equivalent to the more lucrative incentive around sequestration, for example, because we believe in continuing to utilize CO2 to the extent possible, because then we create new opportunities for chemistry. And so those are things we're very thankful for Senator Cassidy's office for. I believe that the incentive approach allows acceleration of our plans here. You know, at the end of the day, we still need to have a market and a business case with a customer, but the federal funding approach has certainly got us to be able to launch things sooner than we were hoping to. That's
great. Yeah, and that CCU Parity Act, great bipartisan bill with Senator Cassidy's leadership. Who else would like to jump in on the tax credit?
I'll just comment quickly. You know, for the project that we have right now for the Louisiana Clean Energy Complex, we announced this project before, you know, 45V and 45Q. However, I mean, it is obvious that these incentives are very important to any company that's doing these type of projects, and it's important to Air Products as well, because we want to continue to make future investments, and you know, those things, those incentives really help you make those investment decisions.
Yeah, I would add, you know, there's really two ways of in climate, or you know, really two broad approaches of climate policy that we've seen. One is through mandates and through restricting business. The other is through tax incentives and incentivizing business to go out and make investments to drive that change. We obviously support the tax provisions from the IRA. We think they've been enormously helpful to help drive investment. The numbers reflect that over the last 2 years, as I said earlier, a 2-year period that saw greater investment than the previous 10. And as we look out into the future, we feel like a certain tax policy that incentivizes investment is going to be enormously helpful to drive that investment.
Yeah, this 10-year window for tax incentives really was a kind of a game changer compared to the previous, like, every year or two extensions.
Yeah, and you do see that reflected in the numbers and investment. You know, the expiration of credits drives down investment.
Right. Vanessa, different question to you. You know, a lot of people look at LNG exports and they think, all right, we're going to export LNG, they're going to burn it. What does that really mean for global emissions? And I think what you find is, like, it really matters what fuel you're displacing abroad. When you're thinking about your LNG exports and we're thinking about decarbonization pathways, how does that all play out?
Well, we see that LNG has the opportunity to displace coal and other fuels, and that's its critical role. And I think we heard a lot about that in some of the opening comments this morning. So for us, that's the big role it plays on a global scale. And we see LNG as having a long-term future in that role, and in displacing those other dirtier fuels. So.
All right. So we need another 45 minutes, Chrissy. Is that available? Do you have an extra 45 minutes for us? Well, our panelists are really good, though. Are you sure? Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you, Senator Cassidy. And we would love to continue the conversation with you throughout the day.
Thank you, Zan. That was actually the perfect note to end on, because it's a great transition to the last two panel discussions of our summit. We talked about the difficulties, the challenges that Louisiana businesses face from foreign adversaries. We talked in the middle part of the day about this renaissance that we're seeing within Louisiana's industrial sector and all the great new technologies that are happening. We're going to close our program talking about the role of exports and the important role that Louisiana's exporters play in advancing energy security. And to moderate this part of the panel discussion, I am delighted to introduce Anna Johnson, with the East Baton Rouge Chamber to moderate a panel discussion of other experts who have strong expertise in this. So, Anna, please come up to the stage, and I know that we have our other panelists hiding out someplace. Thank you.
It's an interview. Just wait.
All right, well, welcome to the afternoon. I'm standing between you guys and happy hour, so I can't compete, but I'm here to wake you guys up. So I'm going to go ahead and let each of our panelists introduce themselves. So I'm going to start with Matt here to my left. So,
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Barr. I'm Vice President of State Government Affairs and Community Engagement at Cheniere Energy. So at Cheniere, we are liquefying natural gas. We have a facility just outside Johnson Bayou in Cameron Parish. And so since 2016, as a company, we have exported over 3,500 cargoes to 40 different countries and markets around the world. I know that everyone in the room has heard a thing or two about LNG this year, so excited to talk with the other panelists and Anna just about some of the opportunities for Louisiana to continue building on that.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Reed. I'm the former chairman of the Export-Import Bank of the United States. And my roots start in West Virginia, where I grew up in mining. But I'm now on the board of a New York Stock Exchange traded company called HASI, which is a clean energy investment firm with $12 billion in assets under management, including $175 million that have taken place here in Louisiana.
Hi, I'm Paul Schubert. I'm the CEO of Strategic Biofuels, and we are developing the Louisiana Green Fuels Project in northeastern Louisiana in Caldwell Parish. And we will be making ultra-low carbon sustainable aviation fuel. So low carbon that if you took a gallon of the fuel we would produce and 3 gallons of fossil jet fuel, we would be net carbon neutral. So it's extremely low carbon, and we do that by taking forestry waste from the 100-year-old plantation pine forest industry, converting that to jet fuel, generating all of the power that we will use from sawmill waste, and then capturing the CO2 that's produced in both of those processes and putting it about a mile underground. We have our air permit. We are close to our Class 6 well permit, so well advanced in the program overall.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for sticking with us this afternoon. I'm Will Latta. I am the Vice President of Babcock & Wilcox, what we call our Bright Loop portfolio, which is our hydrogen technology. For those that aren't familiar with B&W, we're an old company. We've been around since 1867. We are publicly traded today. We're on the New York Stock Exchange. most people know us for our traditional energy sector. You know, globally, we literally have our equipment in basically every country around the world. And but you know, like most energy companies, we've been investing heavily in the transitional energy space. We have a solar company. We do direct air capture. We do oxy-fired. We do a full range of different technologies. But where my focus is our hydrogen technology. We have something we call a trade name is Bright Loop. It's been a big investment. It's been a $300 million investment over the last 2 decades. That's our own funding, Department of Energy. And now we're starting to build commercial units. And we have 4 commercial plants that we're building. One's in Ohio, one's in Wyoming, one's in West Virginia, and then one's right here in Baton Rouge. So looking forward to sharing with what we're working on.
Great. Thanks. I'm Robert Twilley. I'm the Vice President for Research at LSU. And what I wanted to talk about today is, you know, how do we position higher education and our research community to actually help companies through this energy transition? And, you know, we've been putting a lot of thought in exactly what that strategy should be. Where is our niche? Where can we help de-risk a lot of this technology before it goes into deployment? And I'll talk some about that. But also how, as you may have noticed, you know, we have no national labs in the Southeast, in the Gulf Coast region. There's not a national lab around that can actually support a lot of these activities. So how do we connect with all of that technology at those national labs and bring that here to the region where it's mostly needed? And so I'll discuss some of those strategies as well.
Awesome. Thanks. As you can tell, these people are all way more qualified to be here than me, but we're going to go ahead and jump in. So I'm going to start with Matt. So Matt, you and I got a chance to chat a couple of weeks ago in DC. So we had a fly-in and we talked a lot about the LNG permit pause. And so I want to start the conversation by really asking, you know, what role should government play in supporting the development of these future infrastructure projects, and how can our industry stakeholders influence the policy in that area?
Right, and I think a lot of it, I mean, outside of the easy question of, you know, permits, you know, issue permits and authorizations for the facilities to move forward, a lot of it is doing what was done with that fly-in with you. I know Kim, there's others in the audience that were up there in DC talking to stakeholders and lawmakers about the local impact and the state impact that the industry has in Louisiana. And it's really understanding when you talk about LNG, it's not just those coastal communities that are receiving the benefits, whether it's jobs, it's economic benefits. You were talking about an industry where our company alone, in which you multiply that out by other LNG projects in the state, but our company alone is procuring 7.5 BCF of gas a day from 60 to 70 different producers across the country. Because of proximity, obviously a lot of that is coming from Haynesville producers. We're transporting it on 25 different pipeline systems across the country. A lot of those are traversing Louisiana. And so you are seeing impacts through employment, through economic benefits in all those other communities. And often it gets lost and you think LNG facilities and you think Cameron Parish and you think of those areas that have the facilities but not the areas that are producing the natural gas, that the workers are there that are transporting that natural gas. And so for lawmakers to understand the impacts that are happening throughout the state on that, and then also as we're looking at modernizing and the regulations at PHMSA, which is a Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. I have to close my eyes when I say that one. But those regulations for LNG facilities were written over 40 years ago when we were thinking that all these facilities were going to be built to bring in natural gas. We were going to be LNG import terminals. And so working with the regulators to actually update those regulations, and I also want to applaud Senator Cassidy and his staff for playing a huge role in that. And in 2020, getting those updated to understand what industry is doing to modernize, to innovate. We are constantly talking about if you let the industry innovate and modernize, and we will continue to produce. And we have to push the regulators and lawmakers to make sure that we are keeping up with that and that we are looking ahead and what needs to be done to lay the foundation for that continued growth.
Thank you. I want to jump all the way to the end to Dr. Twilley. So you and I have worked together on carbon capture projects and through the Carbon Capture Alliance. So I want you to kind of talk a little bit about what these projects mean, what the economic impact is for projects like this, and how they impact small parishes like Cameron Parish. I see Kim Monty nodding her head over here. So can you talk a little bit about what something like this means to a parish of 5,000 people?
Well, I think the easy answer is jobs. There's a lot of opportunities, with the industry and expanding. I think of it as, yes, it's energy transition, but it's energy expansion. And is expanding opportunities, it's expanding new skill sets, it's expanding new technologies. And of course, in the education business that we're in, that's making sure the workforce is there. Make sure that you have the engineers, make sure you have the technical expertise. There's one project that was funded, we're very proud of here in Louisiana. It was the National Science Foundation started a new program called TIPS. It's Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. And I really want to emphasize the partnership program that NSF established because, what the whole goal of this program was for universities to expand their outreach into the communities with industry so that the benefits of these projects can be realized. And so we put in a proposal, we being the universities here in Louisiana. I see Ramesh, UL is a partner, Tulane is a partner, Louisiana Tech, and LSU. And we put in a proposal, 700 proposals were submitted. And out of that, there were 10 programs that were selected around the nation. And what that means is that we are competitive. And when we put our resources together, we get our universities to work together, that partnership really impressed the National Science Foundation. But let me tell you what was really important about that proposal is that the partnerships that we grew from our university partnerships was with our workforce, our technical colleges, working with them so that we get the curriculum together. But when the NSF came down here to look at our project, they also saw industry sitting in the room with us. So we had higher education, we had our technical community and technical colleges, we had industry sitting with us, and then we had parish presidents come in. And we had parish leaders that were sitting there as testimonies to the National Science Foundation that we are going to build these partnerships so that communities do benefit out of this energy transition. It's a $160 million project. It's over 10 years, the largest project ever awarded by the National Science Foundation. And we're going to double down on it because with that project and building these partnerships, I think there's a lot more opportunity for us to make sure that our education sector and our business sector and our local parishes work together to make this energy transition real for our communities.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back over to Kim. So what role will renewable energy and green technologies play into infrastructure in supporting this future growth and sustainability?
Renewable energy is one of the many tools that will be so important, not only today, but in the future. But it's all of the above energy. And I know we've touched on that a lot today. And I think Senator Cassidy, with his Foreign Polluter Fee Act, is bringing an innovative idea to that. So I look forward to the Congress discussing that legislation next year. Renewable energy, we know, is wind, solar, so many important things. When I headed the Export-Import Bank of the United States under President Trump, I don't know how many of you have ever sought funding from EXIM, but we had a priority in our statute to support renewable energy exports. And it was so frustrating to me, leading a $135 billion authorizing agency to be able to support U.S. goods and services being sold all around the world, to really find those companies that do renewable energy here in America. It's a big wake-up call for us because guess where so much of this equipment is being made? In China. And I know that Louisiana is a manufacturing powerhouse. And we've talked about all the different resources we have here. We also have an amazing port here to help with that. And as we look at becoming the strongest energy superpower in the world, we need to be making more of the components to help us do all of the above energy.
Thank you. I want to piggyback on that a little bit. So this is really a question for the entire group, so just feel free to jump in. But what are some of the proactive energy and trade strategies that can sustain Louisiana's role in bolstering that U.S. leadership and competitiveness?
So if I could maybe speak. So when we look at, what does Louisiana have that is unique, a lot of times people think about just the oil and gas because it's generally been viewed as an oil and gas state. But I think there's several things. One is early on, 2009, Louisiana took a position for carbon sequestration. And throughout the day, we've been hearing people talk about carbon sequestration and the importance of being able to do that. So there's a case where the legislation that the legislature put in place was quite visionary, and especially at a time when people were not even sure whether they believed sequestration was going to be a good thing. So one is that regulatory framework and legislative framework that allows the industry to grow. I think another key thing is what are the resources that Louisiana has to be able to put into a renewable space that is then exportable. So for example, we're using forestry waste. Well, a lot of people drive by the 100-year-old plantation pine forest industry here in Louisiana, not recognizing that, in fact, forestry is the #1 agriculture industry in the state. And so what you do is when you drive by these areas where there's row after row of perfect trees, and you'll notice they're all the same height, and then there'll be a step change. Well, you're driving through plantation pine forest. And people don't realize that they will plant 500 to 700 trees per acre. And to get to the size of lumber, which is the target, they will thin them down to 80 to 100 trees per acre. Well, they used to go into the pulp and paper industry. But, it's probably been a decade or more since I got a phone book, and the newspapers are really skinny and thin. And so it has really put the industry, the logging industry in particular, under a lot of stress. Well, we're able to take that material and convert it into sustainable aviation fuel. And here's the thing that's a global market, basically. And you see, while the U.S. hasn't yet adopted mandates for a certain amount of SAF in the jet fuel, but others have. So you see it in Europe, you see it in Asia. So there's a growing export demand for the fuel, a market that you can potentially have cars run on electricity, but thinking about a transcontinental airline flight run off electricity, that's kind of scary, It's like there's going to be this continuing need for fuel. So here we have in Louisiana, we have a resource that truly is a waste material. If they don't thin the forest, then none of the trees grow to the size and diameter of lumber. So we have a resource that can be applied. We then process that same wood for lumber in sawmills, and that material can be converted to power. So we have a number of resources here in Louisiana that are fairly unique, although I'd say they're shared across the southeast, at least, where this industry is, that represent a good framework to feed that need for sustainable aviation fuel. So here's something that we can do from Louisiana. We have the right laws, the right regulations set up to do the sequestration that lets us take the carbon from that, put it about a mile underground. The resource that we have access to, the sequestration reservoir, is actually exceptionally secure. So that was one of the things that Senator Cassidy talked about the community and assurance of safety and how do we communicate that. We happen to be in an area where there have never been any earthquakes. There are no faults. It turns out the faults trapped oil and gas. Well, there's been no deep oil and gas. And so this reservoir that's about a mile underground is nearly a perfect reservoir to store CO2. So again, there's unique geology, and it's been spoken of before, that really set Louisiana in a place to be in a leadership position for all of this energy transition and taking advantage of the things that really do lead to decarbonization.
Yep, that's a great segue, and I'm going off script, so if y'all see Bill, don't tell him. But this is, again, another question for the group. So do you feel like there's an education component missing, or do you feel like there's a gap between us and Washington and policymakers, that they don't understand what this science means for our state, or what it could even mean for industry as a whole? Can you talk about that a little bit? Anybody want to take it?
I'll take a stab at it. Yes, I think there's an education component, but I also think, when it comes to natural gas and LNG specifically, we've seen in multiple administrations now over the last 10 to 15 years, studies done that look at the economic benefits, the environmental impacts, the price impacts domestically of LNG exports. And whether it was the Obama administration, whether it was the Trump administration, every time those public interest determination studies have been conducted, they've come back overwhelmingly in support that LNG exports are in the public interest. And so tying it back to what you referenced kind of at the top of the panel, just with the LNG pause and the need to have certainty in that regulatory framework and in those authorizations, is we've been exporting LNG from the U.S. on a large commercial scale since 2016. We have almost 10 years of empirical data that now back up the previous modeling that shows, yes, there are tremendous economic benefits. There are tremendous environmental benefits when you look at displacing coal globally and the impacts that has when we're providing natural gas to growing markets in Southeast Asia, when LNG from the U.S. was a critical component for Europe after the war in Ukraine, and providing over 70% of our cargoes the last 2 years have gone to Europe. There's a human impact there that the U.S. has had around the world that has initiated in Southwest Louisiana. And so really telling that message, making sure they understand that those benefits aren't theoretical anymore. They are proven. We continue to see them locally, statewide, and on a national basis. So I think the short answer is yes, there is an education gap there, and it's just a matter of pointing to the information that already exists. It's not even here's what is going to happen. We promise it'll be good. We have seen it now for 8 years and see the benefits that it brings to the state.
I'd like to build on that a little bit. It's not only educating our future leaders, and thank you for doing that, very important. I'm on a Distinguished Fellow with the Council on Competitiveness, and that helps me focus on the importance of not only educating young people, but policymakers, regulators, and the rest of the world. It's so frustrating to hear the world that want to buy American goods and services say, America is difficult to deal with. We can go to these other countries and easily have one-stop shopping for goods and services that we want to buy. Now, how can we allow that to happen? So I really hope that we look at doing more with competitiveness and innovation. During the Trump administration, we had something called the Deal Team Initiative, where XM and Commerce and the State Department and any agency that could be dealing with selling goods and services around the world worked together to share information and really help our U.S. embassies around the world articulate what American products, including from Louisiana, could mean for markets of not only economic importance to us, but also national security importance to us. So I'd really like to see something like that formalized. And we also have to be really smart on permitting reform. We must have comprehensive permitting reform. And I loved what Jim Connaughton said earlier today, if you weren't here, but he basically said, go and do it and comply. And that will help us get ahead, and the bad actors should be held accountable. But let's not hinder innovation. China, we have to think about not only China, but all of our adversaries. Look at how we do business here in our country. And I hope as policymakers make rules and laws, they think about what the rules and laws are in other parts of the world, including with our allies. Because when I see a country buy goods from one of our allies, Canada, UK, Germany, why is that? And we really need to do some considerations, not only of what's happening here in our country, but what we can be doing to be more competitive.
I see this side of the stage itching to talk. So. Do you guys have any comments? No? Okay, I'm going to move on. How can we leverage public-private partnerships to kind of bring more improvement to our region?
So I can start with that one. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we currently have this new technology to produce hydrogen from a wide range of feedstocks. We can use biomass, biogenic feedstocks. We can use sugarcane waste, bagasse. We can use rice, the production of rice hulls. We can use that as a feedstock. We can use forestry waste. We can also use natural gas. We can use coal. So there's a nice complement of feedstocks we can use. And so currently we have 4 projects that we're developing across the U.S. And so as we're developing those projects, for me, I get to see, sort of that interaction state to state. What are those kind of best practices that you have in one state versus the other? And I'm going to give the example of Wyoming. We have a project up in Wyoming. So the state of Wyoming is, if you don't know this, they're the largest producer of coal globally. But their coal production went from 500 million tons per year down to about 250 million tons per year in the state of Wyoming. So the state legislators put together a fund at the discretion of the governor to basically support innovation. This was an open call for any companies to come in, bring your technologies, and the state would provide assistance to help that project move through its development cycle. And just what you see from that is, one, the global reach that the program. I mean, they literally went across the world to find technologies, bring them back to the state, and they have a handful of projects. We're one of them. We're the largest project to date in the state, and it's taking, basically, we're going to decarbonize the power plant. We're taking coal, PRB coal, we'll make hydrogen, and the hydrogen will be used for power generation. And you need, and my point is we look at these transitional energy, right? There's a lot of different nuances that are emerging that are just impossible for companies to handle on their own. You need that partnership from government, state and federal, and the companies and the communities to move forward. So, having a program where the state is actively engaged, actively participating is really a key to get these projects moving forward.
So I can add to that a couple things that we've been doing and really been helpful to us, but other organizations can do similarly. So we're in the 7th poorest congressional district in the country out of 435, so it's really poor. And one of the things that it missed there was no natural gas to speak of, no oil, and so it's a very agricultural environment. And so the people in general are very poor. But the state and federal government have funds available, particularly for infrastructure development. So for many, many years, the Port of Columbia, which is run by the parish government, has had this port as an industrial site and wanted to develop it. So we came and we chose that as our site, but then they began to really go out and look at how could they tap into funds that were available for infrastructure development, that because they're a public entity, okay, they can get as long as we're leasing the site that we would not have access to. So far, they have gotten, I think, $28.5 million in infrastructure grant development. So they've already upgraded the main road into the port, which helps any tenant that would be there. They are starting on a rail spur, which again helps build future for them. And so there's this, partnership in working together with the state and local governments to build infrastructure for an area that is very poor in infrastructure. The other thing that we have done is we have partnered with the local high school. Actually, they've gotten now a workforce development fund and a grant from the federal government to help transition students into a future workforce. They've set up a program that actually will help move particularly students that have various challenges, could be mental, emotional, physical challenges, into the workforce because of us teaming with them. And then we've also worked with Louisiana Delta Community College in Monroe to help them establish an energy transition curriculum. So it's kind of very close to what would have been just their oil and gas curriculum. But in fact, there is a gap where people don't understand what it takes to do something on this energy transition space, and students are very interested in it. They see it as a brighter future for them than oil and gas. And I think generally here we know we need oil and gas for a long, long time, but students don't necessarily understand that. And so by partnering with the local community college, we tap into that future that you were talking about for LSU and the things that you're training, but we tap into it for students who may not go beyond a community college level. So there's multiple levels that can be tapped into that help us, the developer, but also help the community develop. And for us, we're talking about in where we are, the median household income is only like $41,000 a year. So it's terrible. We will have like 150 jobs with an average salary of around $71,000, which is right at the median national income, and then create hundreds of other indirect jobs. So again, what we've been able to do is communicate to the community the value of the project being in this extremely poor area to be transformational for them. And that's something that then gets them behind the project because they can see the benefit that it brings to a community in Louisiana that really was kind of left behind by the general energy industry.
So this is great. This is a good topic. We're a public research university, and therefore, working with a private investment is really important. I know I speak for a lot of the universities, the public universities and Tulane, that, this energy transition offers a lot of opportunity for universities and industry that's represented in this room to do projects together and build partnerships. But let's talk about some of the challenges. The challenges, is that from the university side, we are not very corporate minded. We're made up of individual faculty who have a research interest. They go after a certain discovery. And so, but what you'll see at universities is the formation of centers and institutes that are more corporate minded. They are there to solve certain problems. And so I would say that, one of the things is to work with your vice president for research at your universities, find those centers and institutes that are very mission oriented, and that's a good place to find the types of partnerships that will work. And let me offer where I think, and you can talk to different universities and different leadership, but I'm going to give you my version of where I think that partnership can really be of mutual benefit and manage our expectations. A lot of the research is bench research, and there's definitions that NASA started and other federal agencies, TRS L1 all the way up to 9. 9 is when it actually goes into deployment. But that research and development, which we're known for, in the energy transition, there's a lot of that already out there. the missing link is what we call going from research and development to demonstration. The issue is scalability. The issue is scaling fundamental research prior to where it's de-risked enough so that you and industry want to use it. And that's that sort of test bid demonstration prior to deployment. I think that's where you need to invest in universities, because that sort of demonstration, test bid capacity, the solar farm they've got over in UL Lafayette, we've got the petroleum research testing, used to be called the Blowouts Control School. Well, that was where they taught people how to take carbon out of the ground, and now we're using that facility to work with industry to figure out how to put it back in the ground. That was the same comment that was made earlier today. But those demonstration scale projects to de-risk some of this technology before you use it in your industry, that's where I think our partnerships really need to focus on and can really strive. We're even doing a project at LSU where a big company came to us, a DOE project, and said, we want you to hit the submit button. And you will be the PI of the project, and the project's going to be developed down in one of the communities along Highway 30. So, you know, that's the kind of partnerships we need to innovate here while we're going through this new energy transition and rethink what this public-private partnership is with our universities.
I'd like to add on that something that is very successful in Switzerland that I hope CEOs think about. It's apprenticeship models and training our young people with companies directly, be it community colleges or prestigious, PhD programs. Apprenticeships are a way to really focus and train a whole sector growing up and will be our leaders very soon. And I also think we need to educate more people on the impact of inflation. I know business people know that. It's hurting all of our companies right now. Access to capital is killing all these little innovative startups. And something that, if you've never heard of this term before, Valley of Death, if you've never heard of that, we have all this amazing, innovative technology and ideas, but they can't go to scale because they can't get the capital. And so I know AFWorks at Department of Defense is a program to help with that, but there are other things that can be done. And when we talk to our young people, they want to have good jobs. Let's look at the most powerful evidence that we can of why they should go into energy. It's going to be such a huge demand, as we talked about. And when you just look at the U.S. hyperscalers, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Google, they now account for 4% of power usage in the United States. And they will require 12% of power by 2030. And this is just 6 companies. EVs also will require at least that. So it's mind-boggling about how we fill these needs. Again, it's all of the above energy right now, but I know America has a big promise they're going to deliver on in the future.
Could I just one more to build on this is, so this idea of technology development through through the basic desktop studies to bench scale to demonstration commercialization, that's all clear. But on top of that, and on top of the workforce, the community engagement, there's, to support the transitional energy, there's new tax incentives, right? And specifically, there's a 45V. If you're working in hydrogen, and if you're producing green hydrogen, you're focused on that 45V tax credit, which is, it's been 2 years. The IRS they announced last week that they will issue the guidelines. They said by this year. They promised. But you have that component too. To get one of these projects to financial close, to FID, now you're dealing with a new tax incentive that hasn't been out, that's never been issued before. You have interagency, so the IRS manages it, but they have given the Department of Energy, it has the oversight for the for your emission rate, right? So they have to say, okay, this project, You send in your data, you do something called a GREET model, and you put your application in, but you need the Department of Energy to approve that. My point is you really see with this transitional, there's a lot of pieces to this that in some of these are quite unique, quite specific to the transitional energy sector, and that's where you then back to the state. You need the state support, because even though state has primacy in Louisiana, you still need DOE to approve it. They still have to give you your emissions rate, right? So it's still all, intermingled together, and there's a lot of complexity. So,
Yep. Thank you. Before I get final thoughts from each of you, we're going to do something fun. We're going off script again. So good news is I see Chrissy having a heart attack over there, but y'all can't fire me because I'm not on your staff. So I'm going to say a word or a phrase, and then I want you guys to just tell me the first thing that comes to your mind. So this is going to be kind of a lightning round, so don't think about it. Just tell me the first thing that comes to your mind. So when I say it, we'll just go down the line. So I'll start with LNG permit pause. Go. Really quick, go. First thoughts. Come on. Wake this crowd up. All right, you hit the buzzer.
Bad.
Go.
Bad.
Damaging signal.
Terrible idea.
policy uncertainty is scary, right? Like for you, these are 20, 30, 40-year projects that you're investing in, and when you have something like that, it just sends, sort of ripple effects through the market.
Contact our LSU Law School Energy Policy Institute.
Okay, renewable energy, go. Come on, Matt. Come on. You're killing me.
All of the above are needed.
Scale up nuclear energy.
Great opportunity.
Hydrogen.
What was the question?
Renewable energy. First thoughts, go.
What?
Renewable energy.
Oh, modular nuclear.
Matt's telling me to start down here. Okay, we'll flip it around. Okay, carbon capture.
Oh, it's the most important aspect of reaching our climate goals.
Okay.
It's part of the equation. You have to have it.
It's required.
The environmentalists protesting against this is insane.
Great opportunity.
Awesome. I like those answers. Okay, last one. Bill Cassidy.
Incredible.
A great Louisianan who will lead the future in a great way for all of us.
I'd say visionary leader.
I love the policy. I actually part of my career I was based in Beijing for 12 years. So almost over half of my career has been there. So I love the idea. You got to hold accountability. Great legislation.
Combination of brains and guts.
Awesome. Okay, and then I want to get final thoughts from each of you. So I'm going to start with Matt.
I think it's just important to recognize, one of the questions that I didn't jump in on is talking about what proactive strategies can Louisiana take. When it comes to natural gas and LNG exports, Louisiana is already there. In the last 2.5 years, 60% of that LNG coming out of the United States is coming from Southwest Louisiana. We are there. We have to continue that. The markets and globally, there is demand for natural gas for the next several decades. The long-term contracts that we're signing for LNG offtake are now going through past 2050. The demand is there. The world is wanting to transition from coal to natural gas. The U.S., Louisiana specifically, is playing and can play an even greater role in that. We just have to make sure that policymakers understand that and that we're modernizing and moving forward with it.
An all-above energy strategy supports innovation and energy security. And as we've discussed, our nation's energy needs are constantly growing, and renewables are going to play a big part in the generation mix along with gas and nuclear. And we really need a diversified energy portfolio. I think energy costs tend to be lower when we have a mix of sources, which we all care about.
I think in general, the public wants simple answers to complex problems. And the reality is that it is complex answers to complex problems. It is a need for all of the types of solutions that were spoken of today. And it is a concerted effort, and it does take really long-range vision to be able to see where we are today and how things need to develop, and to begin to put in place the regulatory and legislative framework and economic frameworks that make that happen. So it's not any one thing that fixes the problem. It is just relentlessly going after the multiple opportunities and pathways to get to the solution we all need.
So we have 4 projects, as I mentioned, and you know, we picked Louisiana for a specific reason. You have the infrastructure, you have everything you need, and it's just it's really well positioned for this energy transition.
You know, LSU is a land grant university, and you know, land grant universities take a lot of pride in the impact that we've had on society. In the area of, you know, building the agricultural program to feed the world. And when the energy transition opportunity has hit us, you know, we're really trying to think, where is our niche? Where as universities can we have that kind of impact that we had in the U.S. during that transition? And, you know, a lot of it has to do, again, with my earlier comments about how universities work with industry, but I think this is a time for us to build these partnerships that are really important. And one of our strategies in this, and I'd like for industry to participate in this conversation with us as well as with our other universities, we need to get the national labs more involved in what we're doing here in Louisiana. And that's through the DOE, their projects, the scalability issues. We're meeting with 4 national labs. We've met with their directors. We visited Idaho National Lab. A couple weeks we're going up to Oak Ridge, and then after that up to Morganton at NETL, and then to Colorado at the National Resource Lab, and you know, bring them here so that we can find these partnerships where those national labs can work with the universities here with industry. Because one thing we have found talking to national labs is they don't have good connections with industry. And if we can build their capacity with our capacity at the universities, with the capacity of the national labs to tackle the test bid, getting the de-risking this technology before it goes into deployment so that, you know, you actually can deal with the economics, I think those are some real opportunities that we have in front of us that we'd really like for you to work with us on.
That's such a good note to end on, and I can hear how passionate each of you are about this. So thank you all for being here, and let's give a round of applause for the best panel today.
Thank you, Anna. That was great. Really great to hear how the Louisiana companies, the research community, and policymakers are working together to advance the state's, advance national security through through exports. I am delighted to announce our last panel. We're closing the day out strong before closing remarks by Senator Cassidy. My dear friend, Bob Stout, who has a long career in the oil and gas industry and now is a senior fellow at Duke University, will kindly moderate this panel discussion on the important role of U.S. natural gas in advancing energy security.
I'm a little old school, and I also like to, I always try to follow the lead of my, my friend and colleague Dave Banks. So I'm going to talk from the lectern. We really have a treat of a panel here and a great topic. I was thinking about the topic for this discussion is Louisiana's liquid gold, which I guess is LLG. And that happens to be LNG, liquefied natural gas. So we're going to be talking about the dynamics of the market. As I was thinking about this, I think it's really appropriate in a way that this is the last panel before Senator Cassidy joins us to wrap things up, because it takes us right back to the beginning and some of the key things that the Senator and Mark in their fireside chat were underlining there, and they are all in the importance of LNG. Obviously, the economy and jobs, right here in Louisiana for the U.S. as well. How we produce sustainable energy in sync with the demands of a global market, which Senator Cassidy talked about. Obviously, LNG, natural gas, has brought down emissions in the U.S. and has the potential to do that throughout the world, and is doing it now and can continue to build. Also on sustainability, the United States and industry is leading in reducing emissions from the production and transport of natural gas, and we'll talk about that, LNG. Equalizing the playing field in the market. That's critical. We talked about it a lot in terms of trade policy, but I think it's also important as we think about what are going to be the standards by which our LNG is judged versus others, and that there are consistent standards that create a fair playing field. And then finally, and most obviously, and in some ways most importantly as Americans, is the geopolitical national security need for this. They didn't call it freedom gas for nothing. So to probe those issues, we're really fortunate today to have a panel of deep industry experts and leaders, as well as people in the policy space. So we have Bob Pender, the co-chairman and founder of Venture Global LNG. Bob was previously for many years the head of project finance and a lawyer at a major firm. He's worked on infrastructure projects around the world totaling $35 billion. Quite a record, I would say. Lane Wilson, who is the Senior Vice President and General Counsel of the Williams Company, and he's not only responsible for the legal bit, but also for government affairs and compliance, so deals with all of the relevant issues. Mark Menzies, who you met before, currently the head of the U.S. Energy Association, prior Deputy Secretary of Energy, a long time as well on the Hill, just a great person to have here. And finally, Neil Chatterjee, with Hogan Lovells currently, but the former FERC Commission, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, I imagine most of you know, and chair, and also previously worked for Senator McConnell, and really known for sort of bipartisan reform. So what I love about this panel, even though I'm in Washington, is we've got a mix of industry expertise and policy expertise, and that's critical here. So to kick this off, I'd like to sort of start on the industry and business side of this. Obviously, LNG has played a critical role in meeting the urgent needs of our allies in Europe and increasingly in Asia, where they're looking for affordable energy and lower emissions. A recent IEA report says they expect the global LNG supply balance to be somewhat fragile. And as we sell into that, I would love to hear first from Bob and then from Lane. I would like to hear, just take us inside your businesses and talk about how you are preparing to meet that demand globally, and also importantly, how you're doing that and the jobs you're creating in Louisiana. So first to you, Bob.
Thank you. You said I worked for a large law firm. I want to point out that I used to work for Hogan Lovells and Neil's law firm. Sorry, I missed alumni night the other week. I practiced at Hogan Lovells until I was 58, and I retired and didn't know what I wanted to do. I worked in Haiti with the Interim Haiti Recovery Commission and started working with my partner, Mike Sable, doing a potential of an import terminal in Sri Lanka. We were roughly 10 years ahead of really the curve, too early. But what we saw was an incredible opportunity for North American natural gas to displace HFO, diesel, coal, and save in the process hundreds of millions of dollars. Every country is different. Every country, in the case of Sri Lanka, it was in the palms of the Chinese, who were actively building up their their chain of pearls port system. But it brought us back to the United States, and we ultimately concluded that if we could take North American gas and we can figure out how to deliver it faster and cheaper than anybody else, we can send the market signal to the world to have a product that is lower GHGs than coal, but economically the same cost. And it's, you know, the only downside of that is that it's really an industry dominated by super majors. And so we raised a lot of money over a long period of time. We raised almost $1 billion in the process of getting to the starting gate. I'm telling this story for a couple reasons. Took us 10 years, but we have done it. We basically have Calcasieu Pass, which is 10 MTPA, and in the next couple months we're going to be starting construction sales from Plaquemines, which is about 20 MTPA. We are one of the fastest builders in the U.S. Gulf Coast LNG space, but we're also very proud that our product is cheaper to produce. It's faster, therefore we have fewer cost overruns that are associated with delays, but we also modularize. So one of the points, so that's who we are. That's what we're trying to do. I do want to emphasize for this audience what's implicit in what I just said. We are not doing anything really different. We are using the same compressors and motors and turbines that have existed for several generations. We are configuring them differently, and we are packaging them and manufacturing them differently, and we're putting an awful lot of effort into our culture and the way we build our facilities, which is unique. But with no new technology, it took us 10 years. And this is a really important point, how hard the energy transition is. I've been working in it for 30 years, wind, solar, nuclear, and it is incredibly frustrating to see how difficult it is and complex. The prior panel had a great speaker talking about this, the complexity of this, and going from dispatchable power to, you know, interruptible power, and how you balance grid stability. These are incredibly challenging issues. It led me and Mike, my partner, to conclude that natural gas was going to be an important way to keep the wheels on with a lower GHG footprint while we invent our way out of this situation. And we are proud to be playing that role. I have more to say, but I think in the interest of time, prefer to turn it over to Lane.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Bob. So I work for the Williams companies. Bob is sitting there on the Gulf Coast. We're downstream, or we're upstream from him. Somebody's got to get the gas to the LNG exporters, and Williams touches a third of the nation's natural gas every day. It goes through one of our pipelines, one of our gathering systems. Somehow we touch that molecule. And we are heavily invested in Louisiana. We have a large gathering system. We're building a 1.8 BCF gathering line in northern Louisiana to move gas out of the Haynesville, the Tuscaloosa, and the Austin Chalk down to the Gulf Coast area. And then we also have an interstate pipeline that we're building from Texas into Louisiana. And natural gas is really the only feasible solution we have right now to dramatically reduce our GHG emissions. It's responsible for 60% of those reductions since 2005. As Bob mentioned, we have countries all over the world that are burning not only fuel oil and propane and heavier hydrocarbons and fossil fuels like coal, but we have countries that are burning wood, and they're doing it in their homes, and they're doing it in their houses. We have 3 million kids a year dying from asthma-related diseases because of the sort of fuel they're using in their homes. And I can tell you two things real quickly here. One is that people who don't live a life like we do, or even like they do in Europe, really don't care much about the environment. The better their lives, the more they're going to care about the environment. And the second thing is the quicker we can get them to a position to where they have lives like we do, the more quickly we're going to reduce GHG emissions. And natural gas is really the tool to do that with, and Louisiana natural gas is going to play a huge, huge role in that transition.
Thank you. Just maybe quickly before we move to Mark and Neil, Bob, I just wanted to give you a chance, if you'd like. I imagine many people from there, but to talk a little bit about the scope and scale of your Calcasieu and Plaquemines project and sort of number of jobs and what that's bringing to Louisiana.
Sure. Well, these numbers sound kind of crazy. You were talking about, I did $35 billion worth of deals before I left law. We've already done at Venture Global $50 billion of capital transactions. It's hard to imagine what that means, but these are some of the largest infrastructure projects on Earth. What we're building a little bit south of here on L23 down south of New Orleans is one of the largest projects in North America. We're over our peak head count. Because of the way we build, our peak head count is about 6,000 people. The number of jobs that spin off of that, maybe 30,000. If we were doing it the old-fashioned way, it would be closer to 15,000. We're trying to be very efficient with 6,000 people. We inject over the lifetime of the projects about $6 billion of income to our parishes and in property taxes. We create tens of thousands of jobs and thousands of permanent good jobs. These are well over $100,000 a job. Most of the videos of our projects are drone videos looking down. They do not look as impressive if you visit them. Our Plaquemines project is roughly a little bit smaller than Central Park, and it's nothing but concrete and steel and tanks and industrial might. So yes, we're playing a huge role in the economy. We're playing the secondary and tertiary economic benefits go throughout the United States. I want to compliment Lane for his point. LNG and selling LNG is not just about Louisiana jobs and Louisiana construction and operations. The extension of that economic miracle through the extraction of mineral rights into farmers, the property right in the United States, because of our property rights structure, the dispersion of that income throughout every almost 33 states in the United States is just an incredible engine of growth and job creation. And we're delighted to have people like Williams building the pipelines. It is a unique advantage of the United States that we have 3 million miles of pipelines in the ground already to bring from every basin in North America to the Gulf Coast. I wanted to make a point about why Louisiana, if I could take just a second. It's really important to realize, I think Lane and I sit here going, if you really care about climate change and you recognize how long it's going to take, this is a critical way to get from here to there. And it's worked in the United States from 1995 to today. We've dropped our carbon emissions by 1 billion tons a year. No other developed economy has done that. We've gone from 6 billion to 5 billion. Obama could sign the Paris Accord because of the progress we've already made. If we can export that miracle to Asia and to South Asia, it'll do more for climate change than anything else we can do. While we invent hydrogen and SMRs, I mean, SMRs isn't one permitted yet. And so it's going to take a long time to design, engineer, permit, and then ultimately deploy and commercialize these to work. So what I wanted to say is that this is a unique asset North America has, with the E&P sector as vibrant as it is, and it perfectly, I call it perfect capitalism, with the pipelines to bring it down, You cannot build an LNG export terminal on the west coast of the United States. You cannot build in California or Oregon or Washington, and you cannot build in Maine or Massachusetts or anywhere down the East Coast. Dominion was lucky to get Cove Point done when it did. You have to build either in Texas or Louisiana, and there are really only 3 or 4 river inlets where you can build and bring in the depth of draft that you need for exports. So you're really looking at the Mississippi and the Calcasieu Ship Channel, the Houston Ship Channel, and Sabine Pass. So it's a very small footprint where you can build. We're delighted that the gas pipelines seem to have a concentration in the center of gravity here, but this is a special place that can play a special role.
Thank you. And this is perfect because I now want to go to Mark and Neil, because in order for Lane, you called it this economic miracle to happen, and us to bring these advantages to the world. In order for us to continue building in Louisiana and the United States, I've been in industry. Industry needs supportive policy, enduring policy that will allow us to leverage these advantages. So we've talked a lot about, and a very strong case made about the importance of trade policy and global policy. But domestic policy here is also absolutely critical. And so I'd like to ask Mark and then Neil, from their experience with DOE and FERC, which have something to do with permitting and authorization and enabling all of this. I'd like to ask you, from your experience, to talk about that and maybe 2 or 3 potential policy changes or improvements that could be made, either just with existing agency authority, or I'm going to let you think about how Congress might help. But what policies could best enable this LNG market to achieve its potential here and globally? Starting with Mark.
Well, thank you, Bob, for the question. And I just want to take just a second to recognize really the 2 business leaders here who are on the panel. I mean, you've heard Bob talk about Venture Global. I mean, Venture Global really was created as a result of the vision that you heard him describe. And he's come this $50 billion in investment, and the impact here in the Gulf region is really nothing short than, frankly, miraculous. Of course, Williams has been committed to distributing natural gas for years. And so their leadership is really important. And you're looking at the poster child that has to figure out how to get interstate natural gas pipelines permitted under the Natural Gas Act, and so we can talk about that. But I just really wanted the audience to truly appreciate who you have here talking to you. Neil and I, of course, maybe a round of applause. In listening to Bob describe, sort of the adventure that he had, reminded me that Neil and I were on the Hill back about 20 years ago, and we were staffing committees and leadership offices, and we were trying to pass an energy bill. And one of the issues, we had a couple of issues. Back in 2003, 4, 5, and a few years before, we really felt that the United States was really had depleted a lot of its resources for natural gas. And there was a real concern by members of Congress is where are we going to get natural gas? So it was important at that time that we make sure that we had import facilities. We had LNG import facilities. And policymakers back then thought, well, we should anticipate this and we should amend the Natural Gas Act to provide for streamlined permitting. Let us address the permitting, because even back then, 20 years ago, permitting was as difficult as it is today. Perhaps it's a little more difficult today. But what Congress did then in the Energy Policy Act of 2005, they saw an opportunity to put primary regulation of LNG, both import and export facilities, at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Of course, at the time, Neil did not know that he was going to become chairman of this all-powerful regulatory body and determine the future of LNG exports. But in that bill, Congress, on addressing the policy issues, said we want a lead agency. It will be FERC. FERC will be able to basically call all other agencies to go through their reviews at reasonable time periods, and we restricted back then some of the challenges. We put that if you weren't happy with the permit or you wanted to challenge a permit, you had to go to the federal district court, and outside, really, we were trying to get it out of the D.C. circuit. So Congress saw that, they put that in place. They did something else. They also had an Alabama court, federal court, that had decided that hydraulic fracturing should be regulated by EPA under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And there were members of Congress who said, you know, I read the Safe Drinking Water Act, and we don't believe that Congress ever intended that EPA should have authority to regulate and ban hydraulic fracturing in the United States. So what did Congress do? Congress was very controversial. Both of these things were extraordinarily controversial. But Congress basically said, no, EPA shall not regulate hydraulic fracturing. It would be left to the states. Now, you couldn't frack if you used diesel, but otherwise left to the states. And what happened? There were states that said, we're not going to frack, thank you very much, New York. But you know, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, you know the story. And this has given rise to the shale revolution. Now, suddenly America has abundance of natural gas, cheap, affordable natural gas, right? Could meet the domestic sources. Williams is transporting frack gas all over the place now. Bob's company comes and says, we want to export. We're not building to import. We're building to export. Where? To developing countries around the world, initially. Asia expected, and they were financing some of the early LNG export facilities because Asia, our friends and allies in Asia, wanted U.S. LNG. They didn't want to pay the premium of taking Middle East natural gas. It's too dangerous, so you pay a premium. Pricing at the Henry Hub in Louisiana, you had competitively priced international markets. And the natural gas markets developed quicker than the global markets for oil, and soon you could put product on water, and you could arbitrage, and you could trade, and you could swap, and you had a rapidly developing market. All of this happened because the demand was good. Congress actually did some forward-looking things at that time. So this is a long-winded way of saying, getting back to the policy.
Back to the future.
But just for Bob's point, he said he started in Sri Lanka, right? Well, look, we're talking about emission reductions, right? Well, emissions are going to increase a lot caused by increase in populations. The UN predicts that by the time a lot of these countries want to hit net zero, 2100 or so, we're going to have 2 billion more people on Earth. They're going to be coming in the developed countries. They're going to be coming in the countries that Bob's company, Williams' company, wants to get LNG to. These developed countries want to have the choice to choose which source they're going to have for energy to provide for a rise in economic prosperity to their people. These people are going to be entitled to this energy and this lifestyle. It's going to be U.S. LNG that's going to give these countries that optionality to do that, and they would prefer to do business with U.S. rather than the Middle East monarchs or certainly Russia. We learned that with Europe, with the invasion of Ukraine. Europe wants to partner with the U.S. We have to follow through with our commitments that we're going to provide LNG to the Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, to build on what the Secretary said, you know, for those of you wondering why I'm on here, you're probably like, what the FERC? What is this FERC that folks are speaking of? The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, per this legislation that Mark and I worked on when I was a junior staffer in the early 2000s, is the agency with the responsibility to oversee certificate applications for LNG export facilities. And it is truly, truly remarkable to think that when we were working on what was initially the Energy Policy Act of 2003 that became the Energy Policy Act of 2005, that we went from a mindset that we would be citing LNG import facilities to the reality when I took my seat at FERC in 2017 that we were in a position to approve LNG export facilities. And what I came to recognize when I went to the Commission was that these are really complex transactions. Some of these applications are over 40, 50,000 pages. Things that used to be a matter of routine had become very controversial. We had protesters coming to the commission meetings, coming to our homes, harassing my children, going to job sites. And so what was a matter of routine became very contentious. And I became concerned that as an opportunity was emerging for long-term contracts, that FERC would be the bottleneck that could potentially cause the U.S. to miss this tremendous opportunity. And I was a big believer in the time of the prospect of U.S. LNG. I was ridiculed because I supported then Secretary Perry when he referred to U.S. LNG as freedom gas. I believed it at the time, and I believed it today. And the case that I made to my colleagues at FERC, because you got to have the votes. FERC's a little bit different than other agencies. It's a bipartisan agency with an independent agency with a bipartisan configuration. You got to have a majority of votes. So I had to persuade my colleagues to support our reviews of these LNG applications. And the case I tried to make to them was that U.S. LNG export facilities not only created jobs and domestic economic growth, not only were vital geopolitically to providing our allies with an alternative to Russian gas, but because we do it cleaner and better than anybody else, clean U.S. LNG displacing more carbon-intense sources of fuel overseas, particularly in Southeast Asia, actually lowers global carbon emissions. So this was a win-win-win for America, and I worked really hard with my colleagues. We worked out a memorandum of understanding with PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, to eliminate some duplicative regulation. I opened a FERC office in Houston so that we could hire young people who had experience, engineers and lawyers and economists, to help us process these complex applications. And I worked out a bipartisan deal. And it made Bob a little bit uncomfortable because we were tied up 2-2 and Calcasieu Pass was on the FERC agenda. But I had to work out a bipartisan deal in order to move it forward, and I did. And with the support of organizations like the Bipartisan Policy Council, LNG Allies, the Climate Leadership Council, we were able to get a deal done in which FERC changed its policies, in which we would assess the direct emissions associated with the policy, with the projects that we evaluated, and that enabled us to move forward and approve actually 12 facilities during my tenure at FERC. And I'm very proud of this because I truly do believe the work we did, Secretary Menzies and myself and others during that time, are saving our European allies right now. Make no mistake, the war in Ukraine is an energy war. Germany in particular and Western Europe writ large made a series of energy policy decisions that made them uniquely vulnerable to Vladimir Putin. Germany moved away from coal-fired generation to meet their decarbonization goals, and in the aftermath of the Fukushima nuclear disaster in Japan, moved away from nukes, made them totally dependent on piped-in Russian natural gas. And I think Vladimir Putin understood that and felt that if he invaded Ukraine, that ultimately European dependence on that Russian natural gas would lead to support for Ukraine waning, and he would prevail. And U.S. LNG has saved our European allies, and a lot of it was because of the good work that all of us collectively did during that period. But it has to continue, and there are threats. And to answer your question, what are some policies that we need to do in this area? First and foremost, I find it absolutely ridiculous that after we made a commitment to our European allies that we would be there to support them, that the DOE instituted this pause on non-FTA certificates going forward. And the argument that the DOE made was, well, there's a number of projects that are already, under construction and operational. This is just applying to future projects. That fundamentally misunderstands the nature of these long-term contracts. it is having a chilling effect, because the reason, as Secretary Menzies pointed out, that a lot of countries want to do business with the U.S. is because they feel that they can count on the stability of our regulatory and legal system. Well, suddenly now we've injected this uncertainty into the system, and now these off-takers are wondering, can we rely long-term on the U.S. political system to continue to support gas and support LNG exports? So from a policy perspective, first thing that needs to be done is overturn that DOE pause. Secondarily, Senator Cassidy has a bill right now that would penalize foreign companies' manufacturing and emissions. That is a huge opportunity for U.S. LNG. Because we do it cleaner, because we do it better, if Senator Cassidy's legislation is taken up, it is actually going to provide, in my view, a competitive advantage to U.S. LNG and U.S. manufacturing, and that's another area. But the third thing we need to do is, quite frankly, outside of the scope of Congress. It's in the courts. There were a series of decisions that were handed down this summer by the D.C. Circuit adverse to FERC that are very, very concerning to me. One dealt with a Williams pipeline that I think the D.C. Circuit way overstepped its bounds, and I'm hopeful that they will prevail in their challenge. The one in the LNG space that is really concerning to me, there were two certificates that I granted during my time as chairman in 2020 that were remanded back to FERC and then vacated. The D.C. Circuit basically took it upon themselves to tell an expert agency that they knew how to do their job better than the agency itself, which I thought was a gross overreach. But here is why this is particularly problematic. It will impact all infrastructure projects on a going forward basis. If you can't stand by the sanctity of a certificate, if you are concerned that a court will overturn a granted certificate, that is going to have just a huge negative impact on future investment for all kinds of infrastructure. And one of the projects in particular in Brownsville, Texas, there's like 1,000 people working on the job site and more than $1 billion of steel in the ground. If that project, if they have to stop work, what happens to all of those people? This is a huge threat that I think deserves a lot more attention because it's wonky and technical and nuanced and bottled up in the D.C. Circuit. I don't think people are as focused on it, but it is a big, big threat. The final threat is, look, all of us in this room are big supporters of LNG and LNG exports, and Senator Cassidy has done a tremendous job bringing people together from the climate community, from industry and elsewhere. We are at a inflection point in the policy realm in America where I truly believe when Joe Manchin retires at the end of this Congress, there's just less and less support in a bipartisan way for gas going forward. I modeled myself as a bipartisan legislative aide and regulator who believed that we needed gas for its reliability benefits, for affordability, and for its climate benefits. I'm increasingly worried that the momentum nationally, at least politically, is turning against gas. We all got to stick together. And, you know, there have been instances of fights between consumers and providers of LNG. We've all got to be on the same page because the threat to the industry is so significant in the political arena, in my view, that we've all got to be on the same page, singing from the same sheet. Because a candidate for president can say they're opposed to banning fracking, that they've reversed course and no longer believe in banning fracking. But there are steps you can take to ban fracking without actually saying that you're banning fracking, and I'm very worried about that.
Thank you for that. I think we all are. Yeah. And one reason I think for that threat is this concern that some people are expressing about the emissions from LNG. And coming back to the point about what industry is doing, and I happen to be aware of this from some of the work that I do, not only just the extraordinary investment and work to create this model and deliver this product, you know, reliably, affordably, but also sustainably. And I'm aware that industry is doing a lot to monitor, measure, report and verify emissions so that we can show, and this becomes increasingly important with trade policy, on an equal playing field, we can show that under legitimate standards we are driving down those emissions. So maybe starting with you, Lane, and I'll also invite you, Bob, to talk about what industry is doing, what your companies are doing, and what industry is doing generally to make that case to prove the benefits of LNG.
So Williams was the first company, and maybe the only midstream company that's joined OGMP. We track our emissions across all of our assets. Certain assets we're able to do that more accurately than others, but we are moving quickly towards a situation where we will be able to track our methane emissions across our entire assets. Bob, you know this well. We've invested in some companies that are doing have satellite technology that helps us track this. Investing in companies that have laser technology that helps us track our emissions, and Neil mentioned this. I'm sure Bob knows this as well. We produce the cleanest natural gas on the planet. Just period. End of story. There is a study, and I use that term very loosely, out there that claims that U.S. LNG has a carbon footprint that is about equal to coal. That is nonsense. It's not even close, and we can prove it's not close. And if we don't export our LNG, and there's plenty of natural gas in this country, if we can solve the infrastructure problems that Neil just mentioned, there's more than enough natural gas in this country to export, to have Bob export until he's tired of exporting, and for us to have enough natural gas in this country to keep prices low. Plenty of that. And we can do it, and we can reduce the environmental footprint. And if we don't do it, then Qatar and Russia and Iran will. End of story. And so we need to be doing it. This ought to be a bipartisan issue. It should not be a Republican, Democrat issue. If you're serious, I always have told my kids, when the people who say it's a crisis start acting like it's a crisis, then I'll believe it's a crisis. If you really want to reduce global methane emissions, global CO2 emissions, then you ought to be fully on board with increased natural gas production in the U.S. and dramatically increasing LNG exports.
Bob, anything you want to add? Yeah.
Sure. First of all, I think one of the things that Mike and I put into our company was an absolute focus on doing it in the most environmentally responsible manner we could possibly do it. And part of it is just predicting how difficult it is to get permitted. I'll be very candid with you. If we not just met U.S. environmental standards that were on the books at the time, if we could exceed them, we were safer. My regret is that it doesn't matter, how much you exceed them, you still get hammered. But I think that you do your best that you can to do it right. The system that we chose, which is a sail-off technology, single mixed refrigerant, is designed to be zero discharge. Under optimal operating conditions, when we're not commissioning, this system is designed to operate with electric motors. It is self-contained. If we actually do have to shut down the system and we warm up the cryogenic fluid, it actually has expansion tanks which hold that methane, and then we bring it back down as we cool the system and go back into production. So the typical, I say that because a typical train, if you shut down that train, they vent the methane, and that is a big issue. Secondly, we did full containment, storage tanks, minimum boil-off gas. Third, we used combined cycle power generation to run those electric motors. So we're using CCGT technology, which is operating at 48% efficiency, not 33% efficiency. So our GHG footprint is lower. All air cooling, not water cooling. But let me take a couple more steps. We bought a fleet of vessels, and and we've got vessels which have the lowest methane slip available with technology because of shaft generator drive. We're using bubble technology to help the whole technology float on a sea of bubbles, so you actually reduce the friction running through the water and therefore use less fuel. We use our boil-off gas to actually fuel the vessel. So all of this is designed to create a lower footprint. Here's the rub. One of the most interesting things about an LNG facility, even if it's designed to be zero discharge, is that you've got a lot of joints, and you've got seals, and you've got compressors. And we hired some of the best people in the world. Some of them came out of the Middle East, Qatar, Australia, Africa, and they are top flight people. But they come from a culture where gas is inexhaustible. The North Field gas is always there, so they don't care about methane emissions. As Lane mentioned earlier, they don't care about carbon emissions. They want to catch up economically. And so their culture was not to catch these emissions. And changing the culture is actually as important as anything else, is operationally walking around the facility, smelling, touching, feeling. We have, of course, invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in methane monitoring devices that can catch a flaring event. But really, the fugitive emissions that you can catch, because an operator is walking up the stairs and he happens to pass a pipe and smells it, that's critical. So we're doing all of those steps because a responsible, good organization, that's what you do. The goal, as I said before, was to lower GHGs globally by creating an economic signal. How better than to actually create the least methane emissions, even though our methane is used to be burned to create to create energy. It's not designed to be flared. The fact is, if we can avoid any fugitive emissions, we do a better job.
Thank you, Bob. And I think this is a great place to stop. If we can change the culture, if we can get the right policies improved, and with all that our businesses are doing here in Louisiana, across the U.S. and globally, I think LNG could really achieve its potential. Let's hear it for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, gentlemen. I think that was a fantastic note to conclude this summit. I'm going to invite Senator Cassidy up in a moment for closing remarks, but in the meantime, I wanted to thank everyone for your time and attention today and all of your engagement, and also want to let you know that the Louisiana lobby is sponsoring a reception for summit attendees. That's at Blend at 4 p.m. today, and we would be delighted to continue this engaging conversation over cocktails. So hope to see you there.
The kind of comments I've received out there regularly, what a great event. Do it again next year. I learned a lot. Look at the panelists. Look at the attendees. So with that, let's give a particular round once more for Chrissy. And the other nice thing about this was the venue. And so Kelly St. Germain Lee, she's not in here, but somebody let her know we're giving her a big shout out. And Greg, who helped set up, but the venue was fantastic. Now, we had over 300 registrants, and we had over 500 people watching online. So there was a tremendous impact. I'm frankly glad that we talked about the foreign pollution fee. I will say that if we are going to, and most folks here, not all, but most folks here are center-right, if we're going to change a conversation in terms of the United States protects its economic borders, but also addresses national security issues, and we do so by addressing environmental issues, that is some place where the center-right and the center-left can find common ground. Now, if we're not talking about policy which can pass, we're merely a debating society. We have to talk about policy which can pass, and I think this is a way to change the conversation for people to understand that. And as I mentioned earlier, Bob Lighthizer is talking about it. We know on the center right we've got some bona fides. I will just say again, putting a plug in for it, we think that it would encourage more domestic, more reshoring of industry, more domestic jobs. And if you haven't noticed, there's been some unrest by some of the American people wondering where their good jobs left. We can say, no, your good job is coming back now. Let me finish my last thank you for all the attendees. This would not have worked without your sincere desire to be here, about your desire to learn, and your desire to share with other people. Thank you, and with that, I close the conference.